Yesterday, I'm sure you were here, many of you were here yesterday for our whole day of insights, perspectives, ideas. You'll agree with me, a very resourceful day. Lots of conversations, lots of us listening to different perspectives. Again, some of those perspectives you'll agree with, some of them you won't agree with, some of them you want to challenge, which is all good, because that is exactly why we're all here, for those conversations. But ultimately, at the end of the day, again, to help us make better decisions with where we want to go, where we want to be, and a resourceful 2 days like this can help us maybe take us to a place where we're kind of ready or closer to making better decisions as well. And that's exactly what we're going to do today, throughout the day together. Again, we have a full schedule of panel discussions, of debates, of straight talking, I would say straight talking conversations to help us, again, make sense of everything that's happening in this space. Challenging as it may be, hopefully it will help you, again, make better sense of where we want to be and where we're going forward. Right, we start with our first session, all about risk, managing scam risk in 2026. How do you do that? How can you do that in maybe a smarter way, but potentially maybe some ideas that you haven't heard of? Hopefully we'll hear them right now on this session. I'm looking forward to this one. Hopefully you are too. Let's now introduce our panelists and our moderators as well. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Sorin Stanica, Alexander Belov, Mike Kostake, Sergio Dragonosh, and our moderator who's going to shape this moving forward, Mr. Adrian Posteuka. And they do deserve a round of applause. They do. There we are. They haven't done anything yet, but they do.
This one works. Okay, good morning. Thank you everybody for being here. It's 2026 and we have a new era of technology. We have AI ready to be part of both sides of the story. On the side of the good actors and also on the side of the bad actors. And if you are talking about crypto and we are talking about investment, our attention span is going lower and lower. And do the social media, we just crossing all the information and taking a decision in 20 seconds, emotional decisions. And now we are talking about risk management, something that is losing our money, losing our, let's say, enthusiasm, and sometimes losing our minds. And now let's open the discussion about how we can detect these scams in this short time. There are some things that we have to look in 20 seconds to understand if it's a project is good or bad. Who want to challenge or answer this question?
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Let's introduce ourselves first of all. My name is Alex. It's a big pleasure to be here in Romania. It's my first time here. I'm happy to speak at this event. And I'm in crypto since 2017. I experienced a lot of things. I invested in some scams, unfortunately. During that time, I also did media. I made the film with Vitalik Buterin, with CZ, Justin Sun. So we were involved in film production, and we hope to give you the story of development of crypto. On our YouTube, we are showing it, and we are producing more and more interesting content for all of the people, also investigating scams. So we are always trying to find scams and tell how to avoid them. So, Sergio, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. So, Sergio from Ludo. At Ludo, our focus is to detect scams. But before jumping into answering you, I would like to discuss about what is a scam. First of all, we need to define what is a scam. Because a scam right now would be most probably define a project of which the founders are unknown and things like this. But let's not forget that Bitcoin's founders are not unknown. So the definition of a scam has changed over time, starting with 2009 and going to 2026. And it's changing together with the regulations in different jurisdictions and so on. To define what is a scam, in my opinion, we need to understand if there is a good or a bad intent behind of a specific project, and if the project is basically following the rules in specific jurisdiction or not. Once we define a scam as such, then we have the tools, we have the automation, we have right now the blockchain technology which give us access to so many data points that we can aggregate and extract value out of it with AI and different other type of systems. And we can go close to real time in understanding what is actually the trust level of the reputation level a specific project is taking advantage of.
Yeah, but please pinpoint that values, because we're talking about if I have a project in front of me.
Very easy.
Three things. Let's.
Very easy. If smart contract is safe or not, if we are talking about a smart contract project, I mean, if there are vulnerabilities developed by intent in the smart contract, this is bad. Who are the holders of it? So if the holders are bot networks, or if the holders are real wallets, real reputation, this is a very strong indicator which is close to impossible to manipulate. And another one, who is advertising this project? If the project is advertised by some super shady groups of people creating hype, then it's not good. When the image of people like, I don't know, Vitalik Buterin is associated with this project, the risk of this project being a scam are usually much lower, but they are never zero. Okay?
There is something that I would like to add. I usually don't like to argue with my panelist colleagues, but I have to say the cybercrime ecosystem, it's not actually much different. The scam definition, it's definitely not different. Different is how it works, how it evolves, and how we adapt to fight against it. And I have to say that I have this belief that prevention is the main tool that we have to use against cybercrime, against crime generally, but especially when we talk about cybercrime, because actually the criminals adapt faster than users do to technology, and in respect of this, we have to be prepared to act more preventive, in a preventive way when we talk about cybersecurity generally.
My question here is only to give the answer back. Would Satoshi Nakamoto Group be considered right now a scammer or not? Because right now, according to the current legislation and regulations, it will be, according to the auditing tool out there, it will be considered a super high risk founder, to say so. Unknown, you know, so.
Guys, we have a very difficult situation because President of United States is involved in crypto, and he launched his meme coin. And we consider President of United States to be a trustable person, but unfortunately we cannot trust him anymore. So we have a very difficult situation in crypto market. Nobody knows what's happening. There are different rules. Some of them are approved, some of them not. So it's quite crazy situation. And the only thing we can do, I think AI is going to help us a lot, but I think we should discuss it in the next topic.
It's a thin line. It's a thin line.
Yeah, it's a very... Mike, what's your take on this?
My take is that 10 years ago, I went to a conference in Amsterdam, my first Bitcoin conference. The market cap, there was no app of coin market cap, it was a website, and it said 8 billion. It said 621 projects, okay? So, and Bitcoin was 86% dominance back then. So having seen 10 years and having been part of the first crypto hedge fund called TOS, Token as a Service, which we invested in 35 companies, and we had 446% ROI in 2 years for our investors, and having been stupid enough to invest in too many things too fast because I didn't do enough due diligence, I look at all these scams in a very simple way. Of course, I had 5 years of investment banking before I got into crypto investment, so my analytical brain was analyzing many, many things, but it was also the human factor. And today, everybody wants 4x in a week. So everybody that invested in Trump meme or any other memes or any other things that ended up being scams is their fault. They were greedy, they wanted a huge return very quick. There's no such thing in life. So my number one thing that I keep saying, and I was also SIM swapped, if you know what SIM swapping means, that's when they call the carrier, the phone carrier, they say that they're you, they have your social security number, and they stole 5.56 Bitcoin from my Coinbase account. It was about $40,000 back then. 5 years later, the guy went to jail. It was the first person to ever go to jail for a crypto scam. He stole about $7 million worth of Bitcoin in 2017. I got 7,000 back from the prosecutor in San Francisco. So having been through that whole process, I thought I learned a lot. And then the closest person to me, 2 years later in 2019, stole 2,200 Ethereum and 43 Bitcoin from my wallet because I was stupid enough to trust him to make payments for me after 14 years of mentoring and hiring this person. So I was technologically scammed, then I was humanly scammed. So all I have to say to you is, yes, prevention is number one. And two, don't invest in any project that you don't know the founders, unless you're greedy and you are going to put yourself in a position of maybe losing your investment. If you don't know the founders personally, and you still want to invest a small amount, at least get somebody on a Zoom call so you can see that they're real. That's all I'm going to say. Anything else is all these metrics, analytics. You can scan a lot of things, use a lot of tools if you have access to them, which you don't because they're very costly, from chain analysis and so forth. But that's what I'm going to say. Look at the human person and wait. And every time they're going to say, you have a week to invest, that's when you should run. That's
Okay,
it.
you mentioned something very important. I think that's the key word to our discussion, due diligence. And I think this is the key term in a way of being protected by scam. And you, Alexander, mentioned something else that I think it's important because my background is in also, let's say, communication. I think with the new tools, we can manipulate markets by showing videos or showing content that doesn't exist. Yeah. And in a way, I can create a video with Trump or anybody saying that this is a very important project for him and something like that. So going back to our attention span and to our, let's say, AI that can manipulate markets, how we do our due diligence in this new era. Because, Mike, as you said, we need to meet someone, you have to talk to that person, but we are in the fast forward.
Yeah. Can I?
Okay.
You know, the answer is community, I think, because there are many scam centers all around the world. You can watch on YouTube, Myanmar or Burma scam centers. There are cities devoted specifically to scamming people. Like they do it like a daily routine, so professionally. They use AI tools. They use everything, and you will never understand that it is AI. Even on the call, it will be hidden. Like you will never think that it's a real person. You will think that it's real, it's happening. So the project, which is legit, it will have a community. Some people involved discussing it. So there will be many protectors of this project. It's difficult to scam this. So you can order shillers, you can order, I don't know, Twitter influencers, but community you cannot fake for a long period of time. So if you follow the project for at least 1 month, you will definitely see that something is going on inside of the community, that community is good. If community is good, then project is legit. Generally, of course, it's not 100% protection, but anyway, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I perfectly agree with Alex here. Looking to projects as snapshots, it's very dangerous. You can get very easily scammed. But when you are tracking over time as many KPIs as possible for scammers, regardless of what type of technology they are using, it becomes very expensive to correlate all the KPIs together. And this is something that increase their costs to higher level than possible scams. So similar to Bitcoin with the proof of work, if someone wants currently to hack the Bitcoin infrastructure, they need to brute force an account private key. They need to spend maybe billions or trillions of dollars and years of work without quantum computing yet, okay? So in the same way, when the reward for the scammers is much lower than the cost they have to break in, then it's very difficult. So when we are analyzing all these KPIs and when we make the cost for the scammers to be much more difficult to basically manipulate all of them together, then this is a way that they can just not do it. I mean, but for this, we need very simple ways of being able to analyze this, because it's a nightmare to aggregate the data and to build the charts and things like this. Yeah. So this is tracking over time. It's what it matters.
Please,
behaviors.
Please, Sorin.
I turn back to our human part, and I say that critical thinking, our common sense, and our preventive behavior are our most important allies in fighting cybercrime scams. Because if I have to install some protective measures into every user's operating system, the first one would be zero trust rule. Why zero trust rule? Because in this AI age that we are living now, any video, any picture, anything can be faked, can be manipulated, any numbers, any followers, anything. But our common sense remains the same, and trust shouldn't be given by default, should be earned. It's the most important thing that we have in order to fight against cybercrime. After that, you are talking about projects, about people behind the projects, but you talk about more the crypto projects. But generally, when we talk about scams, we should apply the same rules. Zero trust, guaranteed earnings are red flags. Big and explosive growth should be a red flag, and these are available for any type of scam.
Okay, I have a question, because we are on a crypto conference, and we know that sometimes in the crypto market we have like 1 hour to do diligence and invest. So what Mike said, okay,
Who says that?
no. There are projects that can say, invest now, look, this is the trend going up, invest now to get money, because we humans are greedy. Even in this area, people get in not to invest as a long term, to invest as a short term or middle term. So this is where some scams happens, because it triggers our emotional part, our human size of being on the wave, being there, talk with your friends, said, do you invest in that project? Yes, I'm an investor. I want to invest too. So how there is a tool, or I don't know, one rule that can triggers off your emotional side when investing, let's say, in 1 hour, in 1 day on a project. Do you have something like that? Exists something like that?
The common sense.
There are tools in these directions. Yeah, there are tools in these directions. But again, going back to my first answers when we define what a scam is, right now we are giving examples of small common scams, especially in crypto. But let's go back to MTGOX, to FTX, to Celsius Network. I'm not sure if it was a scam or not, but it's considered of being a scam right now. These were, at that moment, the project with the highest level of trust in the market. I mean, any crypto enthusiast would like to be close to these projects. I mean, they were the best. One tool which is related to common sense, it's high rewards. It's always direct proportional with high risks. So when we see Terra Luna APIs of 20, 30, 40% to stable coin per year, then run, for sure. I'm not talking about APIs of 10,000% per day. This is clear, yes, but even if they are super promoted on the Forbes magazine cover page and so on, when they have super high APIs, think twice or just limit your investments.
Yeah, you know, we should also distinguish investment and gambling. You know, if you take decision in 1 hour, it's gambling, it's not investment. If you do gambling, you should understand that you could be scammed easily, and you should like take it easy. Of course, I can lose, then I lose, no problem, and you don't cry. But no cry in the casino, like Donald Trump said.
I have a question here. Are memes coins scams or not? I'm just curious.
Some yes, some not.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me one that's not. One meme.
When it's not.
Yeah, one meme.
Maybe like Bitcoin is also meme coin in some kind of view. Like you should trust in it. Like if you think that it's you know, anyone can create a meme coin. If there is no any incentive to scam people and steal their money, it's not a scam, I suppose.
Mike, do you have a take on the question? What is the?
So, before NFTs were big, there was a company called Atomic from Los Angeles. I was an advisor. We helped them raise $25 million in September 2017. They were the creators of the NFT. Okay. The reason why you never heard of this company is because after they raised the $25 million, they got listed on a few exchanges. They went to $300 million market cap. Some investors completely dumped it, and it went to almost nothing, okay? I got paid $100,000 to be their advisor for a few months. It went to 1.2 million, and then it crashed to zero. It's worth like 13,000 today. I still have the wallet, you know? So I saw what happened to NFTs. The technology was meant to do good, but then people dumped the ICOs. They said, let's go to NFTs. Then they got tired of that. Let's go do memes. You know, I don't know what's the next one.
Same teams
What's the next one now?
AI agents.
AI agents, there you go, okay? So every buzzword, and I've been doing this for 30 years since I was 18 in college, in investment banking and internships and so forth, every buzzword has 6 to 9 months of time frame. So if they're talking about it at a conference and your grandma's talking about it, it's too late. If it's the beginning, you think you're crazy, so you stick with it, because you may be the one, you know, jumping the bell curve at the beginning of it. So that's it. So don't get upset if you were too late. You know, I wanted to invest in Trump meme. It was my first meme, and it wouldn't work. It's just like I sat there for 3 hours and I gave up and I went to sleep. And I was happy afterwards when I found out 2 days later what happened. So it's okay to miss on opportunities than to take your hard-earned money and lose it. If you made it quickly and you lose it quickly, then it's not that painful. But if you work hard for that money and you saved it and you invest in some stupid things, hoping to make 4 times to go buy a car or whatever you want to do with it, then you deserve what you got, unless you somehow timed it, which is very few people can time it.
Soreen?
In my opinion, scammers use emergency as a weapon.
Emergency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And as you said, they actually want to trigger the emotion. When you act emotionally, you have the best chance to lose. Take 10 minutes to think about it, to think it critically, and this actually might save your money.
Okay, I have a question. There is a saying in Japanese, if I'm not wrong, you're not alive if you haven't died once. And I can apply the same concept, let's say, to investment, you're not an investor unless you lose once. Is it true or is not?
In this crypto market several times per day. So.
I choose zeros to the one and then...
Because I believe the same scams, if you not apply, let's say, the crypto industry or the blockchain industry as a broader thing, the same rules apply to any investment on any markets. Do the diligence. You can, if you look to let's say a company and you want to invest in a company, what I think the crypto industry or the blockchain industry did was the easy way to get in the to be an investor in a project, rather than have an account to an exchange or do something like that.
Yes, so in the 90s, the founders of BlackRock, the founder of BlackRock was basically the wonder kid on the Wall Street with huge profits and so on. And then he lost like 100 billions, if I'm not wrong. And at that moment, he realized that actually all the Wall Street was working only on traders' feeling and probably mixed with inside information and so on, insider information and so on. And he did something, he realized something. He dreamed of creating a platform that will aggregate tons of data and will basically transform risk, understanding risk in the traditional Wall Street market, transform risk from a feeling, let's invest in this project, or a friend called me and it's a good project, to data augmented or data-based investments. And the platform is called Aladdin. And with this platform, he was able to show amazing returns compared to all the other players on the Wall Street. And then later on, he started licensing the platform to its competitors. The platform is still there, it's still used. Yeah. Recently, I had a call with one of their offices in Abu Dhabi, and we've discussed about this platform, Aladdin. So once you have data, you aggregate data, tons of KPIs, not only the founders, not only the social media, not only the volumes, not only the market cap. You need hundreds of KPIs, all aggregated and correlated. And then when you see that the correlation is losing traction, then someone is trying to manipulate. When the whole market is going up and the specific project is dumping or the other ways around, on the same narrative, when the full narrative is going in one direction and the specific project is going in another direction, there is a problem. With this type of approach, projects of failures as FTX could be foreseen or understood upfront, yeah? Because basically when you see that the team is dumping the token while the marketers are pushing on socials, this is clear. Someone is looking for exit liquidity. So data, in my opinion, data, but it's not a simple answer to this. It's not a single point of truth to say so. Data, aggregated data, and correlations.
I just wanted to add, this Aladdin, it's AI-driven platform. So AI not only helps scammers to scam people, but also help like good funds to understand and take their decisions in the right way. So AI can also help us to analyze the project better, and I think it's the only tool in the future which we are going to use to understand if it's a legit project or not, because as Sergio said, there are so many factors and you can never understand all of them, and only AI can do it. For example, this Aladdin system, it analyzes weather predictions in the place of investment. So considering investments, they analyze weather prediction. Even this factor is considered before investment. So we just cannot analyze so many factors as a human. So it's
and you know, we haven't touched this point yet, but we are living in the AI era, and I'm referring right now to AI agents. In the next 3 to 5 years, there will be much more transactions done by AI agents than the people. And the AI agents will have their own indexes, their own algorithms. So right now, how the scam scene will change in the next 3 to 5 years. Right now, the scammers are trying to scam the people. In the near future, they will try to scam the AI agents. And how the AI agents will be scammed? By scamming the algorithms of the indexes the AI agents are getting the data from. And you know, when you'll see 1 million AI agents jumping during 1 week with high reputation AI agents jumping during a 1 week time frame into a specific project, everyone else will say, myself or my AI agent should also buy this because it's clear. Actually, right now it's happening this with not so much AI. We're talking about copy trading. You know, on crypto, many people say, hey, there many fake influencers on Twitter are saying, look, this wallet has done 500,000 profit starting with 5K during 1 month. Most, 99.99% of these posts are just looking for exit liquidity. So if you are setting your own bot to copy that specific wallet, they will snipe you, they will get your liquidity, you will never win. So everything what they are doing, and I'm telling as a victim to this, to this scenario. So when you start copying 10 wallets which showed amazing track record on profitability, you are just becoming the exit liquidity. Because one very interesting analysis that we've done. So at Ludo, we've done some automation trying to basically get the liquidity, get the liquidity out of these guys trying to push 1,000 meme coins per day. And after we've trained the system, we were able several days or weeks later to just get their liquidity out. Because they put down liquidity, and there are different ways to get their liquidity out. And I'm talking about over 20,000 smart contracts on a daily basis analyzed. Once you find a way to get liquidity out of these teams, groups which are running scam as a business, 2-3 days later, all of them are changing the methodology of running scams. All of them. So there are not 20,000 people, different people on a daily basis running these scams. There are, as Alex mentions, teams which are basically doing hundreds or thousands of projects per day, and this is something that shocked me at that moment. We think the scammers are running after $100,000, $1 million, and so on. You know when they are rugging? When they make profits more than $5 per project. $5, this is the limit. But when they do 50,000 projects per day, and 99% of them give them $5 return, this is a huge amount of money. And obviously they are doing this because there is a lot of AI, and it's the cost for them to run this type of scams on low fees blockchains are very, very low.
So we are entering in a new type of area where AI is the main player, even on exchanges and on the marketplace. And I was wondering if we can somehow play against the AI, because right now we are in this hybrid environment. We have AI, we have scammers with AI, and we as, let's say, investors, not gamblers, as investors, but we don't know which one is AI. Maybe we know, maybe we learn which one is AI. How we can navigate in this market? Mike?
Yeah, I don't like to give recommendations on investments, but just an easy way to mitigate against all this is to, and to also stimulate your brain with all these crazy things. Take 75-90% of your wealth, put it in Bitcoin, watch it go to $1 million in a decade or whenever, and take the rest of it and play with it in these projects with little money so you can see. And that will just keep you your brain stimulated so you don't think like you're missing out. But that's the only thing I could say.
We need AI to investigate AI already. So we need a special AI tool to distinguish whether it is AI or it's a human creating.
We need a special AI to discover, and we need a special AI to play against AI. As humans, it's close to impossible to play. Just play any game you want against AI, and you lose.
Next year's panel will be 5 AI robots here. So
most probably.
Giving you wrong advice.
Sorry?
We need people to understand and learn how to use AI. AI is a tool like any other one, and we have to understand it, to learn it, and to use it in a legitimate way.
Okay, we have 3 more minutes, and I want to tackle another big question. We are talking about scammers. We're talking about, let's say, a group of people that are trying to do things around. But how about institutional scammers, big companies that are manipulating the market by investing and not rag pulling, but dumping when it's good to be dumped.
Hello, Gene Street.
Yeah, you're never going to see them on a panel explain to you how they do it. So, next question.
Okay, next question. Do you have questions? Do you have questions from audience? Because that was a hard shell. Okay, you have question from audience?
Just put your hand up, give you the microphone. Anybody want to challenge what you've heard? You disagree with what you heard? You agree with what you heard?
Are you planning to run a scam and you need some...
How many people got scammed?
If you want to
Yeah,
scam anybody
How many people here got scammed?
How many
At least
got
once. 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many people are scammers here? Okay, thank you.
One question. here at
One
the back.
question from audience.
Hello, everyone. I work for an ONG monitoring scams, including on crypto, and I faced with a very interesting case this year. A scam that was rated on Trustpilot close to 5%, 4.9, 4.8 for the whole 1 year. And after the scam was blocked and the website it was down, fell to 1.5, 1.3 in about 1 2 weeks. So we are plenty of websites monitoring scam and give a lot of advices, but too late. And if we want to post it something, this is scam, we could get an international,
Sorry, what's the question?
how we could find online, in that online infrastructure, some ratings for businesses where scam algorithm works better and faster.
Don't trust Trustpilot. It could be easily faked.
Yeah, I think due diligence can be the important word that we can underline today. Do you have any last thoughts? One word that is important to avoid scams.
Good luck.
Don't forget the human factor.
Prevention is the most important tool.
And use AI as a tool.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Hands together for our panelist, our moderator. Hopefully giving us some, closer to reducing the opportunity, well, not opportunity, reducing the chances of actually getting scammed. Hopefully, just hopefully. Again, what you've heard, you're curious, you'd like to know more. Again, all of our speakers here on stage, they're all here today. So again, have a chat with them, have a conversation with them a little bit later on and take those conversations forward. Right, let's move on to the next session now, which is essentially all about social media and how social media is really shaping projects and that growth and the reputation as well. That is changing. It's changing all the time and developing. So keeping up to date with these trends and what's happening certainly in this space certainly could help. And again, help you potentially make that better decision moving forward. Let's move on. Again, I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear how this is going to unfold right now. Let's move on now to our great panel here, a healthy, productive debate all about that. Please welcome to the stage Daniel Nitsa, Vlad Stoica, Adrian ESDT, and our moderator as well, Mr. Spread.
Hello, hello. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I just found out 2 seconds ago that I'm going to be the moderator. I should be a panelist. So in trading, you have to adapt and overcome. If I'm not going to be a great moderator, then you have to bear with me. So good morning. Wild times we are living. Happy to see so many people still here in the room because a lot of people are stuck. So there we go. Guys, hope you're ready. I don't know how it's going to work, but we're all traders, so we have to adapt. The first question, is a KOL So a key opinion leader with 500,000 followers actually worth more than a community of 5,000 true believers?
It depends. For me, I would appreciate more engaging community, like more quality. Some people maybe are all about the numbers, but for me, I do this for pleasure. I am a KL as a part-time job, let's say like this, and I want an engaging community, quality community, smart people, not like 500K of brainless zombies. So for me, I would project then with 1 million followers, which are like bots or something like this.
Can I add some, before Daniel, can I add a little bit of context to this question? At what point does reach become a vanity metric, and how do you actually measure influence that actually converts in some numbers? I mean, how do you know that? Just because of KPIs, we understand it, but companies do not know that most of the time. They see 300,000, 200,000, or 50,000, and maybe they just judge from the numbers. How do companies who need this marketing can actually know if the KOLs will actually deliver some results or some metrics?
Oh, me? Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. It's very nice to see you here in these wild times in the world, in the crypto market, and everywhere in the financial markets. But to answer Mr. Spread's question, first one, I think an active community is way more valuable than just numbers. And you can see if a community is active or not, and if it's bots in the comment section, basically. And in your second question, I think the people that want to do, I don't know, some type of sponsorship or whatever, they need to do their own research, and if they cannot do the bare minimum, they're just burning money from the company, and they're not gonna have a win-win situation. So basically, it's up to the companies that wanna do some kind of business, and they should be able to do a due diligence. And there's so many tools now to see. You have AI and other tools that can show you if a community is real or a community is fake.
If you have anything to add, you don't need to answer 100% here. Okay, I want also to add my opinion here. I think one of the greatest things that Elon Musk did on Twitter since he took over, or many among the only things that he did good since he took over, was that this week, along with Nikita Bir, who is his product manager, they introduced paid partnerships. So from now on, if a KOL on Twitter will have any type of partnership from any type of company, crypto or gambling or whatever, especially gambling, they have to show that is a paid partnership. You have a button now on Twitter where you have to mention that is a paid partnership. Otherwise, they're gonna ban your account. So I think this is an important critical infrastructure of one of the platforms. I wish more platforms would do that. I think it is already on Instagram, I don't know, on Facebook.
Oh yeah, YouTube as well, like Twitter
YouTube.
is late
So
to the game.
It was time for Twitter to introduce this since it's the biggest financial platform in the world. So about the engagement, I think it was extremely hard until now for companies to filter out, but from now on, I think it's going to be a little bit more easier with this new feature. It's not going to be. It will always be a little bit hard, but I see a good future going forward. About exactly this topic. Next question. Okay. How do you tell the difference between a KOL and a paid shield? And does your audience even care anymore?
Okay, I can take this. Smart audiences can already tell the difference between a KOL, like quality information, versus paid shield, which always promotes projects, maybe scams and rug pulls. So I think after so many years of crypto, most of the people already can see or can tell the difference. There are KOLs which are always promoting shady stuff, Ponzi schemes, all sorts of altcoins, and there are other KOLs which try to tell to their audience about their strategies, how they behaved in this crypto market, what are their strategies, they analyze the market. So I think it's quite easy to understand if that person wants to sell you something, shill you into some shady projects, or maybe that person wants to share some quality information, also share about his strategies, be transparent about his strategies when he enters the market, when he exits the market. And not just this, but also come with information about why they enter, why they exit, why they invest in a certain project, and do an in-depth analysis. I think it's not very complicated in this way.
Yeah, look, on the internet, everywhere, there's a lot of kind of people that you see, like on Twitter, YouTube, whatever. But depends on the time. You said if the audience cares or not, and I'm referring to the wider audience. When it's a bull market and everyone makes money, no one really cares that much because they make money. But in a bear market, I think there's the people realize some things, and then they do care about these things. But yeah, depends on the situation. But yeah, you just need to follow people that are transparent, as he said, with their positions. When they're wrong, to say they're wrong. When they are right, to understand that they're not going to be right forever, because in the markets, no one is right forever. Not even Warren Buffett is right all the time. So yeah, I think transparency is key, but in a bull market, it does not matter that much. That's why in the bear market, just a few stick around, like content creators, traders, whatever, because that's the real thing of the market. In bull markets, everyone is like, yeah, price goes up.
Everybody's a genius in a bull market.
Yeah, exactly. Price goes up, and everyone's a genius.
I think that people should follow both kind of KOLs. The one which they are shilling, obviously if they are transparent, it's even better to find out about the project, and the one which they are focused on education, to be able to have a filter about.
Straight to the mustard.
They both have their role in this, in this space.
Makes sense. I'm gonna do a compilation of what all you said. Since Daniel mentioned Warren Buffett, I'm gonna mention one of his strongest quotes that stick with me. When the tide goes out, you see who is swimming naked, and this is what happens in bear markets. In bear markets, you see projects that had no value to offer. You see KOLs who had no value to offer. So a lot of people who were just promoting bling bling fluff, all of that just goes like a balloon that loses all that hot air. And in a bear market, you actually see who sticks around, who still provides education, who cares about the continuity, who does not want just to push your emotional buttons. There is also a fine distinction, because some people think that emotions can be pressed just in a bull market. No, drama sells a lot. That's why the biggest Substacks in the world are by people who sell fear, and fear always is selling. So be very careful, not in a bull market. A lot of people will push your emotional buttons and push the urgency buttons to make you buy different things. But also in a bear market, a lot of people, especially people who missed out, and especially people from TradFi, so from the stock market, will come and say, Bitcoin is dead, it's not gonna ever recover, the world is gonna, fucking end. So they are very emotional also to that side. They're gonna push your buttons, but to the other direction. So be very careful with this kind of approaches, and try to find, exactly like Vlad said, and Daniel said, and Adrian said, like the middle ground. We'll always be extremists. There's always going to be someone who's going to tell you that Bitcoin goes to, 1 million tomorrow or in the next 3 months, or the other side, the people who's going to tell you that Bitcoin is going to drop to 5,000. So try to find the middle ground. It's very hard in bull market and also in the bear market because emotions are high, but as much as you can, you should find some sort of a balance and discipline.
Yeah, if I can add something very quick. I think human nature is attracted to extremes. That's why, I don't know, if you're only bullish or only bearish, it's good in the end, because in the end you're going to be right at some point, right? So yeah, human nature is attracted to extremes, and you should not, like, you should keep your emotions in check. If you invest and you have any emotion, like drives you in fear or in greed, you should understand that's not the right way to investing. Investing should be boring, as Warren Buffett said at some point. So if it's not boring enough, probably at some point you might get there if you stick around enough in the financial markets.
Thank you. And now, again, for the teams who want to hire or to have some collaborations with the KOLs, what do you do when a KOL goes rogue, and how fast they can take your reputation with them? So, for example, they just go against your company, I don't know. Yeah, there is no order, you just go.
I have a good point here because I had some OTC deals, some OTC investments in the past 1-2 years. And everything was okay until the bear market started. OTC deals, for people who don't know, is deals for teams who need some liquidity. They want to sell tokens without price impact on the market. They also get money and some value from either KOLs or some other people. And until some point, when the bear market started, everything was okay. Teams were delivering tokens, everything was okay. When the bear market started, they stopped delivering tokens because they didn't care anymore. And with this dilution of projects, we have almost 30 million altcoins in the crypto market. Projects don't really have a reason to continue being true to their investors and delivering tokens, because tomorrow they can start creating another project and another project. And because of this, teams even don't care anymore about backlash from KOLs. And this is something I realized in the past months. So in the past, KOLs, if they start attacking some projects which are scamming, they felt some pressure. But right now, I think they don't even care anymore. We are in a bear market. They're just running away, hiding, creating another project, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer the question because I don't know what's happening when a KOL goes rogue. I'm here from 2018. I never did that, and I don't really have I don't know, partnership with projects because a lot of them are highly volatile. Just very few of them really survive. But I can tell you something. When you make some money from financial markets or in business in general, there's always going to be someone that will want to take that money or I don't know, come up with a project, come up with a coin, come up with an NFT, come up with whatever, just for you to just direct some money to that. And I don't say it's wrong. It's not wrong. It's just you need to understand that most of those projects will not survive. So if you want to really do that, I don't know, OTC deals, if you have the capacity or any other investment, it should be a small percentage of your overall portfolio, because then you might burn money. It's like investing, I don't know, in a company, in a startup. It's kind of the same thing. If you invest in an altcoin that is starting or a project that is starting, NFT that is starting, you need to understand that the chances are not in your favor. It can go up and make a lot of money, but most of the time it does not. So you should really try to keep your money as much as you can if you make money from investing, from trading, because there's always someone there that will not try to take your money, but let's say opportunities to invest in a lot. But yeah, some of them will survive, some of them not. That's all I can say about this.
I have one more point here.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
This also helped me understand in which part of the cycle we are, and it also helped me understand when I wanted to exit this cycle. So, usually in bull markets, projects, altcoins want to be true to their audience, very correct, everything okay. Then, when things start shaking, liquidity is smaller, they start scamming some investors, but very softly. And then we go ahead on the curve. Now, a few months ago, they started even scamming KOLs because the liquidity from the retail was not there. You remember the event from October 2025. And when I saw that projects even don't care that they scam some KOLs, they don't deliver the tokens, I said, okay, there is very little liquidity in the market, and this has to reset somehow, and we will see a normal bear market. And I also try to use this in my analysis of the market.
What I want to add here is, I think that after COVID, globally, something changed. I cannot pinpoint it, I cannot put my finger on it, I have no idea what exactly changed, but something changed when it comes to the human interactions. And I think all this fast-paced digital era changing has made us, in general, lose a little bit more of our humanity. And we forgot about the human interactions that we had before. The word is our bond no more. So I think this is what also is a big influence of what happened. And we forgot that we are still people. Okay, we transact digital coins, we transact whatever online. We speak about blockchains, we speak about AI, we speak about the future of technology. But the first thing that, at least is my filter, is the humanity of a project. If I don't like the people behind the project, or if I don't like a KOL, if I'm an advisor for a project, I'm not going to take him. He can have 20 million followers. He can be the biggest influencer in the world. I would not care because of the way that person acts. Because at the end of the day, if I do not like the person that I'm going to go in bed with in business, something is going to break. This type of forced businesses and this type of forced interactions never going to work on the long term. So if you're a project and if you don't like a KOL just from his attitude, he's too arrogant, or that you see something in your gut and your gut tells you to not go ahead with it, don't go ahead with it. If you're a KOL and the project, there is something and you know that your gut is going to tell you that something is not going to worth it, for all the money in the world, in the long term, is not going to worth it. So this is my point here.
I cannot hear.
Yeah,
but
please.
You're talking about yourself here and probably those guys as well, but not everyone is like that. Some people, they are just going, if they cashing, they will advertise, they will promote that project. But in my opinion, a project should never associate with a KOL and that KOL to be the image of the project. The image of the project should be the quality, not that person.
Well said.
Not when I'm seeing a project to see, oh, that's that because X is it's there.
Well said, I agree with this. And to wrap it up, let's get specific. What actually worked for you this cycle, and what would you never do again? So some personal lessons from when the bull run started in 2023, let's say when Bitcoin bottomed around 20,000 until it topped last October. Some personal lessons, good, bad, whatever.
I think I can start. So this cycle was quite good for me. I did what I did always, like buying Bitcoin in the bear market. It's exactly what I will do in the next months. Then when I had the confirmation of a bull market, I saw the prices going up for Bitcoin and some altcoins. I also started buying altcoins. For me, Solana was this cycle the main play. I risked more than I should have, but it was a good play. So what I did good was buying Bitcoin during the bear market on the U shape of the bear market. Then selling when I sold when Trump came into power, because everybody was waiting for Trump to be like the savior of the bull market. But guess what? It didn't happen. And when I saw that like the biggest catalyst of the bull market was happening, but the price didn't catch up, the price was doing nothing, literally, then I said, okay, what else more powerful than this can happen? To be honest, nothing. And then that was the point when I exited. And based on this, the lesson is that to always take profits from your investments, especially at the end of the 4-year cycle, because I still follow the 4-year cycle. So to wrap it up just in a few seconds, buy Bitcoin in a bear market, then take profits at the end of the 4-year cycle, because I still think it will repeat in the future.
Yeah, for me, I think a lot of the cycles, because I've been here for a while, what it worked was in the bear market, I hold a lot of Bitcoin percentage of my portfolio. And I think that really kept my portfolio in balance. After that, I usually get a little bit into Ethereum and some solid altcoins, which paid pretty well this cycle as well, like BNB, SUI, I have like did very well like in that state. So I have a group of like 5 or 6 coins that is like a high percentage of my portfolio. I don't know, like 80%. And then I have some cash position, and then I have some speculation into the altcoins. But what really works for me is just to first, and should work for you, to understand your risk profile. That's very important because maybe for you it doesn't work to get into only altcoins, but maybe for someone who has like a high percentage of risk, it doesn't go well to go into Bitcoin. So I think that's very very good to know when you go to investing through the cycles. But moving on, I will not do that much anymore in relation to the 4-year cycle because for like every cycle I did that. I bought Bitcoin on the low. I kept a lot of my portfolio in Bitcoin, even now. But now slowly I'm transitioning into more technology in relation to the crypto market. I think the 4-year cycle, as we know it, I don't think it's going to happen the same in the future. I think that's my idea. I think it's already, part of it already, it's broken. And I think I'm betting big on tech in relation to crypto, not that much on the Bitcoin store of value. And I've been here since 2016 in the crypto market. So I do see a lot of things changing. So moving on, I don't think in like this bear market, I'm gonna accumulate that much Bitcoin as I did in the previous cycles. I'm gonna focus more on the tech side of crypto moving on.
Thank you.
I'm keep saying that, always take profit and never be greedy, because you'll never sell on the top. I know there are some, expression which everyone is telling you, but it is true. And once you take profit, you'll be more relaxed, you'll think more clear, and for sure, do not invest because you hear some KOLs promoting something.
I'm going to wrap it up very fast. Last year I was in a panel here at Crypto Expo, moderated by Sergio from VD and he asked me a question: how do people can protect them against? How can people protect against volatility? And I said, buy Bitcoin. I know that Bitcoin is not so sexy like the next altcoin, but Bitcoin is not going to offer you the super amazing 10x returns, but it's going to offer you protection against volatility, and you're going to sleep much safer at night, knowing that a big chunk of your portfolio is going to be in Bitcoin. So buy Bitcoin in a bear market, buy it whenever you can with the assets that you have at your disposal. And like my panelist said, don't forget to take profits, because at some point in time, you will hate yourself for taking profits, but you'll hate yourself even more for not taking profits. Thank you, everybody.
If I can add something here.
We're really just at the end there. You can add it maybe afterwards.
Okay, no
in
problem.
A conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Wonderful, thank you so much. And thank you so much to Mr. Spread there, jumping in literally the very last minute. As you can appreciate, coming here for many is a challenge. Getting here is a challenge, because clearly things are happening around the world, around Middle East and flights. Very difficult to get here. So fully appreciate Mr. Spread jumping in and beautifully moderating this conversation. Right, we're going to move on now to the next session, which leads us into an area, again, we haven't really touched upon too much, and it's more about youth and Web3, sort of jumping into their minds and sort of seeing maybe from their perspective and how we can again make decisions based on what they're feeling and their perspectives as well. Let's move on now to our panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage right now Martina Casalini, Marko Đurđević, Alisa Komarova, and the man who's going to shape this conversation moving forward, Alexander Belov.
Hello, guys. I'm happy to be on stage again. It's the second panel for me today. And yeah, let's discuss a very interesting topic. Is crypto for young people or not? What is the role of young people in crypto? What is the future of, like, we are a bit biased, by the way, because we are still young, I suppose, all of the panelists, so we are going to be a bit biased, but hope you take it and accept it. So guys, please introduce yourself. First of all, tell your experience, your way in crypto, and then we come to our topic.
I'll go first. Hi everybody, I'm Martina Casalini and I'm here for a community called Crypto Agora Italy. I started with crypto in 2020 as a trader. I still am a trader right now, and we are trying to bring cryptocurrency and the Web3 into the youth and female groups in Italy.
Very nice.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Marco. I am founder of Super Team Balkan, and I am building the Solana community and ecosystem in the Balkan across 11 countries.
Hello everyone, I'm Alessa. I work for BitPay. I'm Ops Manager and Deputy Director. Have been 8 years with the company, and it's a payment processor, so my experience is in payments in crypto.
So, dear panelists, our first question: how do young people actually understand Web3 today, and where is the biggest misconception? So, what's your take on this?
I do believe there is a misconception of finance in general, not just crypto. And probably most of the young people, but most of the people, it doesn't matter about the age, they consider crypto as a kind of scam. So this is what we have to let them understand is actually, it's just a new technology and we are still want to democratize all the money. Yes, there is scams, but even in traditional finance, there is scams. So that's one of the main misconceptions, in my opinion, especially through young people.
I think that the biggest misconception is that when you say Web3, young people think it's crypto, and when you say crypto, they think it's trading. So in my opinion, the biggest misconception is that it's only about trading, about prices, about tokens, and I think that the young people are perceiving tokens more than the infrastructure, or they are not even aware that it's entire financial infrastructure being built on the other side.
I think in general, when Web3 is mentioned, people tend to think about crypto, NFTs, apps, communities, Discord, for example, Telegram, trading, airdrops. Those are the concepts. But when it comes to misunderstandings, I think the biggest one is easy money.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm agreeing perfectly. That's what.
Sometimes I feel like crypto is not already for young people. We have boomers coming into the space. We have Donald Trump with his meme coin. We considered meme coins to be for young people before. Now everyone trades meme coins. What do you think? Is crypto attractive for young people, or it's already for everyone? So what's your point of view?
So if I can go one step back, so Web 1 was about reading, Web 2 was reading and writing content, like YouTube, so forth. And Web 3, in general, I think incorporates more the sense of ownership. So that is what I think makes it so appealing for young people, that you can be part of owning, for example, well, you participate in owning, let's say, the data, the identities, and so forth. Another appealing point, I would say, is the monetization, rewards. You're given a part of it sometimes. And another appealing part is that it's community-driven, so people feel that they're participating more, they're building, they're giving an opinion, they're part of a more community-driven environment. And maybe the fourth one is this is something new. You're being part of something new, something not traditional, and yeah, you're building something that hasn't been done before.
So in my case, we have a really young kid. She's 8 years old. She started drawing NFTs, and after that we helped her sell those NFTs and donate them to company that is saving the wildlife. Sorry. So, in my opinion, if you educate even kids that it's not so scary and that it's not so hard, I believe that even when young kids are having any encounters with tech, mobile phones, tablets, everything, they can also start learning about wallets and those things. So in my opinion, it's never too early to start.
By the way, is it the role of Super Team, is it your vision to educate people, to help them with crypto education?
Yes, we are helping even kids 6, 7, 8 years old. We are doing some workshops with them by learning them how to draw NFTs. Obviously, we are not explaining all the concepts, blockchain and everything, but we tell them you can make some art, we can then sell it, and we can help animals, for example. So we are trying to educate kids, but obviously mostly we are working with students and young people.
And what are your locations on Balkans? Like, what are the main locations where you do it?
We are doing it across 11 countries, all XU plus Hungary, Romania. So yeah, we are pretty active.
That's cool. Martina, your take, yeah.
I don't think there is a general age for saying too early or not even too late. The key is what you said before, so it's education. So be aware about what you're doing, and especially from the crypto side, you don't need to know everything about the technology, but you have to be aware about what you're doing. So yes, I think that's our responsibilities for teaching young people about crypto and all this Web3, to give them the tools for getting into the world actually ready. But yeah, there is no a general age where it's too young or too old.
Martina, I have a specific question to you. During the introduction, you told us that you are involved in some kind of female communities. Yeah, can you tell us more about it, and how do you see role of females in crypto industry?
Yes, so I think it's better than finance. Keep going speaking about finance because that's my background. So it's evident there is a gender gap in our system, in our environment. But at the same time, I think we are getting close, like we are getting to cover this gap. We have multiple women that are in leading role, both in traditional finance than in cryptos. So my opinion is, if we stop talking about female and male, woman and man, and we just consider users and capabilities outside the gender, maybe we can cover this gender gap. But if we keep going, underline it, we will never divide these things. So yes, we will have so many females as men into the crypto industry, and I don't think there is a specific role for one or for the other one. Definitely, maybe we are better in marketing, probably. Maybe human are better in analysis, but yeah, that's my opinion about it.
Very cool. Let's come back to our topic. Yeah, are we seeing use as builders investors or users in Web3 or all three? Like,
I think we see all three. Users is the most common one. We see investors, speculators, and builders, which is the minority. Yeah.
So now we have this unique opportunity for the first time in our life. Somebody who is maybe 16, 17, 18 years old can build a global product. And if you guys know about Pump Fund, they built a multi-billion-dollar business and they are like super young. So definitely we are seeing even like kids like 14, 15, 16 years old who are now building code. We are seeing a lot of successful founders that are 24, 25, 26 years old. So crypto definitely brings in this new opportunity, and a lot of users actually are like 20, 21. So definitely it's perfect opportunity for young people to scale.
Yeah, AI especially is giving a very nice tool for creating, doesn't matter the age. So yes, I think probably more users than builders, but because statistically wise, there is more user than engineering in any single file. So, but as you said, they're very young. They're very young.
yeah. You know, in crypto, we are for decentralization. In some kind of sense means that there is no central authority. How can use be taught accountability when there is no general authority? What's your opinion?
Obviously, education. We are used, I mean, not we as crypto natives, but we as like the community, we are used to banks owning our money. And also the second thing that people are doing in crypto, they are holding their assets on CEXes. Obviously, with the great power comes great responsibility. So the way how we can solve those issues is just by I mean, it's not just, but we need to educate people a lot every single day about ownership, about the responsibilities that we have. But also we need to change the mindset, because if you are being responsible, then you're holding all of the money and crypto in your wallets, and there is a lot of drains happening even to people who are serious. So there is a way, but we need to educate, definitely. That's why we are doing that as well. And I think that's the #1 tool to get people understanding better.
I totally agree with you. And education, as we said before, is the key. So actually the problem comes from information, in my opinion. So before there was centralized, because the information was strict, reserved to some kind of person or some kind of classes. Now with the coming of internet before crypto, information start to spread, as well as misinformation. So yes, education is the key, because they have to understand, we have to understand what is like valued and what is not. So in order to understand how to account and the self-ownership and all this part that is coming after this.
Yeah, but also something that is really compatible is that now Gen Z, they don't like to be told what to do. So I think it will come naturally to Gen Z.
Do you think AI will help young crypto participants to educate them?
Yes, I think so. If we took it as a tool, yes.
But you see AI as a risk or as a tool that will help us?
There are always two sides of the coin. So yeah, it's very powerful from one point, for even time-wise and skills-wise. With AI, you can cover a lot of gaps that maybe past generation couldn't. But as well, of course, if it's good from one side, it's always bad from the other one. Like, not everybody's using it in a proper way. Probably not everyone knows how to use it in a proper way.
Yeah, I think that, like, honestly, nobody knows what will happen, but it's in human nature that we fear something that we don't understand. So I am definitely positive about it, and my personal opinion is give it time and see how it goes, but obviously nobody knows. So let's see.
So if I can add something on two points that have been mentioned by Marco and Martina, AI and education. So I recently read a very interesting book from Mo Gaudat, one of the chief executive officer from Google, I think. And he was saying something that I found quite interesting. Since we use so much AI, like for example ChatGPT and all those programs, I think it's important also the way we talk to those programs. Like if we send a request like, hey, I would like to please send to me whatever a list of please tell me what's the weather today. Using the words please and thank you and being kind also to those tools, making them learn that the polite way of responding. I think we need to also emphasize on that, because if we would just say, hey, do this, hey, I want this, that's how we are teaching the AI, and that's how they will respond back to us, and that's what the next generation is reading. And yeah, I would like to emphasize on that part of learning.
You know, we have some boring questions left. I want to ask you, how do you see, like, as we are still young, I hope I'm speaking about myself, by the way. How do you see your role personally in this crypto world? How can you help this market and this community worldwide to be better, being a young crypto entrepreneur?
How we can personally assess this
Of course,
problem?
personally.
Okay, so without repetition again about education and AI tools, so I do believe the inclusion could be another key point. Like before you asked us, how do you see the world, like the next generation as builders, as developers, as users? Another problem is that sometimes it's difficult to get into market because there is no, let's say, gates open for these people. Like for the young people, they want you to have more experience, but they don't allow to have more experience on the field. So that's another thing. So after education, put them on the field and let them understand. And definitely probably gamification, which is one of the key points for Web3, could be a nice tool for them to start to learn things without be too, to not say to focus, but like to involve it, I gotta say.
Me personally, with Super Team Balkan, my goal of my company is to partner up with all the universities across Balkans and talk to students about opportunities, about technology, about staying safe, and also what I really believe is impactful, sharing the stories of people who made something big and who started small. And here in the Balkans we have this unique opportunity because economics are fact and politics and everything. I don't want to go deep into that, but I see that crypto and AI and the tech itself it's huge opportunity, and people from the Balkans are really hungry and eager to learn. So that's why we are trying to talk with them while they are young and to show the opportunities and to show that it's not scary and also to show that it's possible and ultimately change the mindset of young people to become more entrepreneurial.
Yep. Lisa?
Nothing to add.
Okay. We have just 2 minutes left. Maybe there are some questions from the audience. Please, some questions.
Hand up. I'll give you the microphone. Any questions? Curious? To challenge what you've heard? Or agree with what you've heard? All good?
Yep. I will express my own opinion. Being a crypto entrepreneur, it's very important to show the reality of this industry, how difficult it is. There are many risks, and actually, it's also a life-changing opportunity for young people. So you should tell them that yes, you can change your life in that industry, but at the same time, there are great risks, and you should give them a mindset to control themselves and have a very good risk control. And it is what we do in our documentary film series. I made several documentaries about history of crypto. You can watch them on YouTube. We had Vitalik Buterin participating, also CZ, Justin Sun, and many other interesting blockchain leading people. And yeah, I was very happy to moderate this panel. Thank you, dear panelists. And yeah, have a nice conference, guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Again, another healthy, productive discussion, helping us getting closer to really understanding this part of young people and their perspective in terms of Web3. Well done. Thank you so much. We move on now to our next session very shortly indeed. And again, remember all our panelists and everybody that you see and hear on the stage here. Again, you're curious about something, you'd like to know more, maybe you'd like to challenge them on something, or you just like to pick their brains a little bit and have a chat and a conversation. You can do that certainly here, because that's exactly what it's all about here today and yesterday as well. Those conversations, sharing ideas and insights, again, to help us all kind of move on to potentially a fresh new business, but also making better decisions as well. We're just moving now behind me the stage for the next session. And the next session, essentially, well, here's the thing. I'll ask you a question. If I was to ask you the question of what is the soundtrack of finance's next evolution, the soundtrack of finance's next evolution. What would that sound like? What would that sound like to you? I wouldn't know. Maybe you got an idea, but BitGet are going to tell us exactly what that's all about. And these guys are doing a great job because they're just running on and off. Don't they do great? And they do it so beautifully and majestically, and they're just waiting behind to come out again. But again, that soundtrack, I can't tell you. You may not be able to have the answer, but BitGet certainly do. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage right now, Mr. Ignacio Aguirre.
Hello. Hello, everyone. How are you? Good. Woo! So, thank you for being here. Today I would like to talk a little bit about the evolution of crypto exchanges. My name is, as I said, it's Ignacio Aguirre. I'm the global CMO for BitGet, and I'm super happy to be here and be able to talk to you. So let's start. Tell me how many of you have felt like this when you're trying to explain to someone what crypto is, what Bitcoin is, and you end up in a conversation where you're just like trying to use your hands up, down, talking about everything. I think that's how I feel as a CMO, because it's not only all the campaigns, all the branding elements that we do, but it's also about having all these millions of conversations. And when I come here, I don't feel like this crazy guy, because you all are these crazy guys, so we can understand each other and we can talk about it, which is great. But I also have conversations in planes, I have conversations in airports, hotels, etc., with people who are not in the industry, and I think this is exactly how I feel. So, can someone see what's up there on the top? A fly, a mosquito, yeah. So a lot of people ask me about what is like my day-to-day and the things that we do. I think one of the most important things is that as a global CMO, you need to have eye for detail. You need to really put attention into every single thing you do, all the small details, because small details count. I have this really amazing phrase that is, if you think small things don't make a difference, try sleeping in a room with a mosquito. So I think we all have been familiar, and sometimes this has happened to you, that you have this small mosquito in your room and you cannot sleep. So I think it's crucial for us in the marketing world to be able to understand and put all these things that some people might not even think about, but you need to put attention to every single point and aspect. So as I said, we're going to talk about the evolution of crypto exchanges. So the way I see it is, the first part, let's say, of the crypto world was, I like to call it the cassette era. So, can you just raise your hand if you ever had a cassette with music? Okay, yeah, this is good. There's a lot of people. I actually brought one, because a lot of people think these are only in museums. So this is a cassette for people who had never seen it. Sometimes, at some point, it was going to be in the museums, but I actually bought one. It was hard to get it, so it's funny. But what happened with cassettes? Cassettes was kind of, it served a purpose. When you think about the era of cassettes, you think about music, you either bought the cassette, it had only one artist, and normally you only liked one or two songs. So it was expensive. Then you have to have a cassette player, and the other way that you could do it is wait on the radio until your song was played. But it was hard to access this music. I can remember sometimes you would wait like 1 hour until they would put the song, and you recorded it, but it was recorded with a very bad audio, so it was a clunky interface. And I think this is like same thing with first exchanges. You needed a crypto wallet, so you didn't buy and get it all in the same place. Also, you only had like 1 or 2 tokens. It wasn't like you had all this amount of tokens, so it was hard. The infrastructure wasn't great, and I think it felt like this. I can remember that when this happened, you would take out a pencil, and then you would twist the cassette to rewind it. It was so brutal. It was crazy. So I think this is kind of like the interface, and when you think about crypto, how many of you never had this problem where you wanted to buy a token, an NFT, anything, and then you didn't have enough gas fee? But sometimes you would see that the gas fee was even more than the purchase that we were going to make. So still interface, this served the purpose. Don't get me wrong. This definitely served the purpose. It was great. Probably if you have been in the space for a long time, you would definitely have used this platform. And it served the purpose, but it wasn't a great interface. Then we moved, what I say, the digital silo. So it was this age where we actually, I think, if you think about maybe DeFi, it's the same thing. It was peer-to-peer. Now you could download songs. You can have a CD. You can burn a CD with the songs that you liked. Now, the problem is you needed to wait, go to a platform, download it, expect that it wasn't a virus. And it was kind of like it wasn't that good. At this generation of centralized exchanges, you definitely have more tokens. The experience was kind of better, but still where there was rug pulls, there was a lot of risk. So in this stage, I like to compare it with this. So I don't know how many of you, if I can see hands, who actually downloaded a song on Napster. Yeah, a lot of you. Now, actually, this is so old that P. Diddy was still called Puff Daddy. So it tells you how old this platform is, right? And it is just like so horrible. Honestly, like so horrible. But what was the thing? At this stage in life, we were not digital. So we were ongoing with the digital transformation, and people were not expecting great products. So we all used it, and no one was saying, oh my God, the colors are horrible. Look at those buttons, they're like so square. And look at this, like, why did they? No one cared, because it only served a purpose. But the biggest problem was that the new generations actually do care about this. They care that you have a good experience. They expect something to be like the experience they have had with Netflix, with Spotify, and all these platforms. So this is pretty much what overcame. And then the iPod stage came. I still can remember when Steve Jobs stood up and said, 1,000 songs in your pocket. And it was just magical. It was amazing. I mean, it was like one of these products, I think I was one of the early adopters, which I was then a little bit mad because the first generation wasn't that good, and it was actually still hard to use. But still, there was so much friction. So when we had the iPod era, you had 1,000 songs in your pocket. If you compare it to modern, now we talk about modern exchanges, 1,000 plus tokens, an improved interface, but still it was hard. So when I say hard, what do I mean? I mean, the iPod H was amazing, but it was expensive. Not everyone could get an iPod. And if you bought the shuffle, it didn't have the screen, so then you have to just wonder what was coming up and what songs are going to come up. Still, it served a purpose, but still everything wasn't as good as we wanted. So I think it pretty much changed the industry. It paved the way to where we are today. And for us at BitGet, we realized that we're not a crypto exchange anymore. Today, we call ourselves a universal exchange. And what changed here? That we came to the era of frictionless ecosystems. So a couple of minutes ago, I talked about waiting 1 hour to get your song on the radio, buying a cassette, buying a CD, buying whatever. Today, everyone who has a phone has access to this music. So this means that for me, that I had to wait, or maybe I couldn't play it when I wanted, today anyone, if they're willing to hear some ads, they can have free music. And this is absolutely amazing. So this is where we see the universal exchange, which means there's millions of songs, millions of tokens. So it's a really good interface. It's simple. You don't have to go to one place to get one thing or to another place to get another thing. So I think this is where we are today. Today we are seeing that, I expect that most of the exchanges today are going to actually move in this direction because it's the logic way. We need, people want more options, people want more things that are going to be available. Now, as I said, people don't want more tokens, they want better products. So what are we doing now? Today, I think for us, at least as a universal exchange, what we're looking for is to be able to bring like a broader asset class, so bring everything that people want. Just recently, in January, we launched tokenized gold. Now, we didn't launch tokenized gold just because it was cool and it was like cool to be able to say this to our customers. It was because the profiles of the people who trade with us are a lot of professional traders. And we all know that gold is like a security blanket for investors. So when things go south, they go and they find their security blanket, and that is gold. So we offered something that they would normally have to go to another app. They need to go to a store and buy gold. So today they don't have to do it, and the liquidity is there. So it adds a lot of value. Now, what is like the way we see it? The old model limitations was like, When centralized exchanges, fewer assets. With DeFi, it was fragmented and complex, and TradFi, it was limited availability. But what if you didn't have to choose? Because which was the one that you were gonna use? So there was for a long, long time this DeFi versus CeFi versus centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges. And I mean, I get it. Some people are gonna like it. Some people are more like, not your keys, not your coins, which is amazing. But some people are also like, want the other side. Now, they don't have to fight. And I mean, let's be honest, DeFi is cool. I really like it. It's permissionless, it's peer-to-peer. It's like really, really like out there. It's very edgy, it's very innovative. But at the end of the day, when you start digging down into the platform, sometimes the user interface is not as easy to use. And this definitely blocks, because when you, I have friends and they say like, oh, I want to buy this token, how do I do it? And it's like, go here and then bridge to this and then swap and move. And they're like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do it. So we see that value. And that is a reason why we pretty much took down the walls and put everything into one place. So Universal Exchange mixes CeFi, DeFi, and TradFi. So it means bringing all the assets that our customers want into one single place. So as you can see here, the idea is to have everything in one place, no barriers, and the same user interface. Because, I mean, how many of you haven't, I mean, maybe today there's like more platforms where are more like have more assets and they're like more broad. But I can remember that I think I had a group of apps, for crypto apps, and I think I had like 18 or 25. So if I wanted to buy a Solana token, I would go to this specific wallet. If I wanted to buy an Ethereum token, I would go to another one. If I wanted to go to, so it was hundreds and hundreds of apps. It was just amazing. It was, but it was kind of like, oh my God, I mean, like, and now I have to open the other one, and then you have to have the two-factor authorization, you have to have the authenticator, you have to have all these things, all these passwords, all these accounts, and it becomes tiring. So that is a reason where we saw the value, because it's not about choosing side, you're pretty much building for your users. So people want easy platforms, people want platforms that are pretty much solving the problems that they want, and this is what we saw. Now, what we did is, on one side, as I said, put the asset coverage, but also we implemented an AI assistant. It's called GetAgent. So GetAgent is an AI assistant which is embedded within the platform, which is built for finance. So this means, as I like to say, you ask Siri to call your mom, but GetAgent calls the bottom of the market. So you can ask it about how your portfolio is, you can ask it to rebalance it, and the nice thing is, it doesn't just tell you information. It can make the trade. So you can ask, hey, you know, I want to invest in tokens that have this much market cap. Can you give me like the best options that I have? And then you can ask to place a trade. So this takes also a lot of friction off the people who are maybe trading for the first time. I was speaking to someone yesterday. I was telling him, the first time I bought crypto, which was probably like 2000, I don't know, 14, 15, it was a page. And I remember I put my credit card, and when I was gonna put pay, I was born in Mexico City. So when you're born in Mexico, you expect everyone to rob you. So I was very, very like worried about clicking the button, getting my information stolen. And I remember I stayed like half an hour just waiting until I said, I'm gonna do it. So I just clicked on it and watched the wallet. Nothing. And then minutes started to become like, it felt like it was hours. It was horrible. And at some point, it got there. And it was like, oh my God, my first crypto, this is great. But then it's like, the next day I was like, and what do I do with it? So platforms were very boring. It was like, I compared yesterday to in a conversation. At some point, I don't know why there was this trend about pet rocks, which was a rock which was your pet. And I don't know who thought it was a good idea, but it's a rock. And maybe when you buy it, it's okay, it's cool. But then what do you do with a rock? It's just sitting there. So crypto didn't have a lot of use, and I think that's the evolution of the nice thing about crypto platforms today, because you can do, either you can use bots, you can do bot trading, you can do copy trading, you can actually invest in any token. Like you can go for normal or more mainstream, you can go for Bitcoin, but you can also invest in a token called Sad Hamster. Like, what the hell? This is crazy, but it is possible. And then the fact that you have enhanced security and infrastructure is obviously something that we don't take as a given. And I think all the platforms should. So, I mean, you shouldn't kind of say how good you are with security. It should come as a given for every single crypto platform, because at the end of the day, it's people's money. So, at the end of the day, we see the intersection of product and marketing, because, I mean, we're in the crypto space, so we have seen how there have been amazing products with very bad marketing. We have seen very bad products with great marketing. So at the end, it should match, because, I mean, we can make our best efforts to bring new customers into the platform, but at the end of the day, if the product is not good, they're not going to stay for it. So we believe that there's going to be a very important intersection of hearing our customers, seeing what they need, what they want. In this case, the last thing that we saw was TradFi. And TradFi, the moment we launched TradFi, we instantly saw a huge spike in the amount of funds that were brought into the TradFi platform. Now, was this because we targeted someone different? Of course not. But maybe these people was doing it in a different platform. And at the end of the day, we didn't ask them to invest more. People just brought their funds to our platform because they found a place where they can trade everything in one single place. And I think that's the beauty of it. Now, as an example, we're the sponsor of MotoGP. And there's like a really cool thing. I was speaking with some of the pilots of the MotoGP, and I don't know if you guys know, but MotoGP pilots only blink once every 3 minutes. Why? Because these people, when they're going 250 kilometers per hour in a bike, every time they blink, they lose 14 meters of track. So while talking to them, we were saying, like, motorcycle races is like an extreme sport, you know? In nanoseconds, everything can go wrong. Like, you need to make decisions on the second to turn, not turn, brake, not brake. And at the end, I think the crypto market is the same way. So for us, in a blink of an eye, the markets go up, and in the blink of an eye, the markets go down. So when people are blinking, when people are sleeping, we have products that can help them. I think people sometimes are scared that they're not going to be watching the market. So I think technology is here for a reason. We're building products that can help people on one, like being able to understand more about trading. They don't have to be pros. We can help them. So part of the marketing side that we're really building on is educating people and helping them to be more active and also make decisions that you can. And for example, as I said before, we have the AI agent. One of the biggest challenges for trading is human brain. So the fact that we're humans affects, because we take decisions with emotions. And AI helps you to make decisions with data, not with your heart. So obviously, good traders have good feelings, they have hunches, so this is amazing. But the fact that you can actually pretty much validate the trades with data, and you don't have to go and do the research yourself. You can just ask the agent, is it a good time? How is the market today? What is the greed feeling in the atmosphere? Can you find me these tokens? I need to see more information about these tokens. So the fact that you have a really complete set of features that can help you be a better trader, you can have more options to buy different type of tokens, of real-world assets, and everything together. I think that's the value that we bring. Because our vision is that we believe in a more equitable world driven by crypto evolution. We do believe that in the near future, we're going to see people who never touch a bank. Because why would you? I mean, if you have the same type of features that you can receive your money when you get paid in the platform. Why would you go to a branch, sit down, and ask for something when you have a platform where all the assets that you need are right there? And I mean Forex, I mean tokens, real-world assets, etc. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to be speaking here. I hope you enjoy the conversation. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to talk to you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with our next session right now as we move through the day again. So far, it's been insights, it's been perspectives. Hopefully, again, some ideas that help you kind of make sense of really where you are and what's relevant for you to then know what your next move is, clearly. And this, hopefully this one, again, another one which I'm sure will give you some food for thought. This essentially all about future-proofing, fundraising, again, navigating those regulations together with investor expectations in this clearly evolving crypto landscape, challenging crypto landscape as well. So I'm sure this discussion hopefully will give us again some good food for thought in knowing what our next move will be, or getting closer to making the right next move as well. Let's now introduce our panelists and our moderator as well to the stage right now. Please welcome Adrian Morar, Flavian Manet, Sergiu Draganuș, Cornel Frațica, and our moderator, Ital Lizur, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator.
Flavian, thank you for making me not feel so underdressed. Thank you. All right, perfect. Welcome back, second day, Crypto Expo. Thank you for joining us. My name is Itai. I'm one of the founders of Market Across. We're a marketing and PR agency. And we're happy to partner with this event. Perfect. So we're going to try and touch fundraising in general. I think that it's a very hot topic in crypto during the years. Some people say that crypto is a fundraising scheme by definition. So let's start really briefly with who you are and what are you doing on stage?
Yeah, sure. I'll be first. Glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I think there is an extremely high conviction. Future-proof increase is probabilistic, never guaranteed. I'm sure of this assessment is false. And I was abroad in experience, and I tried to prove every asset, every market, every company is probabilistic in future-proof. Nothing is 100% on this one. And I bring near 40 years of experience in carry trading and macro market development, supported by a PhD in economics focused on financial stability. Okay. Instead of future-proof allocation, my framework applies discipline exposure calibration aligned with digital asset market regime, allowing adaptive positioning across volatility cycles.
Okay.
My team, 10 seconds. My team has developed.
Yeah, but you have like 12 pages there, so we're gonna need to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to finish up?
Excuse me.
Okay. Can you finish?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So my team have developed a property A-driven trading architecture. They integrate discretionary DCA logic with systematic execution, engineering the capture asymmetric upside while dynamic compressing downs. So we are onboarding a limited group of how conventional stakeholders for strategic allocation during this final validation cycle.
Okay. Thanks. So you already jumped into the second question, so let's try to do both of that. So tell us really briefly about yourselves, and in general, the subject of the panel is about future-proofing fundraising in crypto. Is that even possible? Is crypto even a way that people are looking for conservative, future-proof investment, or is crypto by definition the area where everyone's always going to be looking for these wild returns? So, Flavio? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Flavian. As a background, I'm a software engineer with 10 years of experience. Now I'm the site lead of the Bucharest office of Alchemy, and at the same time I'm in the ventures team. Alchemy also makes investments, and happy to discuss more on this kind of subjects with you guys today. Do you want to tackle any of the subjects, or we can move to...
Go for it.
Okay, so from my perspective, crypto investment is usually more of a risky bet with high upside. So if you are comparing with other traditional investments mechanism, if you were to allocate capital in multiple buckets, you would allocate less on this industry because it's riskier, but it also has high upside. So I think that's the general investment model for investors that allocate capital in different directions.
Hi, Sergio Draganush. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ludo. So when it comes to investments, basically we need to define what investments are and who are the investors. If we are talking about retail investors, if we are talking about 2016, 17, and so on, there is a way to approach the future of investments. If we are talking about 2026 investments, there is another way, other type of audience, it's investment. If we are talking about 2035, probably the AI will be the biggest investors in our projects. Yeah? So when we talk about investments, I think we need to build strategies with the proper partners, which are basically targeting the investors that are deploying liquidity and capital into the crypto projects.
Thoughts?
Okay, so hi there. Thank you for being here. My name is Cornel Frățică. I've been in traditional finance for more than 20 years, being in the banking industry. I've been in crypto since 2018, and recently I helped projects, Web3 projects on the financing part and on the fundraising part. Today I'm representing Onicorn, which is a fundraising platform for Web3 projects, but in a totally different way, and we'll touch this today. So speaking about future-proof fundraising in crypto, it's something difficult to imagine, like future-proof. It's probabilistic, and crypto will be probabilistic over the years, for sure. But what we can have a future-proof is the way you do things and something that you can control, like the tokenomics, like the token utility you can have. So this one, it can be future-proof for the investors as well.
Okay, cool. So actually, a breakaway question a bit for a second. And that's what I tried to also allude in the first one. And we're talking a lot now about institutions and RWAs, even though we're not seeing that much of an influx of money. I think that we as the crypto industry are maybe trying to create these traditional, more yield type of returns, but when people look at crypto, also not only retail, but also family offices or external, they see it as a high-risk asset. And when you talk to them about digital assets, they're not looking to make their 5, 6, 7% hedge fund. And are we, the crypto industry, maybe running into this traditional world thinking that we can join the party where the other players are always going to look at us as some of, a bit more of, as you said, high risk. So can really crypto become this more safe traditional area, or will most of the people, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, look at it as much more of, I would say, the scary part? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the evolution is obvious from non-yielding to high-yielding because higher risk. But we have a comparison here. Bitcoin is digital gold. It is not a good comparison because gold have 4 decades to cover the inflation, yeah, and it's a non-yielding asset. And I have an example here about a company, Apple, yeah, I have some statistics here. All Mac 7 was started in garage, even Apple. And early stage in angel investor brings $250,000, Mike Markula, to give Steve Jobs for founding in 1977. But after they paying dividend 10 years, there was a 17-year gap in no paying dividends. And now, again, paying dividends. So how could you expect a 17 years old market, a teenager, mapping over 400 stock market, to have the same performance? Yeah. We have to wait.
That's a good point. We're still very early. Thoughts?
Yeah, so going to your earlier point, right now, this industry is pretty interconnected with all traditional investments. And this is simply because when an investor, let's say, from Wall Street is making his buckets, he's investing in different type of, let's see, bonds and equities and stuff like that. And it also allocates capital to high risk, liquid other type of investments. For example, Bitcoin. And the issue with this is when equities go down from various motives, then that investor actually is liquidating their most riskier assets, and in that case, that's Bitcoin. And even though these assets are not correlated, because investors are treating Bitcoin as a high risk, then it gets impacted by how stocks are performing in the U.S. market. So that's also an issue, but at the same time, it's healthy because investors are seeing it as an investment mechanism, and it has the potential of doing great from a return perspective, because it has the potential of changing from a tech perspective how things are operating in traditional finance.
Thoughts?
Yeah, so in my opinion, blockchain, it's only the technology, the product depends. It's a RWA, it might be much more safer than any other stock listed on a stock exchange.
Yeah.
Yes, what it's missing here to not be considered necessarily high risk is the regulation and the way it is approached. I mean, right now we are seeing a huge amount of institutional money going to the blockchain space. I really do think that crypto through blockchain technology can optimize a lot of the costs in the traditional markets.
So all we're doing is doing fiat faster.
Sorry?
So that's what we're doing now in crypto. We're just doing fiat but faster.
Exactly, fiat faster, 24/7, including weekends. I think it's only a matter of time for the crypto adoption to be. But again, everything.
You mean the fiat adoption of killing crypto?
No.
Never mind. That's an opinion. But
yeah, the other way around. I see the other way around.
What are your thoughts?
I think they will merge.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, yeah, they will merge for sure. So yeah, crypto is a risk on assets. So even institutions are coming on the table. They bring money. They expect a yield, a high yield for the risk on assets. So we want institutions on the table. We want the money. Now we have to play by their rules. So it's a mix of.
I'm with you guys. I just think that the industry is a bit mad, thinking that a hedge fund manager from Wall Street will look at buying Tesla stock or Apple stock, and then say, "Oh yeah, but buy this protocol token in the whatever," and he will think that he wants to see the same returns. No, one is a real stock and a real company.
Exactly.
The other is funny money.
Risk
he wants to see 50% return.
Risk on assets, risk of assets, different yields, different expectations. And should be for the end user, for the real, let's say, average investors, same as the hedge funds and the institutions.
All right, so let's move a bit to venture. Some of the things that I think a lot of people here are also very knowledgeable about. So crypto VCs were kind of ruling the scene, at least in the first few years. There was different types of iterations. There was a bit more of community side with ICOs, IDOs, IEOs. But there's becoming a much stronger narrative, I think, in this cycle that the term crypto VC is almost an oxymoron. You know, if a VC sees liquidity in 3-4 months, it's not VC, it's maybe hedge. Mm-hmm. So do you think that crypto VCs are needed? Do you think that there's a need for there to be crypto-specific VCs? Or what are our thoughts about those in the space? What do you think?
Yes, indeed. The VC niche in still more in Romania, under 1%. I think the whole market, not only focus on crypto. Banks and funds are looking for guarantees for high yield dividend, but I want to give 7 examples of yielding on this market. For example, staking. Yeah, it's from easy and low risk. Yeah, this type of deposit to staking or lending liquidity, providing that it's more aggressivity or yield farming, liquidity mining, and increase the risk and the complexity. We go to delta natural air farming derivatives and this market, and the yield is higher, even 10% and more on this. But nobody knows all of this kind of yielding in this market. So this is a problem to promote this.
So it's all
this
about
kind of
launching
venture.
new tokens. It's not about creating yield from the tokens that already exist.
Yes.
What are your thoughts of it?
So as a VC, your main objective is to bring returns to your LPs, the liquidity providers that funded you in the first place to invest their money. So as a VC, you have like 3 exit options. You can either, if you're investing in equities, the company goes public and those equities are traded, or the company gets acquired, and by that you get exposure to, you receive cash or equities in another company. Or in our industry, you launch a token and that gets liquidity and you trade basically that token. Having that in mind...
That you press the button before someone else pressed it and you made money.
Sorry?
That you pray that you were able to press the sell button before someone else and you made money.
Exactly. Or the startup fails. So those are the 4 possible versions. As a crypto VC, I think most people that are investing in this space are thinking that their exit is through a token. And that's valuable for them because you don't have uncertainties in terms of liquidity event. For example, let's take Stripe. They are in the private markets for 10 years or so, and they haven't launched an IPO. If you tell a crypto investor that they have to wait 10 years for their token to get launched, that's no way. People want fast exit and fast outputs, and that's why they invest in this industry. It's kind of a mindset. Of course, there are some also traditional VCs, let's take A16Z, which have a different mentality. Them having exposure to both traditional investments and crypto investments, they don't have that need of exiting fast, and they can be more patient. So it's important what partners do you accept on your cap table and what's your, let's say, desired outcome by having them on your cap table, just as a food of thought.
Yes, so when it comes to VCs, basically they are bringing capital, they are bringing liquidity on the market. The thing is that they are bringing more than this. They are bringing trust. And trust is a very important type of commodity, to say so, for crypto projects, especially in this type of markets, when you need validation. Validation can come from retail audiences, which lately is not happening. It can come from institutionals if your product is built for institutionals, or it might come for a very good name when it comes for VC.
They did a great job with FTX. Amazing job there.
Yeah, now, I haven't finished. Yeah, exactly. When we talk about VCs, many of them are calling themselves, VCs, and they are not acting as such. So here, what is missing, at least from my perspective, might exist right now when we are talking about those lists with 500, 1,000 crypto VCs. I would like to see an index with the reputation, trading, and results of all these VCs, and to see which of them play the way they've played on FTX, and not only there, probably I think Luna Terra was also similar and things like this, which played this game in their own interest, basically dumping assets on the retail and using the retail as exit liquidity, and which of them are really playing as VCs, the way I understand Horowitz is playing and so on, and they are there to stay, they are there for the technology and for making money on long run. So I think VC money is good as long as they bring trust and as long as they are bringing ethical operations when it comes to VCs.
Yeah, that's so true. So looking back to the crypto space, this changed a lot since 2018 from the ICO stage to 2021, where we had a lot of VCs, we had tokenomics, token utility, all these things, to recent days and maybe in the future where we have all these governance, regulations and so on. So talking about VCs, I was surprised. I did myself a lot of due diligences to all kind of VCs.
Most crypto VCs due diligence starts in the token allocation slide.
You'll be surprised that you will discuss with an average user or that crypto VCs, they will ask basically the same question, the same due diligence. What's the vesting schedule? What's the release on the TGE? So all this basic stuff is so simple. Like you passed all these questions so easily. So is that really a VC role? So it's just the money that you bring earlier to the projects, and nowadays they don't even come at the early stage. It's just they want an MVP, they want to see money first, and then scale it up at that point. So really, I don't see a role of VCs on these small projects. I can see the VCs like invest in the infrastructure projects, in the architecture, in some those big, really important projects that really need VCs, not only the money, but also the expertise you bring on the table, the advisory, so not the money. Money is easily, you can have angel investors, para investors.
So that's the thing. In the normal or traditional, let's say SaaS or cybersecurity world, VCs are, first of all, a way to get funds, but also, as you said, a way to verify a bit more. But I think that's one of the reasons why crypto has a reputation, let's say, of scams or whatever. I don't think that the actual number of startups that fail is higher than traditional, but here in Web3, they go directly to the public. Where in the traditional space, they go to the VCs, they take professional money, and if they lose it, we don't hear about it, and there's zero casualties. So I feel like that's a way of, I would say, maybe filtering and bringing investments to the public when they're a bit more, I would say, mature. So question, in the capital markets, there's venture, that's one side, but it's a lot smaller than what's called hedge funds. So again, there's much more Warren Buffett type of activities of looking at a company like Heinz that's already out there and trying to acquire stock and maybe taking control of the company and improving it. Why don't we see any of that in Web3? We only see people trying to make money off the launches. We don't see a Pantera saying, oh, we're really looking at this layer 2 for the past few years. We really believe in it. We're going to start acquiring it, build nodes on it, and take over the chain, all these different things. Are we going to get to that point, or are we going to get to a point where there's going to be capital who's going to be going into a project that's already live and working on that, or is it just about launching new shit? I'd love to start here, this end. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I see the role of VC is just bringing the money, the liquidity, the capital to develop. But as you mentioned, and I previously mentioned about this role of advisory, giving the expertise, giving the network, tapping into new markets. This is what you're looking for a VC, not just the capital. So yeah, I still feel like this VC role is more than just capital, and this is where we want to touch more, and we want to emphasize more. When you bring a VC on the table, you want more than just the capital.
Yeah. So if we are talking, if we'll see hedge funds like on the crypto market, I'm pretty sure that more automation, more AI coming in. Higher level of analysis being done directly by automated systems, and I think more and more systems will provide similar type of operation as hedge funds. Why I think the VCs prefer going pre-listing, pre-seeds, and so on. It's much more easier to make money like this. It's easier, just easier. You can buy a token 80% off, short vesting, so you can dump it ahead of the small investors as soon as possible.
Send me that SAFT, I'll sign it.
Yeah. As you said, who pushed the sell button first? It's like PvP, you know.
And they are looking for ways to vulnerabilize, to identify vulnerabilities in projects when they are negotiating deals with them, the way it was mentioned.
What are your thoughts?
I think that the main issue on why we are not seeing companies being bought and improved is that this
crypto
industry,
M&As almost don't exist, especially protocol to protocol. We've seen nothing of mergers of technologies, of burning of tokens, merging of them. Completely nascent.
That's simply because of the market structure. For example, a private equity company, what it usually does, it looks at a public company or so, and then it sees that it looks on the numbers and says, I can make an investment here where I can buy this company, improve its operations, improve its broader reach, and make it profitable and sell it later. In our industry, we don't actually have this type of revenue because revenue doesn't accrue at an equity level. It's more like token prices,
appreciation, yeah.
token appreciation. How can you unlist the token and then list it back? And we simply don't have those mechanisms, and it's not very clear how revenue is accruing in a token. There are very rare cases when you can see that on chain, let's say at a sequencer level or things like that, that by the usage of the protocol, the token gets more value and you get more fees. That's something doable, but the nature of a blockchain, let's say from an infrastructure perspective, it's not to be acquired, I guess, and improved. There are like projects that are built upon this technology that can have that functionality, but once you have a token, things get really complicated on that path.
You name great investor Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
And he did exit on Apple with low dividend yield and still keep American Express, Coca-Cola, Chevron, Domino's Pizza, and so on. And he had also 3 billion cash. If crypto market could reinvent a cash equivalent with good yield, reasonable yield, this part of this 3 billion US dollar could go in the crypto market. If not, they're still in the treasury bills and so on.
So we've been asking for clarity in regulation, I think, in the industry for a long time. And I think that MiCA is by far the most in-depth, I think, regulation framework that we've seen come out. Might have been now a bit irrelevant with the Trump's open for business, everything goes type of environment. Has MiCA brought an influx of institutional, big, or even retail VC money for early stage, or is it mainly going to the ETFs and the more, like, I would say, larger assets in the space? Yeah, whoever wants.
Okay.
We don't have to.
So yes, MiCA helps a lot the institutional to go into the stable coin type of fields, ETFs and so on. But I think we are far to see institutional money increasing volumes into early stage projects. We are not there yet. What we see, on the other hand, is that exchanges start having more problems. Lately, operations being stopped, retail users don't know exactly where to go. They are switching platforms. So I think we still need some time, 6 to 9 months, to settle these MiCA regulations. And maybe at that moment, when specific type of assets will be considered to have lower risks, maybe we'll see some investment in the early stage. But right now, we are not close to this moment.
Yeah, so we asked for regulations. Regulations is here. It helped the overall crypto space. It's a burden. It's a cost that you need to have in order to be compliant. But this filters all the scams, everything we've seen all these years in terms of projects and all these scam.
Scammers can also hire lawyers, you know that, right?
True. But with this type of regulations, so now you feel like, even an investor, you feel like more protected once you know that that project follow and is compliant with the MiCA regulations or that exchange. This is personally how I feel.
I'm not sure that crypto native retail investors give a shit about that type of thing. I'm going to be honest, but
yeah,
that's just my
we
personal thought.
want like fresh blood. We want newcomers. We want new users to start using the protocols, all the tools that we've built, the projects. So this mass adoption that we want comes along with the regulations, and also on the institutional side. They will come and join the table once everything is clear, regulation is in place, everything is compliant. We've seen that in 2024 with the ETF, with the spot Bitcoin ETF. And that changed a lot, the market. Like we've seen now how we expect it to be the bull market, 2024, 2025, nothing that we've seen before. So this brings clarity on one side, but it brings also not so much upside or the way we were
You're saying even if I see a clear path down, at least I have clarity.
Or a linear, more stable linear.
Yeah.
You know?
Should I move on or thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on MiCA, but of course there are like multiple actors or personas that interact with new regulations. If I were a trader, the only reason I would care about regulation is when something bad happens. I lose a lot of money or something like that. I say, why I'm not protected? How could that happen? But if everything goes well and I make a lot of money, I don't care about regulation. They can be in BVI, they can be in Cayman. I don't care, as long as that works. So once shit hits the fan, like with FTX and stuff like that, that's when people care, and that's when they acknowledge that we have structural problems that impacts the whole industry and everything in that regard. Also, MiCA only is on the European Union, so it affects that companies and people that are trading within our countries. But that doesn't stop people to making companies in BVI or Cayman. It's just a choice.
Have you ever met a person from British Virgin Islands or Cayman? I've not. So
never,
yeah.
never. Nobody flies there or something. You just spin a company online or use someone that does that, and that's it. So, yeah.
Anything to add, or should we move on?
Yeah, so both FIT 21 and Clarity Act clearly assign responsibility between SEC and CFTC. Define asset types and was focused especially on scam, induced volatility, and so on. That it was good. On the other hand, we have MiCA with, again, in Europe, overregulation, yeah, for transparency, let's say, or minimal capital requirements, and so on and so on. And we are in a crypto conference, and I designed with AI a meme that exactly explain our situation. Tokenized derivatives represent a fundamental shift in financial infrastructure. But I must protect you. Please don't protect us too much. Because this carriage with square wheels cannot go in bull market so easy. Even brokers and traders and everybody try to do it there. And it's easier to go in bear market, yeah? And they have a lot of derivatives already regulated just to put it on that square wheels. But he keep it, test it, and still regulated and over-regulated.
Okay, cool. So everyone talked about ETFs and all these different products, and they're in the market, talked about stable coins. And now it looks like it might have been a really nice way of the American government to just drink a lot of liquidity out of the crypto market. So again, whoever doesn't know, all these Genius Act stable coins, for every dollar each one of these stable coin has, $1 is being brought of US Treasury. All these ETFs that we're all talking about, they're mainly owned by BlackRock, Citadel, all American companies that need to manage their balance sheet. So do you guys think that ETFs, for us who think that they're crypto native, is that the blessing that we thought, or is it maybe a bit of a Trojan horse that goes and takes a lot of the liquidity and maybe also makes people that would have maybe owned ETH itself now just owning that and trading that? So maybe we're sitting here and all we're doing is putting up a nice suit and praying for new things to come, and the things aren't maybe as good for the industry as we thought. It may be good for Wall Street and for capital, but how is Jane Street buying Ethereum ETFs trickling down to any one of us?
Yeah, so if you ask me, like before 2024, I was expecting ETFs, I was expecting institutions to come invest in crypto. So yeah, I was like...
We got Trump meme coins. Okay.
Yeah, so after we've seen 2024, 25, what happened, I feel disappointed. Like, I was expecting something else. I was expecting like, okay, adoption, more liquidity, price increase, more stability, but meme coins, president meme coins, and all this drain of liquidity or retail exit liquidity was not something that I was personally expected.
Yeah, I said that on the stage yesterday. We live in a world right now where the President of the United States has 2 meme coins, a DeFi protocol, a stable coin, and at least 2 or 3 publicly traded companies on NASDAQ backed by these assets. So that's where we are as an industry. But what are your thoughts about the ETFs? Is it
ETF just brings blockchain space in general to higher level of centralization. If this is good or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, it might be, but on short term, I don't see it like this.
Thoughts?
Yeah, but I see it more like a distribution channel. So if there were some investors that couldn't invest in some asset, and now you give them the possibility with ETFs, that's fine. You just take more assets from the crypto market and they get stuck in ETFs, which leads to less a shortage of assets and price appreciation, in theory, but also brings more volatility. So as a mechanism, I think that's good to have. I don't see why that would hurt in the long run.
Okay. Thoughts?
Yeah, both BTF and Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs materially benefit builders by enlarging capital pools, market infrastructure, and legitimacy, but they also create profitable revenue for Wall Street and raise centralization, custody, and regulatory takeoff builders must manage. But we are still waiting for the other major cryptocurrency, XR ERP, for example, and so on, to be regulated. ETF only 2, it's not enough.
And what are your thoughts about DATs, digital asset treasuries? So again, if people aren't familiar with DATs, DATs are publicly traded companies that are basically trying to create the value through the asset that they hold. Of course, the most famous one is MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor. But after that, dozens have come holding Bitcoin and Ethereum, and also much lower down the ring from Ton and Avalanche, BNB to a lot lower down. And most of these, if not all of these companies right now, are trading underneath their MNAV, meaning they're trading underneath the actual value of the assets that they hold. What are your thoughts on that? Are DATs a very innovative product? Are they going to bring more influx of institutional money? Because that was the promise, and what happened, it was mainly a way for foundations to reduce their vesting schedule and sell tokens that they were going to need to vest for 4 years. So what are your thoughts on DATs?
Well, I feel like the same as I was mentioning before with the ETFs. So I still have hope that this can bring value overall, but I'm afraid not to be disappointed again about these institutional players coming in crypto space, having more centralization and more dumping.
Thoughts?
What will happen if they will not be able to finance anymore their type of operations? This can create a huge domino effect. I mean, we're all happy when Bitcoin hits 120K plus or even more.
Inshallah.
But, yeah, exactly. But when we're looking and we say 76K is the average, what if Bitcoin goes to 30K? Even if Michael Saylor says that he will finance even if it goes to 0, what if not? At that moment, probably we'll really see, again, the Bitcoin at a very, very low value. So this is a risk. It's just a packed risk. If this will ever be triggered, the market will not look so nice.
I think I have the same view as ETFs. It's just another mechanism of people investing in things that they can't usually. So it's like every investment mechanism. If it goes well, people are investing more into that. If it doesn't work well, they don't invest. And
yeah, but there's two things. Everyone's saying about, but we're not here to give advice for, I would say, retail investors. We're here in a blockchain Web3 conference, crypto, and I think there's a running theme here, or at least I'm saying my opinion. We're all we want is adoption, and we're like a little pet, and we want people to like us and say that we're nice. But when I got into the industry, I started getting into Bitcoin because I discovered what BlackRock is, and it's really evil. And now all we're saying is, oh, BlackRock, please like us. And every time that these guys come, it's a bit like doing business with Trump. It looks really cool in the beginning, but in the end, usually you finish a lot worse than how you started. And ETFs and DATs or whatever, if crypto keeps just doing fiat faster, then most of us will be out of a job. It's going to be a technical thing that it's like cloud computing, but people didn't join this revolution to just help banks move fiat faster. So I'll finish with my opinion saying that the more we try to build things for Wall Street, then we're going to lose the edge of what we're trying to build here. But that's our personal opinion. We're already being flagged down because we're a bit of late. Yes, you wanted a closing remark, please.
Yeah, the closing remark, in my opinion, the winners in 2002 26 are the project and the institutions that have to move from the speculation in the real utility and regulatory compliance. And in the theory of reflexivity, I explained in my thesis the approach of George Soros and that exact focus on this switch from speculation in demand and supply in that market to utility.
Soros made billions shorting different fiats, so yeah, he knows what he's doing. Perfect. All right, cool. I'm going to ask the speakers if they could maybe after the session stay a few minutes outside. Maybe people want to ask you some questions or whatever. We don't have time for Q&A right now. So again, thank you very much. I know it's not the easiest subject here, but at the end of the day, I think that it's important to keep an eye on the ball and what we're here to try to achieve. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Again, another healthy, productive discussion here on stage. There we are. So, as we prepare the stage for the next session right now, we head on to, again, maybe an area perhaps, again, we haven't really discussed too much. We've been looking at markets certainly around here, Romania, Europe, US potentially. But let's move on to another continent of Africa, looking at that relationship, potentially looking at the differences, looking at potentially things in common. Again, all of this to help you kind of, again, make maybe better moves for the future as well. I'm looking forward to this one, certainly. Please welcome to the stage right now, Del Titus, Sergiu Dragonos back to the stage, and our moderator once again back to the stage, Itai Lizo. Please come and join us. Round of applause for our moderator and our panelists as well. Round of applause, that's right. They deserve it just as much.
It's me again.
Again.
It's us again. All right, perfect. This session is actually the one I'm really excited about because most of the sessions that I've been part of in the past 3 or 4 years have been done 100 times, and I've said the same things already 20 times. This is a new session for me, and it's a subject that I haven't heard enough being talked about. So we want to kind of take two different ecosystems and compare them and see forward thinking where we're going. So we're going to talk a bit about Africa and a bit about Europe. But before we get into that, please really briefly introduce yourselves. You were here in the past session, so maybe you can take it away.
Hi, so my name is Del Titus. I'm the CEO and founder of Web3 Africa Group. We're an entity focused on blockchain infrastructure in Africa. We work closely with governments to help them build virtual asset frameworks, and also very, very focused on education and literacy on the continent. We've recently helped Ghana put together its virtual assets policy, which went live in December, and we'll be doing so with 4 other countries on the verge of launching Ghana's first crypto exchange as well. So yeah, that's our focus and objective here is to figure out ways in which we can collaborate with partners in Europe.
Perfect. So before we kind of start questions, I think that when we talk about Europe, we know there's a bit regions, but also there's the European Union, there's MiCA, there's some type of activity that can be seen as, I would say, a centralized way of addressing that region. When we say Africa, let's kind of like take that apart. Maybe there's Sub-Sahara, there's like the more, when you talk about Africa, are the whole continent, are there certain regions that you see today more adoption? Is there certain areas that have joint frameworks? When we look at Africa, what should we look at it financially? What type of blocks?
Yeah, that's a good question. So obviously in Africa we have different blocks, like as you mentioned, you have Sub-Sahara, you have the South Africa region, Eastern Africa, and then also you have the Anglophone and the Francophone. So our financial systems is actually broken in that way as well. So you have the ZOF in one area. And so typically when you're approaching anything relating to policy, you have to approach it in that way, right? Obviously the long-term dream is to be in a situation where all those areas can become interoperable.
Like East Africa Federation and all these different ideas. Yeah.
Exactly. But initially now you're going to have to approach things in block from a financial, institutional level for anyone who's coming in. And even for us that are local, in terms of adoption, I think it's fair to say the highest adoptions in West Africa, with Nigeria leading with that. And then you have obviously Ghana and other areas there. But it's not just adoption, it's where the retention is as well. And most of the business being done on OTC. But in a much more granular, factual sense, only 4 countries officially have policy in Africa, depending on what side of
for
the coin
digital
you want to be
assets.
in. Yeah, for digital assets.
What are those for?
So you have, Nigeria actually doesn't have a policy, which is strange. People think they do, but they don't, right? So you have Ghana, you have Kenya, you have South Africa, and then I guess, Uganda's on the fence, but they've got something in place.
And Mauritius, I think, also.
Well, Mauritius is on the fence as well. But those are the main 4 that you can actually walk in and they say, hey, we have an opportunity for you to actually legally do something in digital assets.
Cool. So when we talk about Europe, it's hard to put Europe in, I would say, one block. When you and people talk to you or ask you guys, or would ask you to, how are things in Europe right now in the scene, where would you kind of put it? Would you put it Eastern, Western, Southern? How do you see it?
When we talk about Europe, we need to understand why each different European country or audience has joined the crypto space. For countries as Romania, Bulgaria, let's think Ukraine above, we've joined crypto space to make money. So this is why we've joined. This for us was a way to make money, that's clear. Why other countries, Western countries from Europe, maybe Luxembourg, Germany, France, didn't start it so early.
They took to take our money, not make. Okay.
Not to take out money, but for them, the randomness that we're looking for and things like this were not interesting. They were looking to it like a high risk. In countries as Eastern European countries, and I'm pretty sure in some African countries as well, high risk is on the table on a daily basis. So high risk is here to stay. I mean, when you see that you have to choose between two high risk type of whatever projects, assets, and one of them has at least a technical security layer behind, you choose the one with the technical security layer, where you have some sort of transparency. So Europe, especially the eastern part of Europe, joined this.
So mainly as an investment vehicle, not as a store of value against, let's say, local fiats, etc.
100%, this is how it started.
And do you see in Africa more it be seen as, I would say, investment opportunities or as store of values for countries and about, I don't know, protection between political instability or what's the main factors you think that will bring adoption?
Yeah, I think, having kind of like gone through the process of like building policy and looking at it from an infrastructure perspective, there's massive opportunity for companies that are willing to play the long term, right? If you're there to play the long term and you want to build value, you can make you can make a lot of money in Africa, right? To be blunt. But the thing is, you've got to look at it in building the systems, right? Yep. You can't just, because let's call it, let's call a spade a spade. In Europe, you have a lot of the digital infrastructure already in place. Yep. And so it's easier to turn around your money and your investments quicker. But in Africa, because you have to invest into the infrastructure, it takes slightly longer, but then your value lasts longer as well, because you own the infrastructure.
The users are much more sticky, and I think that's what people look at Nigeria as a huge opportunity, because the first actual really functioning fintechs were in Nigeria. In the most basic text messages, people were, paying their entire phone bills, electricity bills, whatever. So the question is, I think a lot of projects saw Africa as a place to, again, I'm a PR agency, I think I've done dozens amounts of different first chapters of partnerships in Africa, kind of like, the unbanked or whatever, but most of it was kind of cynical. Have you seen crypto, different projects or whatever that have done real substantial, not just institutional work, but like B2C work in development of different programs or hackathons or whatever, or until now has it mainly been a way to try to signal to us Westerners, you should invest in this token, we're going to onboard a bunch of unbanked Africans?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some really good projects in East Africa, to be very honest with you. Even though the higher adoption is in West Africa, I've seen some good projects in East Africa. But I think, you know, in Africa, most of the problems are different, right? And so what you're servicing is also different. The target user is different. And I think most of the time, maybe the problem is looking at Africa to look for projects that are similar to here.
Or just saying Africa is one thing. It's a continent,
Exactly,
not a country.
right? And it's so different, right? But like basic things like OTC is a huge market, right? You think of, you know, West Africa alone has at least like $200 billion in transactions. These are numbers that most people don't know. And so, yes, there are some really good projects, you know, tangible projects that are making money.
So you, as I would say, a builder and an investor, when you try and promote your region and say, you know, why you should be putting your money or employees or capital, I wouldn't say in Romania specifically, but in this region, what do you think are the main value propositions? Of course, I think there's a very strong IT power, of course, but what else would you put as the calling card for the jurisdiction?
So, 2012, first time when I heard about Bitcoin, and I've attended to the first crypto event in London about this. I've done it because on the table there were some huge machines, the first mining machines I've seen, a SIG machine, Butterfly Labs from US, and the people were talking about decentralizing ecosystem, companies, and something, a very interesting challenge from a technical perspective. That's why I've done the first steps. Just after I understood the opportunity of making money out of it. And many people has followed here. You know, I forgot to mention that I've built one of the first on-ramps here and one of the biggest in this part of the world. And I know why the people were buying many crypto at that moment, at the beginning. Because the profits of what they are doing were huge compared to anything else. Meanwhile, they understood that the blockchain behind the crypto space, the technology behind the crypto space, the blockchain technology, can help in many different other use cases. So while at the beginning, probably most of us joined this space for profits, step by step, most of us are migrating to solve problems in an optimized way, cutting down costs, automating it. As you've mentioned, Romania has a very good pool of the IT people, you know. So all of these guys, one very important aspect to mention. Imagine 15 years ago, Romania, getting an investment in Romania from a VC, especially from one from the US, was something unimaginable, something that cannot happen. Having an ICO, bad or good, doesn't matter, and being able to raise a couple of hundreds of thousands of dollars, of millions of dollars, 2017, 2018, directly from Romania as a Romanian company, this was something never seen before. Look to Multiverse 6, you know, this is a successful project. I'm not talking about prices and valuation, I'm talking about technology behind of it. It's an amazing project that happened starting from here. These guys would not have a chance to do it if the crypto will not offer them this funding-like type of opportunities. So yes, going after the money, this was the main criteria behind people moving to this space.
Are you seeing similar things happening in your region? I think more of like trying to create an ecosystem for not only not only to let, I would say, external projects come in and do infrastructure or whatever, but actually empower, first of all, local investors, also local entrepreneurs to build. So is that also a big part of that? Or are you also trying to build, I would say, the mechanisms and fundings and hackathons and whatever to create a thriving builder ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably similarities to Romania, like when it comes to raising in Africa. However, what we've started to see since regulation has started to come in is there's been an increased interest, right, of entities wanting to invest more and more because the numbers there are very, very serious. But like you said, you know, you have to be innovative with hackathons and making sure you're doing the strategic collaborations with the right people. But there's definitely some similarities with what you're saying with Romania, where, you know, maybe, you know, 4 years ago when we started in our business, you know, I had friends in Silicon Valley and other parts of the world, and they were just too early, you know, so we don't know enough. But now, term sheets get exchanged much quicker because they feel like there's an element of de-risking that has taken place. And there's going to be more of that, right? So as more and more countries start to adopt policy, you're going to have a lot more investors taking bolder steps in Africa. And then also, to call it bluntly as well, is you have volatility in other parts of the world. And so now you don't have a choice but to look into places like, Romania or Africa or other areas where there's much more unique opportunities.
Perfect. So I want to talk a bit about the infrastructure level itself, and I think that there's certain similarities, I think, between, again, certain regions, and I think that also where I'm from Israel, there's been a history of, I would say, unknowing where public money is going, sometimes with different entities or whatever, and I always felt that blockchain is such an amazing place for putting, all the funding out on the light. Any public money or any NGO money that touches the ground has to go through a ledger, and I can, see where those places are going. I think both Eastern Europe and both Africa have, I don't know if a stigma, but have a certain problem sometimes of regime changes and a bit of, I would say, like just middleman corruption. How deep do you think infrastructure-wise that's something that can solve or help a bit? Solve is a big word. Solve is saying it's done. But how much can be done on just auditability of funding and government funding and whatever? And why isn't that such a huge use case? Because I just feel like that's the biggest use case for blockchain in developing countries.
You go first.
Yeah.
So, why do you think
like your smile.
Why do you think governments would like to lose this power element to just use the money the way they want without giving too many?
It reminds me of one time one of my clients was a very big blockchain, and he said he wants to run lotteries, and I got him a meeting with one of the biggest lottery owners in South America, and the pitch was, he said, "Oh, I'm going to take out the middleman," and the guy said, "You don't understand, I am the middleman."
Yeah, exactly. So imagine here in Romania, ANAF is trying, which is very good, is trying to bring the fiscal receipts on blockchain technology. It's amazing. But I think when a step like this is being done, should not be done only for money in, should be done for money out as well.
Of course, that's the
question. This is the most important thing. Let's see if this will happen. I'm very curious. I would love to see this. I mean, everyone wants to see how the public money is being spent. So it would be amazing to see this on blockchain technology.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the stigma is there. I mean, Europe and Africa, when it comes to corruption, I say Europe is under the table corruption, Africa is over the table. Right, that's the reality. But what I have seen the institution take into place, like in Ghana, is they've said, look, we don't want a situation where there are middlemen asking for money to get licenses. So what they've started putting in place is they've nominated firms. They said, if you register and you say you're going to be like a broker to help people with applications, etc., you can get paid. As long as you're registered, it's clear, it's on the table. We don't mind firms having that, which effectively is another way of lobbying, but there is I guess there's a lot more clarity. When there's an issue, we know where to point to say, okay, this is the firm that was responsible for helping this entity coming through, which I think, solves one aspect of the problem, not the entire problem, but it's better than nothing.
There was a big drama with Binance, Nigeria, the opening and the closing. Full disclosure, I represent Binance, so I had to do a lot of work on that issue. How detrimental do you think was that story for the region? Do you think it was it very bad PR, or did just the West take it as bad?
Okay, so a slight disclaimer. Yeah, I'm a service provider for Binance in Ghana, so I'll manage my tone. But I mean, it obviously wasn't great for Binance in general, which is something that they still kind of been working on. But I think that they learned a lot from it, right? And their approach to other regions have changed dramatically. But I also think there's also a bit of misunderstanding and lack of education also on the Nigerian government side. So it really came down to misunderstanding on both sides. And I think that, there seems to be a basis for a path forward at the moment, obviously back and forth. But a very interesting example is when a slightly different industry, when Twitter wanted to come to Africa, they wanted to go to Nigeria first. And I remember having a conversation with them saying, no, you want to come to Ghana and have your HQ here and then scale to Nigeria. they didn't listen. They went to Nigeria, and then what happened was someone sent a tweet against the government, right? And then they got shut down. And then the next stop, Jack, a friend of mine who was VP of Sports, brought Jack Dorsey to Ghana, hosted them, and then they set up in Ghana. And the point I'm making there is that it doesn't necessarily have to start in where you think it's got to start for it to finish. You just have to pick the strategic point.
You need to start your activities in an environment where you can work, and not maybe where the exact country where you think your biggest target audience
There you
is.
go. There you go.
Perfect. All right, so we're going to be finishing up pretty quickly. How do you think that all of us can use what we're building to better work together without the bureaucrats and without the commissions? Because that's, I think, a lot of public relations, a lot of international relations, what they do is they fund a lot of people in Brussels and a lot of discussions, but I actually like the decentralization part of it. So what type of activities privately do you think people can go and, let's say, I believe in the region, or I believe in set things, where can people start, do you think, like contributing a bit more, or where do you see the need for more people to, not institutions, but private people to take part in that? Is there projects that you think that are doing amazing things that people can take a look at, and if they believe in it, put in capital? Is there certain, I would say, I don't know, NGOs, organizations, hackathons? I can tell you that I give office hours for like starting accelerators in different places. So all I want is the few people here in the audience, if they're really intrigued about getting involved or more in the Eastern European ecosystem or in the Africa ecosystem, what are a few places you tell them to go read, follow, get involved?
For me, I say, like, Ghana's very active with conferences, right?
Yeah.
Central Bank of Ghana does an institutional conference where they have a crypto segment. So I'll definitely say that, everyone here is more than welcome, and I'm happy to connect in one
I might
shape
take
or
you up
form.
on that offer.
Absolutely. And then also, you have your East safaris in Africa. You have a lot of hackathons in different parts of the regions. I strongly recommend people doing that. I mean, our conference that we had in Ghana, we hosted Vitalik. Vitalik was our headline, and he was there for a week, and it brought together all sorts of people. So, there's definitely ecosystems you can tap into.
Perfect.
Yeah, so if we're talking about people engaging with the crypto space, newcomers, obviously there are this type of events, and it's amazing to have such an event in Bucharest, Crypto Expo Europe, also in the eastern part of Europe. It's in Warsaw, it's the next block Expo. Very interesting event as well. But if we're talking about people joining this space, what I think, once the MICA will kick in really also in Europe and in Romania and so on, I think people will start just using crypto-related projects with better yields, and they will feel it in their pocket. And this will be the best example. So I think they'll just start testing it with or without knowing it's blockchain technology. And I think this will happen pretty soon, actually, in this part of the world.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll ask if you could, after this session, maybe stay a few minutes outside. Maybe people are going to ask you some questions or whatever. But thank you so much. It's subjects that I haven't touched yet, so always great to learn more. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and elites as well. And again, another great conversation here on stage. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as they take that picture there, just to remind you, remember, we'll be back here at 2 o'clock, continuing on with the program, the sessions, those perspectives, those ideas. But in the meantime, behind me, we're just going to keep playing that from BingX, our stage sponsor, just to give you another flavor of really what they're doing and potentially how you can get involved as well. So join me back here at 2 o'clock for more Crypto Expo Europe 2026. Flavius Burka, Luca Tonku, Flavian Manea, and our moderator, Anna Maria Buta.
Hello everyone, my name is Anna Maria Buta, and today we're going to explore how modern trading desk turn data into decision-making power. We'll look at how order flow reveals market intent and how sentiment analysis help interpret crowd psychology, and how AI-based insights are reshaping trading strategies in real time. By the end of the session, we'll understand and know what data trading use, but how they transform raw information into intelligence that drives performance in today's fast-moving markets. So to start this session, I will globally ask you, if you had to pick one single data source that you couldn't trade without today, which it will be and why?
So I'll answer this question first. I think that investing is all about choosing multiple confluences and multiple data sources. So that's the most important thing an investor should do, is to look at all the confluences that he has, all the information that he has, different sources of data, in order to gain a complete view and understanding of the markets. However, if I would have to choose one single source of data, that would be positioning. Because positioning is truly one of the most important aspects of the markets. So metrics like the open interest, funding rates, the premium of the crypto market would be on my top tier list because of their importance, as they help us to understand how the majority is positioned, where is the crowded trade, where is the leverage located, and that generally tends to lead the price action.
Where is AI genuinely outperforming human traders today, and in which areas does it still failing?
So I'll take this one about AI. So AI, compared to humans, is is a machine. So it definitely performs better in, let's say, repetitive tasks, and where patterns actually emerge. So I would say that AI outperforms humans right now in scaling and pattern detection. So AI models are very good in, especially in high-frequency systems, where decisions need to be taken very, very fast. AI models can react very quickly based on a lot of contextual information, like, I don't know, news feeds, social media, all kind of data points based on trained models. So this is a thing that the humans can't do. Then AI doesn't have emotions, so it doesn't do, let's say, emotional trading. It doesn't do revenge trading and so on. So it's programmed to do one thing, and it does it. And third is about scale. It can process, I don't know, thousands of data points, like, I don't know, from a lot of markets, I don't know, commodities, equities, crypto, and so on. So it does a lot of things in parallel, and because of this, it's very, very scalable. Now, there are things where AI doesn't perform well, where it actually fails, and some examples could be things that require a context, an understanding of market conditions, of geopolitical conditions. An AI is an automated tool that is trained on historical data, and it can react in the same way as it was trained on. So it wouldn't know how to react on black swan events, on things like, I don't know, wars or geopolitical shocks and so on. Another, let's say, area where AI fails is a lack of context understanding. So while it reacts good on micro patterns, it fails to understand a global context or why it should take or it shouldn't take a certain decision in a way that an experienced trader would do. So it lacks the global context understanding, it lacks the strategic thinking, and so on. And the AI is as good as its final objective is. So if that objective is in a way flawed or or misspelled or so on, the AI will just execute it without knowing it that it's doing a mistake.
Yeah. And maybe to add to that, another area where AI is not doing a great job is in the high-frequency trading aspect, because there you usually have algorithms that are optimized for reacting very, very, very fast, but an AI doesn't do a great job at at acting as fast as a dedicated algorithm. So in a context of a high-frequency trading, classical trading algorithms work better than AI. But in the context where you have to look over a large amount of data and research and do a thesis, then AI might do a better job than humans do. That's my take.
What is one AI capability that sounds impressive in theory but hasn't delivered real trading edge in practice yet?
So I think the most, let's say, hyped AI capability over the years was sentiment analysis. Let's say the marriage that AI can react based on market sentiment. And this was proved over the years to be kind of flawed because I would say because of three things. So one, usually market sentiment is already priced in. By the time an AI can collect and aggregate sufficient data from, I don't know, news articles, social media posts, and so on. So by the time the algorithm computes and aggregates all this information, that asset is already priced in. Secondly, it lacks context. So a negative sentiment might mean one thing in one global context and another thing in another global context. So it's highly context sensitive, let's say. And that's it, I think, yeah.
I want to add something here. So basically, we are seeing more and more solutions coming and trying to take this market. There's none yet there. The subject is very important. Whoever is going to deliver the actual solution, which is handling the sentiment part, that's going to be a massive market share winner. This subject is actually an extremely important topic currently, for which the competition is increasing, and it reflects in all types of trading. Including, micro, macro, and prediction markets, whatever. It's all like everybody tries to solve it, no solution yet.
And also, people might think that you have AI, you put it and it does everything. It's like, we'll replace everything with AI. But the reality is that a model or a product is as good as the information that you're feeding it. There's a concept in AI called garbage in, garbage out, meaning that you can have the smartest model in the world, but if the data that you're sending to it it's bad, then the output is also bad. So the key concepts of gathering the right data is the right approach, and folks that have proprietary data are more likely to win in this context versus the others.
How does on-chain data enable arbitrage opportunities between DEX and checks, and what are the main factors that differentiate it from traditional trading?
So I should answer this because the main difference between traditional trading and DEXs and the crypto market is essentially the fact that the crypto market is divided into two main parts, which is DEXs and CHEXs. So decentralized exchanges and centralized exchanges. And the main difference is that decentralized exchanges are oftentimes influenced by large swaps, by large trades, unlike centralized exchanges which have centralized order blocks and order flows. So how you can take advantage of this by using on-chain data is by tracking the on-chain data, tracking the large swaps that happen in real time, which are not accessible in traditional markets, and look at how large investors are trading whales, see the inflows of stable coins in exchanges, which oftentimes signal buying activity. And if I were to give a practical example, you look at a large trade that has happened on a DEX, you see the price going down on the DEX. So in theory, you could buy at a lower price on a DEX, then swap the coin that you bought, and then sell it at a higher price on a checks. However, that is only theoretical, and that's where the arbitrage comes into play that doesn't occur in traditional markets, because it's only theoretical mainly because it's filled by high-frequency traders. So it happens in milliseconds. As a human person, you cannot take advantage of this arbitrage. But it's possible. So in theory, it's a great idea, but in practice, it's not practical. So
I can tell you how it works in practice. So basically, because there are multiple, let's say, trading firms that are competing each other, and as an example on Ethereum, a block happens once in 12 seconds. So you have a lot of time in order to submit your transaction and do an arbitrage operation where you win some from that arbitrage. So there's a lot of time for doing it, but the most important is data. Like who has the data that is changing the network state, like a DEX transaction that is submitted. If someone has that in advance, he knows how to leverage that and buy it on centralized exchanges and stuff like that. So in order to win in this segment is access to data that others don't. And this happens at, let's say, 2 layers. You have the public mempool, where everyone has access to all transactions. But you also have private mempools, where there are so-called auctions that happens on revealing that type of information. So there is an entire marketplace around that concept, and yeah, that's how it works in practice.
From your experience, which sentiment inputs truly influence the market? News, social media, what it?
Yeah, so the main one is positioning for sure. But now we have to mention news. The market right now, it's in a mental bottom, I would call it. I think there was more hope in the markets when, I don't know, Bitcoin was at 16, 17,000 than it is now. So the news are changing everything. Everybody is still looking for the guilty ones. It's still looking for the market manipulators. They need someone to blame for the market state right now. So everybody's watching the news. I think that AI doesn't have is not good enough yet for decision making. You can use it for, let's say, basic things, but for decision making, it's still humans, and humans will be affected by the news, will search for those news which are influencing the market, and yeah, that's at least what I observe right now in the markets.
Looking ahead over the next 3 years, what kind of data advantage will distinguish the top trading desk from the rest?
Proprietary data. So we already have multiple solutions which are right now, let's say, used by everyone, but the ones which will win this will be the ones having access to proprietary data, their own infrastructure, and develop their own solutions for the market. That's what we already see. All trading desks are already, let's say, searching for digital transformation, more precisely advanced AI solutions. And I believe that who will win this data plus inference battle will be the real winners in the next years.
And I also think in the next years, agents, AI agents will be a major part of the trading industry. Right now they're still in their beginning, but we see more and more, let's say, success stories where AI agents are able to execute trades autonomously. So I would argue that in the long term, companies will be very well positioned if they are able to capture more behavioral data from the market and to be able to, let's say, gather some kind of, or set up some kind of feedback loops. So, for example, what went well, what went wrong in certain trades, what was the context, and using this data to be able to train and fine-tune AI agents along the way, to be able to reach a high level of accuracy and autonomy in the end.
If you could only deploy AI in one part of trading workflow, research, execution, or risk, where will it create the highest alpha today, and why?
I think the safest way to use AI right now is in the research, so not execution and not risk, because AI is not 100% accurate. It makes mistakes, and I think it's going to be a long time until we'll have a 100% accurate AI, if we'll ever have something like this. So I would say research, because what AI is good at right now, especially generative AI, like ChatGPT and Gemini and the solutions, models like this, are very good at summarizing data and understanding, let's say, some kind of context. So they're basically very useful to compress a lot of information into smaller pieces to be able to take some decisions faster.
And the last question, from your experience, what are the intuitive patterns or signals in on-chain data that traders look for when identifying potential arbitrage, even if one is not part of a professional trading desk?
So it all relates about positioning. I think that looking at metrics such as the ASOPR or the MVRVZ score in order to find undervalued or overvalued opportunities or risks, or using on-chain data such as the open interest, funding rates, premium in order to determine where leverage is situated, or in order to see whether traders are long or whether they're short, where is the crowded trade. I think that is the greatest combination in crypto in particular. And the crypto market gives us something that traditional markets don't have, which is access to on-chain data, which is real-time. You can track large swaps in real time. You can look at inflows of stable coins in exchanges in real time. And that is a major advantage crypto traders have. Now, that would be the combination I see. And as investors, not necessarily traders, I believe that the best approach would be to combine multiple sources of data, to look at the macroeconomic environment, to look at the credit market data. It is all accessible. It is free on sites. So that would be the best way to do it, not rely on just a single source. What I've seen a lot of people do, from my experience, is only rely on market structure or too much on indicators or too much on on-chain data, and then they lose sight of the bigger picture. So I think that the best way as an investor to approach the markets is to combine multiple sources of data in order to gain a complete understanding on the overall markets.
Thank you so much for your answers, and thank you so much for your attention.
Do we do any Q&A?
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Thank you so much to our panelists, to our moderator as well. Wonderful. Again, another discussion, debate, helping us to kind of make sense of really where we are and make those better decisions as well. Right, so we move on to our next session. Again, just remember, everybody that we have here on stage that you hear from, a panelist, a moderator, everybody else, you're curious, you're intrigued, you like to know more, you don't agree with what they say, you do agree with what they say, or you're not quite sure, somewhere in between, and you'd like a conversation, grab them, have a coffee, have a chat, take those conversations forward, because essentially, you'll agree with me, that's exactly why we are all here for conversations, right? So, I say to you, meme coins. It means, what does that mean to you? Many different things. Some of you may be on the line of a kind of gambling crypto casino, somewhere on maybe the other side of the spectrum. But what we're going to do now is jump into this a little bit deeper, and hopefully by the end of it, again, make sense of this new era of where this is moving forward to. Again, I'm intrigued about this one as much as many of you are as well. Let's now introduce to the stage our panelist and our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage Chobi, Ovix, Sebastian Bourget, and our moderator Luca Dijan, who deserve a round of applause. There we are.
Okay, hello everyone. Nice to see you again. So we're gonna talk about meme coins. We had a lot of topics today at Crypto Expo about the serious part of the crypto industry. Now let's talk a little bit about, I can say, the least serious part of it. So to start the discussion with, the meme coin started basically as internet jokes and ended up some of the projects as being $1 million projects. So my first question is open question for everyone. So how do you turn a meme from a joke to $1 million project? What do you need, actually?
I can respond. Hi, my name is Ovix. I have experience with over 300 meme projects over this bull run, and I help teams run a lot of projects to over 100 million market cap. So the number one basic thing that every project was looking at was community, right? So in meme coin space, attention is everything, and the most important thing is the community that you form based on the way, along with other things like KOLs, like funds that you have, like marketing wallets, all this stuff, right? But yeah, I think the momentum, narrative, and the community that is forming, are the most important way to give you the success.
All right, I can jump. It's for me, a meme coin is basically the social currency attached to a cultural movement. Some of the first and most known meme coin were Dogecoin, Doge. It started around Bitcoin as a joke, and then put this mascot, which is this famous Shiba dog, on top of it. And then people started to contribute, posting not just content, but also contributing valuable input. So the community is just a foundational core, but what the value is really into a community is the contribution, the work that the members of the community are really putting into, so that other members will want to join and hold a stake of what that community stands for, what it represents in terms of belonging and cultural value. I think what's been interesting around meme coin and their financialization and the model of get rich quick that we've seen with the pump funds, Solana communities maybe, and so on, that really propelled them. It didn't do a good marketing around why some tokens, some meme coin can have value and some other will just be there to actually be rug pulls, take away the community and act almost like a casino or jackpot where only 1 in a million will be successful, and it's been quite detrimental at the end. So I wouldn't just focus on the idea of how to make it worth $1 million, but how to make it fun enough so it's engaging people into willing to give their own time into it, and that time, that contribution turns into value, and that's where it comes from.
Hello. So I would like to add the hype element. So hype fuels exposure, and that's why some meme projects overwhelm some default and standard crypto projects because they are driven by hype, and hype brings visibility, and visibility translates into value.
Okay, so by difference with the traditional market, when you can kind of make an assessment with respect to the price, most of the meme coins don't have a revenue model or as a traditional business model. So my question for you would be, is it the price just pure hype, or does it have any other fundamentals behind it?
I think it's the period where like value of a meme coin was actually built on the lack of product, so you cannot create a reference, so it can go through the roof, is over. Like that was part of like 2023, 24, maybe still a little bit 25. Now, like the most successful meme coin that's still able to still over, they are running through transaction fees and splitting transaction fee back to their contributor. So that's the model of Pump Fund as one of the main launchpad of meme coin, which means that for people to want to keep buying and selling, you need something more than hype. We are currently in a bear market where there is literally no attention. Whatever you can launch, specifically on the consumer side, not on the enterprise side or institution side, will have very little effect. And if it's a day where like there's a declaration of war and an attack of US on Iran, like Bitcoin is done, everything is done, no matter how much community of work you've put. So I like the meme coin that are building an IP behind, that are building beyond just the cultural movement. They are the support, the financial support of transmedia IP. They have like story, they have characters, they have maybe toys. So we're thinking of Puggy Penguin as a great example, but not only. There's a few like that. And so progressively, they've been using the power of like internet culture, memes, etc., but to grow up as more of like the next Disney on chain that is owned collectively by their community. And here is lying the value again. And in that model, the more you participate, the more you buy product, the more you earn on the transaction fees, the more the project grow, and you as well as a stakeholder through the ownership of that meme coin, you also see potential growth.
Yeah, just want to add here that I agree with what he said, but like the thing with the price, because I was there and I saw a lot of other projects, depends a lot of controlling supply in different cases, if the story or the narrative is not strong enough, because the price in a lot of meme coins is not it's a truth that the price is manipulated, right? And on the other side, the price is keep going up as attention is going up. In the moment where attention disappears from like Twitter, TikTok, all these other platforms, and people start realizing, okay, this narrative is done, or like this meta is done, in that moment you can see that the holders are rotating a lot. And this is what I see personally a big problem right now in the space. The rotators, right? So are because of Pump Funds and all the other launch pads, we have a lot of meme coins right now, like millions of them, right? And the problem is that we don't have enough liquidity for all of them, right? But yeah, the prices keep going up as the attention is going up, basically. Yeah, I think it's the most important factor.
Yeah, and I also would like to add the fact that you also need the market validation. So we've seen projects that have like strong foundations, but they weren't basically, if the market doesn't believe in the project, then the value is going to decrease. So this is another aspect, and I agree with him that he said that there are like thousands or tens of thousands of memes launched every day. So that's going to basically kill a lot of, let's say, strong projects.
Thank you. So from a blockchain perspective, who do you think is winning this race for meme coins? Solana, Ethereum, BNB? What's your opinion on that, and why?
Yeah, I think definitely Solana is the winner, right? I think Pump Fund like changed the game, attracted all the liquidity that was supposed mostly to go to the Alcon side, right? So yeah, I think Solana, but we had like 1 month of BNB season 2, That was pretty interesting. Like I think in October, November, something like that was that meme season in BNB. But I think the biggest problem was that they changed the rule of the game in the middle of the season, right? So this made like everyone very mad and everyone rotating back to Solana. But yeah, winner definitely Solana.
So I think like first, like the biggest win thanks to Memecoin has been like financial literacy. They've been like really onboarding millions of us to discover what is cryptocurrency through those cute joke internet culture and adopt crypto. However, Solana has done it the wrong way and it contributed to the bad reputation. So for me, the winner is Base. Base has done a great job as having like creator token, which are backed by actual real utility, real applications, solid fundamentals, and they are now much better positioned as an ecosystem to continue that mission on onboarding millions of people to crypto while providing the safety that you're not going to be rug pulled by a young kid from his home who is here just to make some quick internet money.
Yeah, and I think in the market there's room for all of them. The differentiator right now is that Solana being the main chain because of the volume and because the users started to feel comfortable with the faster transactions, the lower fees, and also with the general ecosystem. So once a habit it's installed there, it's pretty difficult to shift back. But as cycles always changed, we could see like another Ethereum meme season, and yeah.
Just to add, so you talk about Base. So I saw and I spoke with a lot of people about this problem. I don't know how many you know about this, but the biggest problem is that on Banfan, the market cap is very low, right, when you start a meme coin. And there are a lot of like bad actors that are taking a lot of supply. They are destroying basically a good narrative or a good meme project, right? So what I like a lot on Base is that you have this clunker platform, right, or banker that can launch through Twitter, and the starting market cap, it's right now based on the Ethereum price is like 20K, right? This is very, very important for a good meme or a good project because it doesn't give space for like bad attacks to accumulate too much supply, right? And put the project in a dangerous situation. So I think, yeah, Base is very good with this.
Do you think right now, from an investor's perspective, do you think, are you able right now to spot a project that's gonna be dumped? That's a scam? Do you think you are able at the moment to spot a project to see if the project is gonna be a scam or not?
Yeah, mostly if the control supply is over 80, 90, just everyone to know that at some point the team must take profit, right? So they will dump it, they will kill it because yeah, that's the meme coin space. And when you have a team that is running a project, you have two options. Either they will run it to like 100 million and everyone will make money, either they will farm it, right? So they will push it like to 2-3 million, only the team will make money and that's it. But yeah, are a lot of tools, like in this moment are a lot of tools where you can see the control supply, you can see if there are QLs or not, you can see that if the volume is artificially or not. So I think people really need to use these tools because right, otherwise it's very dangerous to just buy a meme coin because you saw it on Twitter or on YouTube or whatever.
There could be also clues, basic clues like the website, the Telegram, the X community, see how people are engaged in the project. So this is pretty basic for example, someone that doesn't know how to use this kind of tools. These are more technical, more in-depth. So yeah, I think there could be clues to differentiate a scam project and a real project.
Yes, so there will be many signals, obviously. The first thing as an investor, specifically if you choose to invest into meme coin, you should be ready to lose everything. That's definitely not the safest asset class out there. Proper research and due diligence, looking if the team is actually docs or undocs. Are they willing to show their face, put their name and go up there? Have they shipped things on their GitHub? Have they delivered already elements of the project or white paper if there's one? Then you should use tools like bubble maps, for example. It's very simple. You put the contract address and it gives you a very visual map in form of bubble connecting all the holders. So then you can dig through and find out how the initial supply is concentrated, for example. I definitely would avoid projects where like founders have more than a few single-digit percent. And now most of the fair and safer project, actually, the founding team will not have any allocation. There would not be investor. So actually, it's only the initial community that participate that would receive through their participation the first tokens, and they would be locked sufficiently over a long period of time. So then the next holders will not be basically drenching their liquidity out of. So it's complex because if you're not there and you don't understand what are tokenomics, like you will essentially get probably scammed here as well. So again, the first thing is learn, put small amounts, monitor, and then after a while, like once you feel you're more confident, you can maybe grow your bets.
Thank you. Now I want to switch the discussion from a token issuer perspective. So we all know that meme coins use a lot of popular logos and branding, and there's a matter of IP. Do you think that the token issuer should take into consideration the IP risks, or just consider it like, okay, it's a meme coin, I don't care?
So every time a narrative takes off, there are probably dozens of copies that will follow immediately, all of them claiming to be the real one. So teams and projects can mitigate this by owning the intellectual property for it. So IP and trademarks can have a role of filter for the users in order to prevent to stay away from scams, and also to help already grown projects to secure their identity and brand. We at Shift we are helping projects across multiple chains to secure their IP. We also help them to understand how to protect against bad actors. And I also think this IP and trademark topic, it's like a step forward for the meme market from moving from short-term narrative-driven tokens to real brands. With legal foundation.
So IP is king.
Yeah, so initially meme coin were attached really to this like cultural movement. Now I would extend meme coin to more creator tokens. So creativity is still essential, in my opinion, to have like sustainable engagement from a community beyond just short-term hype. IP, creating characters, storytelling, etc. has been one of the largest driver we've seen, not just in crypto, but in whole entertainment space. But now we also have like new ways to associate token to value. So for example, at Sandbox, earlier this year, we launched a new product called Corners on Base, where you can essentially have a token and people who are curating around the topic are sharing links toward that token. And then like a Reddit and a subreddit, you can have other contributors who are sharing link as well. And as your content get upvoted, you start earning more of the fees related to the trading of that token. So it becomes a currency of culture where you're not necessarily the creator of the IP anymore, but you still bring value by spending time selecting the information and providing it into under that token. And the model is quite successful. We've seen some token now reach over $1 million FDV, so nothing big like the Solana, etc. But I think FDVs do not need to be inflated. Like any currency or social currency that's already worth more than 1 million, you have to wonder like why, by what is it backed? You know, like how can it sustain such value?
You know, if I can also add my opinion as a lawyer, when it comes to IP, you really need to understand that it may involve also criminal liability. So besides the fun and everything, you need to understand that compliance with respect to the intellectual property is very important, even though you're in a meme coin area. So, and I would like to have, since we don't have a lot of time left, one final question for you. How do you see the future of meme coins, especially considering the AI technology? And how do you see as a whole this industry in the future?
Yeah, I think meme coin will represent like the main engine of crypto, right? Because like basically meme coins are the best way to attract normies and like to attract new people in our space. But just want to let everyone with a thing like please understand that speed is capital, and if you enter in the meme coin space and you don't have a setup right made, you will lose money, right? I mean, it's the fastest way of making money, and there are a lot of people that like made millions, tens of millions this period in the meme coin space, but you need to be very well organized. So yeah, I think the meme coin will not die at all, and will continue to like bring a lot of other new normies in the space.
Yeah, I agree. Memes are here to stay, and just a few examples, like people saw value in Doge, some people saw value in Pepe, and over time they just become part of crypto history. So I agree that they'll stay.
Yeah, like meme coin is here to stay, like it's a social currency of culture. Culture will not disappear. AI agents actually are like really democratizing access to the creation of currencies and new IPs as well, like with prompt, with GenAI, with bots, etc. And now with agent that can handle payments directly on chain, now you could also grow meme coin beyond just trying to convince human to be part of the cause, but you can also try to convince AI agents to participate as well. So I'm quite excited to see where it will evolve, just like how culture keeps evolving.
Okay, so we're ending on a positive note, so we can say meme coins are here to stay. Okay, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, great discussion, debate, and we continue now moving over to our next session right now, in fact. So this is, in fact, all about institutional adoption of digital assets, integrating crypto into financial operations. And again, this one's going to be a good one indeed, really getting to the bottom of this and again, helping you kind of make sense of really where we are and how this is going to develop. Let's invite now to the stage all of our panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome Adrian Morar. We also have Sebastian Bourget back to the stage, Tiana Absauri, and our moderator, Adrian Paraschivescu.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. The mics are okay? Let's give them a test, maybe. One. Great. Okay. I want to start first by thanking my fellow panelists. Let's give 30 seconds to each of you to introduce yourselves, and then we will get to the first question. Please.
Yes, I already know me. It's the fourth panel these days. I dedicate almost all my life, about 40 years, about carry trading, algo carry trading, and I'm involved in a lot of financial stability projects. Thank you.
So Sébastien Bourget, back from the previous panel, co-founder of the Sandbox and global ambassador for it, co-founder and global ambassador for Sunchain, president of the Blockchain Game Alliance as well, and founder of a digital art gallery in Paris called Artverse.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Marius. I'm co-founder of Web IT Factory and Narratics. I love tech. That's why I co-founded both companies, and I'm glad I'm here today with you in this panel so we can discuss. Thank you.
And I'm Adrian. I'm a crypto journalist and co-founder of a cashback app here in Romania. Thank you all for presenting yourselves. Now let's get to the first question. We have a lot of changes, regulatory changes in the past year. So my question is, with this MiCA law and with all the changes that we've seen, how can institutions adapt and how can institutions compete with international markets such as the United States or Asia when the only thing that Europe seems to be doing is to regulate, not necessarily to innovate? So what is the main pain point for institutional?
Can I start? Okay, so in my opinion, regulation is needed. It's something good to have. Over-regulating, it's bad. Poorly regulating, it's also bad. That's the main issue, because I don't think there are enough experts to actually come up with a good opinion into this, and this is like a break in the whole process. This will be a break in competing with what you just asked for. So basically, in my opinion, we should regulate, but we should do it well.
So I can add to that. So we contributed from France with Sandbox and with Blockchain Game Alliance to like MiCA V1, MiCA V2. We had the possibility to exclude NFTs from certain rulings and so on, typically. And what we also work with the VARA in Dubai, for example, to create a framework that hopefully were more supportive of like actual entrepreneurship and not block retail and consumer from engaging. And we found that not all regulators are equals. So some are indeed much more willing to support like entrepreneurs and innovation without blocking access. And typically that's the case in the Middle East and in Asia, because they really want to push and become like a strong economical hub there. The US, it's a whole new situation. It only started around January 2025 that they really became pro-crypto. Before, as you remember, before like SEC was sending lawsuits against exchange and project, and founders, entrepreneurs couldn't do anything. And in Europe, the situation is interesting because we're basically creating more gated markets where like having your license, which is taking time and cost to obtain, is guaranteeing you access to that market and preventing external actors from entering the market. So very protective in a way, but put a much higher barrier to entry and a much slower adoption in general. But now, 2 years after like Europe started really to put MiCA in application, we can start seeing the benefit of it. Like there's definitely in every single country. I've been in conference in France, in Spain, in Portugal, here. I hear like those governments, those banks, those institutions, they're willing to adopt crypto and stablecoin at a level that we've never seen before. And that creates business for many of projects and founders.
Yes, in the previous panel, I already present the evil part of over-regulation, and I had that meme. In that panel, I want to emphasize the good part of regulation, and we can agree that there are the huge progress from a crowdfunding ecosystem where full families and friends investing to toward a more regulated and structured framework. So, however, big institutions need domestic compliance, control counterparty exposure, balance sheet visibility, and capital treatment certainty. Public DeFi offers permissionless liquidity, compostability, and radical transparency. So the intersection will be architectural, not behavioral. We have to meet all these requirements between the crypto ecosystem and the institutional requirement. Because without institutional, I have some example here, you could not have a very fast and aggressive growth, sustainable growth.
One of the biggest questions that I heard in the past months, it's about the future of DeFi. Of course, because of the regulation as well, because in Europe you will have to make a KYC, you will have to respect some rules if you want to continue to exist. But also, for now, DeFi, it's not seen very well by the big banks and financial institutions. So what is the main friction point, and what can the DeFi space do in order to be more attractive for financial institutions and to continue to exist and actually bring value to the market?
Well, they are like definitely contributing and becoming micro markets, as money markets, right? As like trillions of dollars are becoming tokenized, and not just through stablecoin, etc. But we're talking about pretty much commodities, stocks, etc. There are all those different asset classes that become much more liquid and can be exchanged. And DeFi has a lot of like versatility and composability that the traditional bank are missing. So traditional bank will continue to offer very few limited regulated subset of assets to their clients. And the people who want to have like much more freedom in how they create their portfolio and allocation and move money between them, like they will rely on DeFi. Also, DeFi is still like through basically collateralization of your tokenized assets, so you can take loans, etc. Like there's nothing better than DeFi at the moment. Like banks will very surely not be able to loan you actual money against your Bitcoin, against your tokenized stock, etc. Well, in DeFi, there's like an open global market that makes this possible. So I think that's a greater avenue for DeFi to keep growing and leveraging all of that.
Yes, I agree, indeed. Capital prefer predictability. However, regulation is a double-edged instrument. So the competitive question is not regular or not regulated. Can regulated be adaptive enough to match 24/7 asset class like the most crypto asset? Because otherwise it complies because procedural overgrowth rather than structural guidance. And Europe may become a safe harbor, indeed, yeah, for institutional capital, but frontier experimentation may still happen elsewhere. So the capital flow will try to avoid overregulation. And my last TV show on financial opportunities, I was invited top executive from the biggest hedge funds in the Europe, UBS, and they are located in Switzerland, that island outside Mika in Europe. And the onboarding, it's more than they can expect it. And for clients, 10 million plus. You have 10 million plus, and to wait 3-4 months in order to can onboard on their assets management and wealth management company. So the key, yeah, is to find the location of your project in order to comply with the regulation structure by find some differentials in order to.
And do you think that Europe is a good place to be right now for this kind of financial institutions or for DeFi projects? Because Europe, in terms of financing, besides, let's say, I don't know, Poland or a couple countries, we do not have such a big investment mechanism, and we don't even appreciate financially our own startups and our own companies. So can Europe be a competitive space in terms of financial?
Yeah, I think like we shouldn't fear the regulation. Like regulation is opening much larger markets because like a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, they will not work with like a DeFi protocol straight on like Morpho or Aave, for example. But however, we've seen hundreds of thousands of businesses sign up with Pico, with Louis Finance, which both got their IMF, so in French, the regulation authority for markets. Because like basically they're placing their treasury, which are on traditional bank account, and those become staked on like DeFi protocol and stablecoin, etc., and they collect yield every day, and it goes back to the bank account. So we found rails, we found the regulation, and we found like large market who wouldn't even dare or take the risk to put their actual money into this field of DeFi. So overall, it's just like adapting, and I'm sure like there will be even more value being tokenized and exchanged through centralized or decentralized and DeFi.
But please. I just want to add something. I think you're totally right. The big players still need to stick to their rules and processes. I think the technology itself enables new opportunities, but they need to be around their current processes of onboarding the technology and also to respect all the regulations.
So the short answer is definitely not. And I don't want to show that meme again. Yeah? Over-regulation means bear market. Yeah? More free environment, everything could rise freely.
Definitely. And you said a really interesting thing. You were talking about the payments and how the payments are received after 1 day, 2 days, whatever. Do you remember in 2021 when everybody suddenly started to hear about crypto and the big bull run came and so on and so forth? The main value proposition that you were hearing is that, first of all, okay, blockchain is totally secure, but you have instant payments. But right now, we are still on a T+2, maybe even more time frame. So what is the main friction point here, and what can we do to actually achieve through blockchain technology these instant transactions that can also help the Web2 space? I mean, they can also help financial institutions that are working with fiat money.
Yeah, technology T+0, that it's the future, is solved, operationally is not. So the friction is not settlement speed, it's reconciliation logic. So traditional finance run end of the day, yeah, batch process, periodic reporting cycles, and manual governance, checkpoint, digital assets operate continuously. So we cannot plug 24/7 system into a 9-to-5 control framework. So the real transition is from batch finance to real-time finance. And this process is irreversible for sure, but we need more time.
Yeah, for me, like instant remittance and settlement, it's going to become like the norm. Hopefully, from the past are the days where you need to wait 30 days, 60 days to collect your invoice money, or typically if you're a content creator and you post content on Instagram and YouTube, you have to wait sometimes up to 90 days. So we're talking about a $300 billion economy which is running on like creating those delays in capturing the money and repaying back to creators. And with the acceleration of AI and agentic payment and all the new protocols, 409, for example, for that, like we need to have like instant exchange of value in a form of payment for the delivery of service. It will be going down to the second or the millisecond, hopefully very soon. And so it no longer creates a barrier for many things.
I think that one of the most important things in business, it's the mindset that you start your company with and the values that your company is based on. So what do you think, what is that one thing that can be changed in the collective mindset of Web3 businesses that can help further integrate with Web2? And also, I want each and every one of you to name one core value, the most important value in your business.
Okay, I have 6 examples here, and all of them rely on sustainability. The first in the area of integration in balance sheet, and we have here Tesla on the other hand and MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy goes close to 1 billion in balance sheet. Tesla keep producing robots, cars, AI, and so on. Tesla, it's quite stable, if we can say, for a company that had 10 millions in crypto. MicroStrategy was 10 times up, and now, it's not so good. The other sector is payment. And here we have another example, Visa versus PayPal. Visa aggressive integrate this blockchain payments and so on. PayPal were staying into retail and integrating not so fast. PayPal was down on the market. Visa, it's still on the high. And the last example, it's BlackRock and JP Morgan. Yeah, you know Jimmy Dimon, Bitcoin is a scam. And now JP Morgan, have Onyx for B2B blockchain payments. And on the other hand, Larry Fink was, I'm friendly with the crypto market and developed that to ETFs, and will be very good to have ETF on both Bitcoin and Ethereum, but now stops. So we have to continue with this process, and I'm sure institutional will go forward to create more sophisticated asset classes on this very friendly environment and hopefully not over-regulated. And this will be the best competitive advantage to see on that market the same sustainable growth.
So I would say too many Web3 businesses emphasize on the use of the technology, whether like focusing on like what's the end goal and what value they actually provide. So do we really need to mention that we're using blockchain and things that are tokenized? It's no longer a sale argument, to be honest. Like everything will get tokenized. All exchange, all transaction, all asset class will be on chain one day. I have no doubt about that. So it's just matter of fact that the rails are there. Now, what the emphasis will be around like trust. And trust is built in a way like you provide sufficiently the transparency, the ability to audit, the ability to have like the traceability of the transaction, which is something that's not available in the current traditional Web2 models with banks. It's very opaque. When security incident and acts are happening, you cannot trace or follow the money as easily and so on. Traceability doesn't mean that you have to give up on privacy as well, which is like an other important topic. So you can still keep privacy element without necessarily not being able to comply with law enforcement bodies and so on in case of scam, theft, and so on. Trust is what really is needed still to be reinforced. Like every time there is a story about like a hack, a scam, and so on, we all lose as an industry, even though we've been building that as a key narrative of like blockchain initially.
In my opinion, what I think it's most valuable for a company is to understand their client, to continuously learn from clients' feedback, offer real-life utility, and actually solve your client's problem. It doesn't matter if it's a Web3 or not project, if it brings real-life value to your clients, it's a good project, it's a good company, and just iterating through your client needs, understanding their pain, I think that's the most valuable thing you can actually offer. You can make mistakes, understand, learn, but it's an iterative process. You cannot just say, okay, I'm starting this product, it's gonna save the world, gonna solve our client's problem. It's not, because you need to first get that feedback from the end users.
You all have experience, financial experience, first of all. So I want to ask you, one of the main characteristics of blockchain is full transparency, but since you will need KYC, AML, and so on and so forth, how can you make sure that your strategy does not get publicly listed or copied by anyone who can track the transactions on blockchain, the transactions that you made. Let's take, for example, a hedge fund or a financial company, a DeFi company, whatever. How can you make sure that you don't expose every piece of information about your trading strategy when you have that KYC and ML?
So institutional adoption require indeed a lot of customer anti-money laundering at every level. Blockchain offers transparency. These forces appear contradictory, but they are not. The solution is not less transparency, it's selective transparency. So the regulator does not need to see hedge funds, trade executions, dark pools, and so on. The regulator needs to keep assurance that rules are followed. And the future is auditability without exposure. And from my statistics, because I like numbers, that is a reason I bring data. We have in nowadays, you know better, more than 20,000, maybe 40,000 tokens, but only 10%, about 2,000, even less, is audited. So you could imagine we have a huge market where only 10% of that project is audited. And I'm not speaking about securities and other audited, but financially.
Please speak in the...
Yeah. So if we will see 90% of project audited in this market, again, institutional flows will come. Yeah, because I know it's not easy to mapping this 400 years stock market over a 17 years old teenager. But there are reporting every year, earnings, investor can monitorize very strict the evolution of the project without auditing, without reporting, without enough transparency. We invest in a picture.
Well, I believe what matters is not necessarily the strategy or the idea, it's always the execution. Now there's protocols in place like Zama that allows you to, I would say, obfuscate or keep private a certain part of your transaction. So people can still see on chain that you move a certain amount, that you move something to somewhere, but they cannot see like which amount, which token, and what happened to them, unless like a certain authority has a right to decrypt that. It's not hidden. It's not like Tor protocol, for example. And thinking about strategy, like the way I'm thinking now is like prediction markets, basically, and where like really, just like in quant trading, blockchain trading, crypto trading, or etc. Like the advantage is really in the alpha. So how much time in advance versus other traders or other people like transacting do you have, and how can you use that to your benefit? So if someone is letting his strategy public, he probably have access to a source of information that give him an alpha that others don't have. So until they find ultimately how he made the strategy himself, not just see the output of the strategy, he will not be able to replicate it easily.
In my opinion, I think having a QIC done in order to use a exchange, for example, is not necessarily a bad thing. The technology enables you to obfuscate different type of information, so I don't really see this as a problem. Overall, it depends on the business itself, how he wants to handle the whole data. Even if it's not Web3, you still need to obfuscate some data. Okay, it's not going to be stored in a decentralized manner. However, you still need to do it. So in the end, not much has been changed. It's just a different technology that's being used.
We were talking earlier about tokenization, and I want to ask you, what do you think is that one asset class in which tokenization actually brings a 10x improvement or a huge improvement, rather than being just a buzzword to attract investments or to make PR?
I can answer that. In my opinion, I think real estate really enables a retail to have access to different type of real estate assets, where previously they couldn't, just because of the very high prices.
Yeah, as a broader category, real-world asset, but I have two concrete examples. One is like trading cards, like Pokemon cards, Magic, etc. Like they really boom this year. Like tokenizing a physical card as an NFT is something that we've seen across our project since 2021. But now, like there is a huge actual non-crypto demand for and market for Pokemon cards around the world. The fact that collectors can exchange tokenized version of them without moving the card actually out of their vault or their location has been heavily beneficial, and there's definitely market winners thanks to that. And then I would say stock, like the stock market, now like NYZ investing in Polymarket, if I'm correct, or Kalshi. One of those two, basically, and starting to also acquire BitGo, and that's interesting because now that means that like the stock market is going to run 24/7, have like much more liquidity and accessibility, even to new agencies potentially, bridging traditional traders and crypto trader, because at the end, like whether you trade a stock or a crypto or a meme coin, they all are tickers, and within the same interface, you can exchange them with instant liquidity.
Yeah, I agree. If the big players in the financial market will treat blockchain as a speculative asset, they will miss the transformation. If they treat it as infrastructure, they will participate to build it, and not overregulated. And I don't want to repeat that meme. Derivative tokenization, yeah, is a financial shift in financial infrastructure, but don't overrate it more than companies need to be regulated. So put in the shoes of the hedge funds, banks, and the other international player, discuss with them, and then regulate that very freely growth framework.
We've seen a very big shift in the yields that we get on assets. We were used to Web 2 yields where you were happy with 3%, 5%, 10% a year. 10%, it's actually amazing in Web 2. But now, since crypto, we moved to this get-rich-quick mindset, and we have so many projects that give huge yields. Usually they fail after 6 months, 12 months, or something like that of giving that kind of yields, 20%, 50%, 100%. Where do you think we will be able to see the balance between these two, and how can we get to a sustainable yield system that maybe combines Web2 and classic finances with Web3? What is your perspective on this?
Over 40 years on financial markets, I structurally avoid any negative real interest rate yield. Yeah? For example, even securities, yeah, government securities that didn't cover inflations. And also, I avoid yield over 50, 80, 100. So if you hear it's 10 or 50, 15 till 20, 25 % yield per year, go there. it is for month, stay away.
They will ultimately converge because unless they converge, there's always like a gap and an opportunity for someone else to buy in a Web 2 at a certain price and get a certain yield, loan it, and then put it in DeFi and then earn like double or triple, with maybe different risk appreciation. But that's how many of like the crypto fund like Galaxy and so on have been doing. Basically, they've been buying Bitcoin, getting yields, loaning their Bitcoin to get more cash, buy more, and then a higher yield on chain, for example. And that, in my opinion, it's a strategy where it's like money making money just by moving it into places. But once it starts to converge to all on chain, those kind of like loopholes, I would call them, like would disappear.
Just an example, to be more clear, comparison with stock market. I have some high yield dividend rates company in United States that offer me 17, 18 yield per year. So this is just perfect for me, and it's really passive. Just keep it in your portfolio and get yearly this yield and a little bit growth. So this could be very interesting.
Another hot topic in the past months, in the past year actually, it's treasury management. So one example can be Tether, that now for every stable coin that he puts in the market, he needs one-to-one backup in treasury bonds from the United States. So how do you see this integration at an institutional level in the Web3 space, or actually the connection between Web3 space and this treasury management system?
So as I said, the battle is for real positive interest rates. So if the crypto market could provide this cash equivalent real positive, will beat even Treasury American bills. Because there are some investors that want diversification. So if you have 50% Treasury bills, you could invest also in some cash equivalents with a little bit, that investment it's free rate. We could not discuss about free rate, but I'm doubt about a default of American system due to 40 trillion debt, because the dollarization will continue if we want or not. But if we have this alternative, to get a cash equivalent. But in the last panel, I explained, crypto market for the moment, it's perceived for 80% maybe of big investor at a non-yielding market. And I present 7 strategies when you could invest in such kind of derivatives. And in this area, both FINE21 Clarity Act, I'm definitely agree to will be faster than MiCA regulation. And in this case, American first and in European over-regulation will not help in this direction.
So last year we've seen like the rise and somehow fall of like digital asset treasury company, DATs, which kind of were like a proxy for many pension fund, institution, and regular businesses to have a stake in crypto indirectly, through owning shares of those companies who accumulate digital assets as their main like economical activity and then put them to work. Sometimes those companies, those DATs, they were just like accumulating, but some started to deploy smarter strategy where like they deploy, they invest, they acquire, they operate business as well that creates more value to support their own token. The token, the main asset token, whether it was ETH, Bitcoin, Tone, for example, Solana, and so on. Generally speaking, like any business which have like cash sitting still not doing anything is not doing a good job. So it's always been part of like CFO job to like, hey, what do we do with our saving? How do we keep it making money? When most of the crypto foundation, when they sit on hundreds of millions worth of asset and tokens since their ICO days, for example, they've been relying already on like treasury management as their main way forward. They were not selling anything, but still they were able to yield from the billion or hundred of million, I don't know, like 50, in the 8-figure to 9-figure each year that allows them to keep running as foundation. So it's part of, I wouldn't say game, but it's part of the economical strategy in general for any project, once they have some cash on their accounts, to do treasury management, yeah.
I totally agree with what you just said. I think, just to make it very short, strong principles when it comes to treasury management are a very good foundation for this, just to have the trust.
Okay, now if we have any questions from the audience, we are happy to take them, so just raise your hand if you want to ask something. Okay, then if we have if you have any questions, you can find my final panelists in the break outside. Thank you so much for attending this panel, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Again, another great conversation. We're having lots of these great, lovely conversations. Really, again, the great thing is we listen to these, we hear perspectives. We don't have to naturally agree with these perspectives, but it's good to hear what other people are thinking, what's going on through their minds, and some of the actions they're planning to do, potentially to help you decide the actions you would like to do. What we're going to do right now is get rid of, we're going to clear the stage right now for this next presentation, quite a special presentation in fact. It's going to last for about 10 minutes or so, and this is all about, essentially all about crypto trading and cashback and everything in between. A special presentation. It's only going to last for about 10 minutes, and I have to say, aren't these guys very quick? I have never seen anyone clear a stage so quick as these are. You guys should be professional chair takers. If you have a party, or if you need to get chairs out of the way very quickly, these two gentlemen, they'll be able to help. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this very special presentation right now from Bybit, Mr. George Hara.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the great introduction, and it's a very, very great pleasure to be here myself with such a great team, being also one of the main sponsors here. And now we get the opportunity to talk a bit about Bybit, and in particular Bybit EU, our EU-dedicated new platform. My name is Georg Hara. I'm the co-CEO of Bybit EU. And today we're gonna dive a bit into our platform and why we think the financial revolution is here and why we think crypto is a driving force of this. Who in the room has heard about Bybit in general? Can I get a show of hands? Most of the people, that's good news. So let me give you a quick recap for those who don't know it. Bybit, founded in 2018, is the second largest trading platform in the world by trading volume. We now have over 80 million customers worldwide. Well, it fluctuates, but our trading volume per day is around 30 billion US dollar equivalent. And Speaking about the financial revolution, one of our most exciting and fastest growing product are the cards. I'm going to dive into this into more detail soon. And you will see why, also in my opinion, it's the most exciting add-on in the last couple of years. So, you know, there's a lot of crypto trading platforms. What makes Bybit different? I'm going to take a different approach from what most people would say. For me and for us, what is very special about Bybit is, you know, we're out there, we're bringing you top-of-the-notch products. We're going to offer you the greatest fees. But, and this is the specialty, we are trying to bring you all those products in a regulated and fully legal compliant way. Why is it important, you may ask? Well, of course, it's important for us as a company, but also for the customers, the partners, it's very important because just because you're a big player doesn't mean you can't be gone in a matter of days or even hours. FTX and other former big market players are an example of this. So you see that unfortunately there's no global crypto license available yet, which means that we have to work across the globe, country by country. So far, we've managed to secure 13 licenses counting, and in 5 more, we are in the process of applying. You also see, I'm not going to go into detail, that this is not just a European thing. I heard before in the panel, Europe tries to over-regulate. That's true in some things, but it's a global phenomenon that crypto is becoming a mainstream financial product. It's even a product that's driving the financial revolution, but that's also the reason why more and more governments are regulating it, and we are trying to be on top among the first ones who are able to offer it fully compliant and licensed. Most important for us and for you here is 2025, where Bybit EU obtained the MiCA license as first international exchange in Austria, and also the upcoming licenses that we will hopefully obtain in the next couple of weeks. Which brings me to Bybit EU. What is Bybit EU? Bybit EU is a EU-dedicated separate platform that brings you the same products and features, including the very competitive fees that you know from the global platform, but in a fully regulated EU-dedicated setting. I mentioned MiCA. I think it was also mentioned before a couple of times. It's a huge legal text, but to boil it down, why is it important, especially for the customer? I would say it's 3 things. Standards of transparency. If you're a customer of Bybit EU, you can be assured that the same level of transparency that you're known from banks, from payment services providers, are also now applicable to us. Second, and maybe even most important one, crypto safeguarding. Now, for the first time, Europe-wide, it's a requirement that if you want to have a MiCA license, you need to safeguard 100% of the client assets one-to-one, meaning in the coin that you bought it and that's shown on the platform, in a separate wallet in Europe, controlled by the European entity. This is, in my opinion, a very smart move because, again, mentioning FTX and other examples, something like this can actually not really happen anymore because it's a requirement before you even can start your business that you make sure that all the client assets are there 100% of the time. And then also important, local teams. We opened up our headquarters in Vienna, Austria, where the compliance team, the finance teams, etc. are located. But also we have local teams in the markets. You meet them here, you will meet them in many other jurisdictions across Europe. And we also are dedicated to being, you know, not just a letterbox for legal reasons. We are actually here to be part of the European crypto scene. You will see this by us being sponsoring events like this and in other European cities. But I'm also very proud of what we call the Crypto Hub in our EU headquarter in Vienna, which is, by the way, also open to visit for clients and partners. So if you ever stop by in Vienna, be our guest in our crypto hub. The purpose of this is bringing together partners from the scene, but also, we are an internet platform, right? That will never change. But we don't want to be just some fuzzy cloud platform, because we know that the customers entrust us with their assets, their money. So we also want to be found if they need us. As I said, very often we have people just coming by for a coffee. Sometimes we have people coming by with suggestions or feedback. And this is what we stand for: transparency, but also contributing to the ecosystem. Now let me talk about the product lineup. First and foremost, crypto trading. We differentiate between spot trading and margin trading. I think it's easily explained. Spot trading, it means you can buy and sell currently over 120 tokens on the EU platform. We are growing by around 4 to 5 tokens every week. And if you are more into risky trading, but also with the potential of higher rewards, we offer margin trading up to 10x. That means you can leverage your trading both in short and in long position, so also in market conditions where you expect the market to drop, you can make money out of this. Second, reward service. When you bought and invested into your crypto token, if you're, for example, like myself, a Bitcoin maxi and would like to hodl, you don't need to have it sitting on your account with 0 interest. With our reward service, you can get some rewards, meaning some annual APR on your holdings. This is also regulated with clear boundaries and timelines, so it's always up to the user if you want to use it and for how long. The Bybit Global app is known to be a very sophisticated app, and Bybit EU also supports very sophisticated features, be it the standard various option types, trading bots, and so on and so forth. But as our mission is also to reach many of the Europeans who've never dealt with crypto, we know that this may be overwhelming. This is also why we offer a light version of our app, which reduces these features to the essentials of buying and selling crypto, the reward service, and the card. And with the click of a button, if those users advance to more advanced users, they can switch to the pro user version where they have all the features available again. Now to my favorite product or product add-on, the card. I will discuss about this in a few minutes. And also, because we get a lot of questions, what about derivatives? After all, if you look at our trading volume, globally, most of our trading volume comes from derivatives, and we know that our customers globally use it a lot and love it a lot. We unfortunately do not yet have a fixed start date, but I can tell you the team in Vienna is working day and night to bring this to the European market again in a fully regulated, safe and secure way. We are looking into Q2 2026, where we will also be announcing more detailed launch dates, including product lineup and so on and so forth. So I think it's safe to say in 2026 you will see derivatives in the EU. And we're also gonna have what is called an e-money license, basically a small banking license, which will enable us to offer many payment-related products, enhancing the pure crypto trading experience to a fully financial service app. Again, Q2 2026 will be very exciting. Keep your eyes open. There's gonna be a lot of announcement with that to that end. Now back to my favorite product. The Bybit card. Do we have any Bybit card users in here? Not a lot yet. I hope this will change afterwards. What is Bybit card? So first and most important, in the very basic sense, it's a normal MasterCard credit card. This means you can use it wherever you use MasterCard. Well, you may ask, why is it special? What differentiates it from your standard MasterCard that you may get from your bank or payment services provider is that in the background you can choose which crypto you want to spend in order to fund the purchase that you're doing with your MasterCard. You can also do it with euro or other supported currencies. And this is why it's my favorite product, because as I said, I consider myself a Bitcoin maxi, and everybody who likes Bitcoin knows it's an awesome product, but it's not really made for payments. With a product like Bybit Card, you can go all in on Bitcoin, Ethereum, the token you want, and still with the tap of a card have it available as a form of payment 24/7, essentially around the world. Combine that with 0% issuing fee and annual fees, up to 10% cashback, and you can also use it with Apple Pay and Google Pay, so essentially on every modern phone. So if you don't want any of those physical cards, you can just order the virtual card, add it to Google Pay, Apple Pay, and then use it with the tap of your phone. Let me talk a bit more about the features. As I said, you can choose in the app which assets you want to use to fund this card. If I'm only into Bitcoin, I can say, well, please use my Euro balance first, and if that is used up, use Bitcoin. And when I tap my card at 3 a.m. in a nightclub, I don't need to think about anything. I don't need to think about placing an order. It just does it fully automatic in the background, and very important, only in the amount that's needed. So if I pay €7.50, only €7.50 in crypto assets are sold. It's very easy to get. Once you're a Bybit customer, you essentially just click apply. If you want the physical card, you add your address, and this is a matter of not even minutes. We have, as with our other products, 24/7 customer support. And on top of the normal cashback, we always have very cool promotions that are tied to our credit card. For example, at the moment, we have a double cashback, Valentine's special. We had an advent calendar, and essentially every other month there's a cool promotion where just by using your card, usually you can gain or have the potential to win even more. I was talking about Bybit being involved both globally and locally, and I want to talk now a bit about our partnerships. Most of you probably still know the partnership we had with Oracle Red Bull Racing, which was a global partnership. But now with Bybit EU, we are trying to tap into more of the local markets. Again, offering a global product, but tying it to a local market. As an Austrian, of course, the most important one for me is Ski Austria. We are proudly the first crypto sponsor in the history of ski sport, and since 2025, the official sponsor of Ski Austria. But also here in Romania, you will see that we've sponsored a couple of events and partners across the range, from the Dinamo Football Club to the Beach Please Festival, all the way up to Blue Romania. And this is just Romania. You will see similar events and sponsorships all across Europe in the next month. Speaking of partnerships, it's with great pleasure to announce our newest partnership. That's with Circle. I think Circle needs no introduction, but maybe the partnership, because why do we partner with Circle? Well, first of all, Circle is the issuer of USDC and EuroC. And where we see a lot of overlap is they are the biggest MiCA, meaning EU-regulated stablecoin. Both USDC and EuroC are fully MiCA regulated. So similar to what I said about us as crypto exchange, where we need to safeguard 100% of the client assets, the same is true with USDC and EuroC. If you invest into EuroC and USDC, this means they are legally required to safeguard this money on your behalf. So in case there's a bank run, a lot of people try to exchange it back into fiat, these funds are actually there. And as you can see, this is aligned with what we are going for. So I would say it's very similar to having your money on a traditional bank account, just combined with much more features. So it's fully regulated, but at the same time, it's also a fully featured Web3 product, a crypto token. You can use it on our platform, but as it's a crypto token, you can also withdraw it from our platform, for example, move it to another platform, or even use it on your own offline wallet. This is also something which we keep on supporting and keep on fighting for in the EU. At the same time, because it's built on newer technology than traditional bank transfers, it's available 24/7. It's available in microscopic amounts, so you don't need to transfer a minimum amount. And it just makes platforms like Bybit much more efficient. If you want to know more, please feel free to scan this QR code. There's exciting events coming up all across Europe where I would like to invite you, if you are in the city, to join us. Once again, my name is Georg Hara, co-CEO of Bybit EU. Thank you for having us here in Romania, here on stage. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Fantastic. So, before George leaves, so if you have a question now, put up your hand. We'll just do some quick questions right now. You're curious, you want to know more, you want to challenge what you've heard perhaps. Hands up, and I'll give you the microphone. Any questions? No, all good, but that's still okay because your booth, tell us where the booth is?
You can't miss it right after you enter. You know, the only booth with champagne and caviar.
Yeah,
I think
I've
there's
heard.
not that many.
The only booth
Thank
with
you very much.
champagne and caviar. Champagne, and I have to say, I've been offered that champagne and caviar, and it's very, very good indeed. And so can you, but I'm not sure whether there's much left because everybody wants some. Right, what we're doing now is we are putting the stage together for our next session, and again, I have to highlight the talent of these two gentlemen. That look how fast and coordinated they put these chairs on there together. There we are. If you just said to your team, can you please put 5 chairs and a few tables on the stage as quick as you can? Would they do it as fast as these guys? Probably not. Look at them. Fantastic. I can't believe it. There's one more. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our, what would we call them? Chairs people. Now, I don't know. But anyway, fantastic. Great work, lads. Right, let's move on to our next session right now. Essentially all about crypto exchanges and Launchpad in 2026, innovation, regulation, and the future of trading in the EU. So probably quite a complex discussion, but hopefully this discussion and debate will be quite straightforward for us to make sense of, and I'm looking forward to this one certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage right now, back to the stage from Bybit, George Hara. Please come back on stage. Ilya Pushkash, Chovy, Marius Mora, and our moderator once again, Luca Dejan.
Hello, everyone, again. So let's start this wonderful panel with the hot topic in here about regulation. we already had some presentation about regulation. So a question especially for the exchanges right now. I really want to find out, are you MiCA ready, or what's your process with respect to the implementation of MiCA?
For Bybit, it's easy. We have been MiCA regulated since May 2025.
For Binance, we applied for a license in Greece, and we're waiting for the confirmation. It should be soon.
Okay, for me. We are waiting, we are still waiting, unfortunately, in Romania for the authorities to issue, to comply with MiCA. But meanwhile, we have already applied in Ireland for a MiCA license. So we are on the way.
Okay, so I really like to see your view with respect to the MiCA, because I think most of the burden with respect to the cost is on the crypto exchange. So we're starting from like zero to some regulation to heavily regulated. So I really want to find out, is it burdensome right now since with the implementation of MiCA? How has your activity changed, and do you think it's a very big burden? Is it killing the innovation and helping the big players instead of the small ones?
I think there's two sides to it. So first of all, I think it's needed because it creates trust in the market. I mentioned, in my opinion, the most important features, the requirement to have 100% asset safeguarding is a key feature that did not exist before, and that alone will bring a lot of trust into the crypto market. On the other hand, of course, it requires a lot of preparation, it requires a lot of extra personnel, and that is not easy. That doesn't bring extra revenue, but it's the downside of the upside mentioned before. And of course, it's a new regulation. There's a lot of details to be clarified, and we hope, and we're actively working on clarifying those in the near future.
So for us at Binance, users are the most important thing. That's why I like MiCA. I think it's a good regulation for crypto in Europe, and maybe other continents should really take the example. We see some progress in US as well. However, yeah, there is some extra work to be done from an exchange perspective. But yeah, indeed, the big exchanges will maybe have an easier time actually getting the license, applying for the license. The smaller exchanges, I think they can align with the big exchanges if they put the time and the effort to build a strong compliance team and a strong legal team as well to progress with their licenses.
We also at Shift, we have our legal team who is ensuring that everything related to the launch process is compliant, even if not everything here discussed, we don't have the exchange part. But yeah, that's what I wanted to mention.
First of all, I want to say that I always feel like David and Goliath with the giants on the stage. But it's important that I don't feel small, but I feel that I'm proud to be here with them because, yeah, when we'll grow up, we want to be like them. But meanwhile, our story is a little bit different because we are wearing different shoes. We are smaller, and for us, everything related to MiCA is, first of all, it's a cost, a huge, I could say, cost. But in the end, in the long term, I hope to transform this cost into an investment because having a MiCA license, it's real assets for your clients, for your partner, for the whole ecosystem.
But do you think with MiCA in place, do you think Europe is still competitive with other countries around the globe? From a market perspective, because we have MiCA as Europe actually as the most heavily regulated area. Do you think it's Europe competitive?
If I may go first, I think yes. I think from the number of user perspective, it's actually a growth tool and a trust tool, like our representative from Bybit mentioned here. But yeah, it might be a blocker in terms of innovation maybe. It might be some companies that were starting to do a project get some blockers because they don't know how to develop further, how to apply for a MiCA license, and there's an extra cost for them when in other regions of the globe they wouldn't have that cost.
And I think it's also important to underline it's not black and white. It's not MiCA or no MiCA. MiCA in general is good, but if you look at certain details, for example, white papers, how in general Web3 combined with centralized exchanges is handled, it's just unclear, and that alone doesn't allow for a lot of innovation. Meaning, from my daily work, we're trying to bring a lot of interesting Web3 products to the market. Technically, absolutely no issues. There's market demand, but we are aligning them for weeks or months with the regulator because neither they nor us know is it actually allowed or not, and if yes, in under what safeguards. And I think this could be clarified while at the same time keeping a high level of protection and not preventing innovation.
Being mandatory, not optional, it means that, in my opinion, MiCA will be a standard, so it will not be anymore such a competitive advantage, and the competitivity will be in features that will offer to different types of clients.
Okay, thank you. Now let's switch a little bit to the launchpads. So I really like to find out what does a project need to show in order to obtain a slot in your launchpads or in a launchpad in general. What are the 2026 standards?
One word, MiCA white paper. That makes it at least very, very easy for us.
For us, is a separate team that analyzes projects for launchpads and listing in general. It definitely needs to be compliant in the region that is launching, but I don't have the visibility, honestly, to know more about this subject. Every information is available on the website, and then the listing team will get into contact with that project once the application is processed.
I also think that any new launchpad that it's promoting legal procedures in their actions, it shows a better value than the others.
Right now, unfortunately, I think the demand for new projects that are coming to a launchpad is much lower. Very hard to push it somehow, and you don't want to push it. So it means that probably we'll pay much more attention to the utility, real utility, than, I don't know, only hype. Yeah, and yes, for sure, what they said before about the legal stuff that need to be mandatory.
I want to find out your view with respect to how do you get the classic retail market into the crypto industry, because I think this is the biggest challenge, especially for the exchanges and for the service providers. So how can you ensure the onboarding of the retail market at a large scale, for the future?
So, again, I think there's many aspects to it, because also the retail market is from the guy who wants to try it once all the way up to a whale or even family office. So you have to differentiate the market and do the difficult task of trying to please everyone. I mentioned in our keynote before, for example, we're trying to do this with the Bybit Lite app, meaning we offer advanced features, but also a very user-friendly for new users version of our app. And also we're trying to combine features that are not just pure crypto, also to incentivize people to actually use a centralized exchange versus hosting their own crypto. I mentioned the Bybit card. So these are the two main ways how we are attracting users. And that, of course, combined with local presence, local sponsoring, etc.
Sure, I think the marketing will bring users one way or another. The important thing is how do you keep users? How do you actually prepare the users for the market cycles and for the emotions in the market as well? That's why we integrate learning functionalities in our workflow for new users. When they join, they are prompted to learn on Binance Academy. Our activities around Europe are focused as well around education, because if users joins, let's say in Romania, because they want to get rich quick, they will very quickly find out that they aren't able to get rich quick. And if they don't have the education, the background, the basics of the world they are investing in, they will exit quickly the market.
I want to emphasize on the emotion part that you mentioned. I guess the most important emotion that the user feels when he's choosing or to stay or not stay on a launchpad, I think it's the trust. So the trust can be sustained by transparency, which is very important, and smooth user experience. That can also help. Yeah.
True overall, and besides, let's say, a simple and accessible interface and other things like that, like education, probably we need to look at the whole picture, the whole population, and we need to talk about interest. Now, I think the biggest platforms with the the bigger number of the users are the social platforms, right? I think Facebook right now already had around 3 billion users. It means that 3 billion users from the total population are interested somehow into social activities. Now, coming back into crypto, the largest platform, which is probably Binance with around 300 million users, it means that they have crypto-related users that are interested into crypto. But besides crypto, not all the, let's say, all the investors are interested only into crypto. In my opinion, if we want to have bigger numbers of users, we need to expand our services besides crypto. And I think the low-hanging fruit right now for us as crypto platforms are the tokenized assets like X-stocks, real estate, and other real-world assets. And I think this will be a very good, let's say, bet for us in terms of expanding to new types of users and enlarge our audience to that 1 billion people that everybody wants to onboard into the crypto space.
But who do you think should lead this tokenization process? The exchanges, the project developers, who should be the most involved in this tokenization process? Because everybody's talking about tokenization. So I really want to...
This is actually a very big topic for us, and we are also working with non-governmental organizations, international organizations, because in our view, the tech and the demand is there, but at least in Europe, there's a lot of legislation to be passed. We were in Davos, we talked, there was a representative of the government of the United Arab Emirates where they have in the law the possibility to tokenize real estate, and then the tech just builds on top of that. In Europe, it's first of all different in every country, and secondly, the tech would be there, but try convincing the land register that you as token owner are now the owner of the real estate. It simply doesn't work until there's a legal change. So this is, in our view, the biggest challenge, convincing the regulator that everybody would win if there is a good solution for Web3 to interact with traditional assets such as real estate, but also art, cars, precious metals, and so on and so forth.
Agreed here on the regulation that needs to catch up. And afterwards, it will be easy for exchanges in collaboration with developers to launch this project.
Yeah, I also think that should be a collective effort, and as long as all entities involved will collaborate on finding the solutions, then the faster the users will benefit from these new features.
Is everyone noticing the elephant in the room? We are talking again and again about innovation, but after that we are coming back to regulation and compliance, and probably that's why you are moderator on so many panels, because you are very involved into this. Yes, probably we as developers, as builders, we are dreaming and we are able to do so many things, but we are coming back to regulation, and that's why probably some free zones, I don't know, in Europe could be a very good idea.
Yeah, so we come back to regulation. Because so it is true what he says, Europe equals regulation. Okay, so I want to see right now your view with respect to the future of crypto exchanges in the era of AI. How will it be used? How it will affect your business?
The AI will regulate us.
And we can go back to the AI regulation. So impact of AI in the crypto and in your own business.
I think it's still very difficult to say it. And let me say this, I've been in crypto since 2012. I've been running my own local language models ever since the release of the first Llama model. So I'm in the tech scene, but this combination, it's very hard for me to predict where it's going to be in 5 years, to be honest.
For us, it's the first integration is inside our processes. Exchanges will become much more flexible to innovate, I think. I'm hoping, because we're still startups and we still launch new products, new innovations into the market and so on. We see the rise of AI assistants, auto-investing assistants as well in some development projects. But yeah, it's hard to predict exactly how deep this AI integration is going to go into crypto exchanges and in the financial markets in general.
I think at first sight, AI can bring improvements, but if we go down the road and try to understand like what kind of access do we give to that, for example, agent, we are have to go back to regulations and ask the question who's responsible when an agent does something that is non-compliant, who's responsible for that. So AI, it's a very large topic that just needs to be somehow capsulated in some regulations on exchanges and launchpads.
I'm very enthusiastic about AI, but in the same time, I'm afraid about that. I remember a story that I saw a few days ago. It was something like that, related to auto investing, something like that. I gave my money to an AI agent to invest for me. He moved the asset into multiple assets, hedging, everything, moved from there to there. In the end, he lost all my money, but what a ride. I think all of you understand what is happening, so probably, yes, AI, it's already part of our day-by-day activities. It will be more and more, but I see AI more as concierge than, I don't know, something that I rely 100% on his action. So probably, okay, it will help us, but the brain still needs to be here.
But you only spoke about the good part of AI, but how are we gonna deal with the challenges of the bad part of AI? So I mean, even from an onboarding perspective, I mean, or matters of scams and attacks, because I think this is gonna be the real challenge of the crypto companies in general.
Yeah, as I said, it's difficult because, you know, very bluntly, you can say it's basically like the user deploying an AI broker, or sorry, an API broker or any other tool, where you say the most logical thing would be a user deploys an AI agent, and therefore the user is responsible for configuring it correctly, giving, you know, managing the account access as needed. Where it will develop, we hear things like in the future AI agents will negotiate between themselves. As I said, I'm cautious. I think, again, there is no regulation at the moment that prevents us from getting into it, but on the other hand, there is no clear path. The entrance, as I said, you just configure your agent, let it access your platform. It's relatively straightforward. How it will develop in the next 5 years, let's see.
So we need more regulation.
Not yet. Of course, but I think it's not necessarily tied to AI. You know, we already had with API brokers, you know, dumb trading bots, the issue that, you know, it could be compromised. What happens in case there's a software fault? So the issues as such are not new. The question is, and this brings us back to regulation, will we see new issues that we haven't encountered so far? Then yes, the answer may be we need new regulation for this. But at the moment, I would say I personally would still sit back, observe, and then act if needed.
Yeah, I guess the AI could develop also detection of scams and fraud for us as well. So that's another good part. Basically, the AI issues created could be sorted by AI in the end. But let's see what are the issues that are going to be most frequent, and then we can start sorting them.
I think we are at early stage, and for now we didn't see a lot of bad parts. We can just predict them, and prevention is better than fixing. So from my perspective, we should just respect some ground rules, like don't give access to your personal computer to an agent, deploy it on a virtual machine, deploy it on a separate PC, and then start by exploring the market, use AI to document. Don't give him the full power of your wallets, accounts and stuff. And yeah, just keep experimenting, but always keep the decision for yourself.
Yes, that's very true. Probably right now it's a period of testing. We are testing. It's very good that we have much more speed, much more force, because you can do much more with an AI than with with a small team. But probably we need to test, and maybe, fortunately, next year we'll see what kind of product AI can bring into life.
So, since we're talking again a lot about regulation, I this question just popped out in my mind right now. If you had the ability to issue or enact a regulation that will help the crypto industry or your projects in general, what would that be? How would you help this ecosystem?
I would say a MiCA 1.1, clarifying the Web3 products and providing a clear way how you can, as a crypto asset service provider, offer them in a legal way.
Yeah, the decentralized world of crypto is still something that needs to be clarified.
I think marking all AI products should be very helpful.
I will provide grants for startup, because once again, it's quite hard to be able, with all the costs around MiCA, ESMA, DORA, CARF, etc., VARA, etc. And some grants will be great for startups.
Especially for me, I think this is also a very good point, that regulation is difficult for big exchanges, but especially some regulations like the DORA, the IT Security Act, if you will, the same standards apply to a huge bank as they do to a small startup. And I think if I can change my wish, I would wish that there would be common sense, lower level entry barriers, especially for startups, because I think especially DORA, but also other compliance rules, unless you have a team of 10 people and $1 million funding, there's no way you're gonna make it through production, because there's just such a high barrier, unfortunately.
And crypto and blockchain in general can sort so many real-world issues. I think those grants could be addressing exactly those issues, and in this way, we bring new users to crypto, as long as we sort also the real-world issues.
So let's hope the public sector is watching us.
or if the public sector will not do that, and probably they will not do that, maybe the bigger player can organize an alliance and provide some grants for the startups.
We already, I think Binance is also a member of Blockchain for Europe, so there is already organizations that are with, I think, weekly or bi-weekly meetings, speaking with the
lawmakers. But of course, if you speak with someone who has been doing economics for 50 years and now you're trying to pitch where, why do we need this, it's not very easy. Especially also many, or at least some lawmakers, they work towards being re-elected and not necessarily shaping the future of the financial market, unfortunately.
So do you think the big players should help the small ones in respect to this industry?
The Bybit's view is yes, we support the ecosystem, and also even with the big players. I always say our biggest goal is not getting the biggest market share of the current market, it's reaching the 90% of the Europeans who have not yet dealt with crypto. And if you think about the current market and the potential market, there's so much room for so many more players, and the big task is actually regulation, as mentioned, but also creating trust, educating people, because crypto is inherently complex, providing, clearly outlining the benefits and so on and so forth. So the answer from our side is clearly yes.
I'll say it short, yes.
The biggest challenge, I mean, you said...
I would say it's a little bit political, but okay. It works for the moment.
So deal done. How do you build trust? Because if I want to convince my mother to invest in crypto, and she reads on the internet what has happened in the past in the crypto industry, it will be a chaos. So how do you build trust in 2026 in order for the new users and the newbies in the crypto industry to use your product or just enter the crypto market?
So I think ever since Mika, it's easy. Of course, I would say the best exchange is Bybit, but taking a step back, I think the very clear recommendation, and I hope we can all agree on this, is that a European user who wants to get into crypto should become a customer of a MiCA-regulated exchange. I think that's a very clear message. Of course, many crypto assets are volatile. Nothing has changed, but at least we know, the rug pulls, the scam sites, they are gone if you know that you're investing into a MiCA-regulated product or service. So this is, I think, one major milestone. And apart from that, as I said, also we're working together with other exchanges. It's about not testing all the time the boundaries of regulations. For example, margin trading is currently something that's technically not regulated, and we hope it will stay this way and not be regulated because somebody oversteps the boundaries, and then we have again another crash. So this is self-regulation in a sense, and at least in our company we also practice this day to day.
I'll go a bit beyond regulation because you said a lot about it, and I agree with you. I think on a global scale, we need to integrate crypto in as many traditional markets as possible, and not as many traditional businesses as possible. Make crypto so easy to use that people don't associate crypto with this new type of doing business anymore. It's something normal, and they use it because it's easier to use than any other financial product. That's how I see it, how we try to develop products. And our campaigns as well.
I'll try to stay impartial here related to exchanges and launches. So I think for new users, the most important part is the education, to give them the opportunity to research and understand what is happening, what is crypto, how their life can be impacted by crypto, and then where or if they will if they'll start to invest, they'll do on their own choice.
When you are the last one on the panel, it's very hard to say something smart or new because they said almost everything. I will add something maybe new. It's about the butterfly effect. What the butterfly effect means as a concept, it means that a small action here, maybe in Bucharest, on this stage, or here, it could amplify something in another part of the world. There are two things that could make these butterfly effects. The first one is inertia. It means that a lot of people right now are not doing anything related to investments. Either they are crypto investment, stock investment, real estate. And first of all, I think our mission is to move a little bit, piece by piece, people from inertia to actually doing something. And the second one, also very, very important, is to separate scams from failures, because it's a huge difference, and unfortunately a lot of people that are investing into any kind of market they don't understand this difference. Imagine that in the crypto world is very similar with the startups. In the startups world, at least 85 to 90% of the startups are failing in the first years. It's the same into the crypto space, but once again, a failure in the crypto space, it's almost always associated with a scam, and it's a big difference. So helping with those two types of butterfly effects could help a lot the ecosystem.
If you were to promote one of your services or promotions or something that your company offers right now, what would that be? I mean, something, I don't know, something new, something special that you would like to promote towards your clients?
Bybit card.
For us, Binance Academy, actually, even though maybe it's not a profit point, but it's something that we do already, even without MiCA license yet. And it's the most important tool for us to keep the users engaged and to keep them educated and keep them with us in the end. Yeah.
In the meme space, we know that most of launchpads are right now extraction tools. The infrastructure is getting rich, but basically none of the community has benefits in that. So when we developed Shift, we thought about a better way to reward the creators or the developers by eliminating the creator fees until the bonding curve is passed. So all these fees are going straight into the LP to strengthen it, and after the bonding curve, the fees will go to the verified contributor of that project. Also, the IP and trademarks capabilities of our platform is to solidify the trust of the the project, sorry.
It's a very competitive market, and everybody is fighting for to become a user on each of this platform, and that's why we decided a little bit to step up from this game, and we are evolving with our product into a social fi. It's also quite competitive space, but we want to start offering to our clients more products than crypto, once again related to real estate, stocks, commodities, precious metals, everything that a smart and diversified investor will need into his journey, financial journey.
But what product would you like to have and is not yet implemented? I mean, because we see a lot of projects in the crypto industry, and you see the practical utility is almost zero. It's like something, a fancy description, and that's all. And I think what we should be looking for is practical things, like small things that are actually practical. So what would be your favorite product with respect to this practicability in the crypto? Something that you might not have already, but you would wish for.
We talked about real-world assets. I think if we had a universal form of RWA token that's accepted in Europe, that would be a very great thing.
Yeah, for us, we're
everything.
we have a lot of products, of course. Recently, we launched even accounts for kids, for children, where parents can allocate funds for their children for the future, and so on. But I think every platform is launching exactly the same products at the moment, and we're working on some new things out there as well that are going to be special, and I can't mention them yet. I'm hoping to announce them in the next few months.
Because we are a newborn launchpad, there are a lot of features and improvements that we would like to have, but I think the most important one is a way to reward all holders from the trading fees. So something like a dividend. So that's something we are looking into.
For us, X talks, and we are looking to discuss about MiFID II. Because, yes, we need to comply.
So regulation again. So since the...
You will have a lot of work in the next period, fortunately.
Yeah. So since the ending of the panel is the future of trading, how do you think the future of trading will look like in the future?
I think you mentioned it, and I think it's going to be very boring in a sense. I remember back in the day when we had internet banking, and internet was a cool new thing, and now virtually everything works on the basis of the internet. I think in 10 years it's going to be similar with crypto. Most, if not all, financial technology is going to be supported with crypto, and maybe we don't have any more this exciting, crypto nerd scene that I love a lot. But on the other hand, we will see crypto as a day-to-day normal thing that's facilitating everyone's life.
Yeah, basically, the lines between traditional finance and crypto are starting to get blurry, and they will merge from my perspective. And AI is going to be a good starting point to see how exactly we manage our portfolios from now on. I'm not sure about the development on that side. Let's see.
In meme space, I think from the jokes that turned into tokens, these tokens will turn into brands. We have, for example, Pudgy Penguin that is selling plushies in Walmart. So I guess that's where it is going to go.
In my opinion, trading probably will be much more automated and will be, let's say, for everybody, because right now, talking about technical analysis, not all of the people that are investing into crypto have access to the correct technical analysis, but probably in, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 years on all the platforms, you'll have some buy or sell signals, and it will be very easy for everyone to trade. In the same time, probably it will be much more competition, and we'll have also some differentiators, because yes, not everybody can make profits at the same time in a financial market.
So since we have like 2 minutes left, I would like to see one final remark for each of you. So what is your prediction with respect to the crypto market in the next 5 years? How will you see the crypto market 5 years from now, as a closing statement?
It has grown and matured and has become part of more and more daily financial interactions.
As I was saying, the lines between traditional finance and crypto are getting blurry. So in the next 5 years, we'll see similar movements between those two markets. And whenever the stock markets goes down, the crypto market might go down as well, and the other way around. Now we see that the spikes in prices and the downtrends in pricing are much bigger in crypto still. Let's see how that develops in the next 5 years. I think they will be much smaller and smaller after some point.
AI started to get popularity like 3 years ago, and here we are today. So imagine what's going to happen with all the markets now when we have AI, and AI will still evolve for 5 years. So not sure how to predict that.
Besides features and emotions, we need to come back to the financial part, and probably a very important and huge, I would say, milestone for the crypto space would be the 5 trillion market cap. Probably it will happen in the next 5 years, and then we'll see. But in my opinion, it's a very important milestone, and it is reachable.
I'm happy nobody said regulation this time, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator. And there's cheers for you. Yeah, cheers for you. There we are. Right, let's move on now. Let's steadily move on throughout, as we've been doing throughout the day, sharing various different sessions again to help you kind of make sense of really what's happening, and also naturally help, almost like a resource to take what you need to kind of then digest, absorb, and then make sense of that, and then make your decisions in terms of where you want to move forward. Let's move forward now with this session again, all about AI and blockchain, building the next wave of digital infrastructure. How's that going to play out? What's that going to look like? We're going to find out right now. Let's introduce now the panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage Marius Drener, Marin Radu, Flavius Burka, Mr. Spread comes back again, and also our moderator, a great moderator indeed, Adrian Postelka.
Hello and good afternoon. I think it's the proper way of saying hello right now. First of all, thank you very much for staying with us. We are talking about what I think is my favorite topic. It's the connection between blockchain and artificial intelligence. And I think this is, in my opinion, this could be the topic of the future, because blockchain will be the main infrastructure for all our AIs, and the data that we need in AI can be somehow using the technology of blockchain. But I think it will be a very interesting way, because this is a very big discussion, to tackle something that's more and more important today. I think it is called digital identity. And it's something that happened like a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you are aware. Chinese seed dance has opened a new model. Then with 2 or 3 prompts, you can create a video with anyone in the world. And that opened a Pandora box about digital identity, because they used the image of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting each other. And this opens a big, big discussion from my point of view, and this is where I want to move this discussion to a way of how can blockchain help us with our digital identity. And first of all, I want for a word from everybody to introduce yourself and tackle this, let's say, this concept. I don't think it's a question, I think it's a concept more than a question. Please.
Hi everyone, I'm Marius. I'm co-founder of Web IT Factory and Narratics. Should I move on tackling the subject, or we just present ourselves
just
first?
Present and then...
Okay. I'm a tech entrepreneur basically, and I'm glad I'm here today with you.
Hi everyone, I'm Radu Marin. I'm a co-founder of TimeWorks. We're building a data processing platform for training AI, essentially. I'm also a lecturer at the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, teaching students about the app development. So I always like to keep one foot in the industry, one in academia, hopefully not do 2 jobs poorly at the same time.
And I'm Flavius, also a tech entrepreneur with, involved in AI a lot recently. I don't know.
George, Mr. Spread, I think I'm the least smartest person on this panel, and I love that. But I'm a very geeky and nerdy guy when it comes to AI. I loved AI even before it came a thing. So right now I'm very passionate about it. I'm very happy to hear these much smarter guys and much more experienced guys talk about it. I'm going to bring AI from the trading perspective maybe.
Okay, let's tackle the discussion. How can blockchain help our digital identity in the era of AI?
I think the blockchain technology actually can enable this, but imagine one thing. Identity, or protecting identities online, has been a problem since forever. It's a lot of attacks on the banks, calling the operator, hey, I'm not, of course. Please send that amount of money. It happened multiple times. So the technology, in my opinion, enabled this. It's a really hard topic how it can actually be achieved, but blockchain encryption and other mechanisms definitely are a good thing to solve this problem.
Okay, so you know the old meme with on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. The problem still exists and it's like supercharged. So when it comes to identity and actually traceability, this is where blockchain comes in. What helps us is create a trustless environment, right? This is what we need from the blockchain. This is what we need in AI. Because it's not even a problem of provenance. It's also a data risk, right? AI is driven by a purely engineering principle. Garbage in, garbage out. You put garbage in training that AI model, you get garbage out. The problem is when you get very good AI like Cdance, and you're looking on your Insta feed and you have no idea whether something is AI or not, that's becoming an issue. So origin, provenance becomes a huge problem. Here is where proofs on the blockchain can help. Here is where a lot of technologies, like things we've had for some time, like trusted execution environments that allow us to actually specify that something was created by a human, not by an AI. You also need proper proofs for things that were created by AI. Don't get me wrong, not everything that's created by AI is bad, but we need to know where did it come from, humans, AI, and as long as we can create a verifiable trace on-chain of how data transformed throughout time, then we're probably on a good path.
Yeah, and I'll go a bit deeper into those aspects. So AI and blockchain are right now two different but complementary technologies. They don't yet play along because they are so different in what they do and what they represent as a concept. So, as my colleague said, we need three things basically to tackle this problem that you mentioned with the fake identities, fake videos, fake and so on, with deep fakes as we call them. So we need a proof of. Actually, we need things that the blockchain already has, and these are decentralized identifiers, which are, let's say, cryptographical proofs of self-sovereign identities. And these can be used to prove the identity of something, either an AI model, an agent, or a company, or a person, or whatever. So we have a mechanism to prove who is somebody or something. And then we have a mechanism called verifiable credentials, which is a way to prove that something has a credential. For example, that a company released a certain AI model, and we can prove this without revealing the actual details of the proof. So it's a technology called the zero knowledge proofs, ZK proofs, yeah. And third, we need some kind of repudiation mechanism, some kind of scoring mechanism, or a reputation score, basically. We do have this in blockchain right now. It's not something standardized. Decentralized identifiers are a standard right now since a long time, verifiable credentials as well. But on the repudiation scene, we don't have standards yet. So we cannot, let's say, have a standardized way to determine the traceability of some actions that went on. So I think to be able to make AI traceable on the blockchain, we first need to standardize things to be able to, so different platforms can talk to each other using the same protocols, and this is the way forward.
Okay, Mrs. Fred.
Yeah. When it comes to AI, I'm in a very nice position compared to this gentleman because I'm not an AI developer entrepreneur, so I can still watch out a lot as an observer. And from my point of view, what I see globally is that We are just scratching the surface of this technology, and we don't know where we don't know what we don't know in this moment. And I think, first of all, we should build the rails and the global agreement of the protocols that are going to be used. In my opinion, right now, for not even blockchain or AI, at least as far as I know, the only globally agreed protocol for a lot of things is Google Authenticator, for a lot of the things that we are using. So there are a lot of things that we have to agree upon when it comes to the next advancement in technology and the integration between AI and blockchain in order for us to have the integration properly.
This is why we are in a conference right now, because we are building ideas.
Yes. So, for example, I receive a lot of AI videos from my mother-in-law, and unfortunately, I still have to explain to her that that's AI. So I think this is where we are right now as masses. These guys are experts. I'm a newbie that learns about AI, and I think a lot of people who are here are also way more versed than the masses. But in the future, for sure, we will need some type of clear, global, agreed rails and protocols to make the connection between them two, and everybody say, yes, we're going to use this, this, and this in order for have the sovereign self-identity that everybody speaks about.
But we are sure that blockchain technology can offer a lot to this kind of a traceability of AI content, AI-generated content. If you're talking about movies, photos, and other multimedia content. So on the point of view, this discussion about AI, talking in the blockchain conference, is a very futile discussion. 100%. And I think it's a very interesting concept that we should start right now about how we can build this. Because we are talking about the infrastructure. And this is an infrastructure of AI on the top of blockchains. And I think digital identity is one, because in the Davos, last month, they talked, Macron said something about one identity, one digital identity, one CNP, or one digital card. So in a way, on the social media, on AI, on blockchain, we should have one identity. So starting from that, how we can build the next wave of digital infrastructure.
Well, I think there must be an authority that says that is AI or it's a hot dog or not, if you know. Basically, this authority should be an entity that everybody can trust, right? Each individual should trust this authority to say that this identity, this digital identity that's stored on that specific blockchain can be trusted. On the other hand, this is an egg and chicken problem, right? Who says that? Who trusts that authority and so on? Right now, I have no idea where this is heading because, as you can see, the speed of development, it's very crazy. What you could do 3 years ago in a few months, now you can do in less than 1 week. So I think there are big question marks where this is heading right now.
We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. Any other ideas about the infrastructure?
So, about infrastructure, you also mentioned, so we were talking a lot about identity. Okay, so we can talk about DIDs, right? Decentralized identifier. This is not something new. But I think that we need to shift our perspective from who you are, and yes, we will need intermediaries. We can't go full on disintermediation with this because it's probably not the right path. But it shifts from who you are to what have you done. Like our peer said here, reputation, right? So, okay, we do have standards coming out. We have ERC 8004, it just came out. And it said, okay, we need identity, but we also need reputation, we also need validation. These are some important things. The problem is that it's just a standard, and it doesn't say anything about these registries, which are empty vessels, right? They can be filled by anyone with anything. So imagine you have a registry of reputation where somebody goes and gives stars to agents that have solved things. Tell me, how would you stop a swarm of bots that go ahead and trash everybody else and raise one of their own, and it has great reputation while everybody has horrible reputation. So we need trustless ways to actually get reputation in there. And it's funny because everybody talks about how AI is taking over human jobs. And this is something I also talked about yesterday. We have Jevons paradox. It's not that technology will replace us, it's that will actually make that technology more available and easily accessible to others, affordable to others, which in turn creates more and more other types of jobs. So ideally, if you want reputation, okay, you will get bots doing, let's say, the heavy lifting, but you'll have to leave the humans, okay, leave the boring jobs, but do the nuance, do the intuition, do the evaluation and validation of these bots, right? That's where consensus comes in, and it's not just AI agents giving reputation to other AI agents and maybe generating a circular slop there. We need valuable insights from humans working together with these agents.
So I think we do have some kind of a global direction of where this AI industry is heading and where this AI technology is heading in general. So what we do know for sure is that AI will replace a large amount of human work in the near future. I don't know, 2 to 3 years or maybe maximum 5 years. We have prominent statements from leaders from Anthropic, from OpenAI, that in a couple of years AI will completely replace developers, marketers, content creators, and will automate 90% of the office tasks that we do today. So this is the direction in which we're heading. So definitely most of this work will be taken over by agents, which are growing really, really fast and becoming more and more mature. And yes, blockchain could be a valuable tool here on the digital identity and digital records side of things, because blockchain is a ledger that can immutably store things. So yes, I think we need a way to somehow identify and these future agents that will come, that will perform work in our place. They need to be trusted, they need to be verifiable, they need to be traceable and audited maybe. So I guess maybe in the future this whole decentralized identities and credentials should be somehow regulated in the same way as trading is regulated, because in the same way that I know we have institutions that issue your ID, your driver's license. Probably in the future there will be institutions that will issue passports for agents, digital passports, and so on.
It's very nice to listen to all of them because I can have my own brainstorming before I answer. I think right now, when it comes to the technology phase, we are in that point where if I would tell someone 20 years ago that we're going to have smartphones, and in that smartphone I would be able to call a stranger to drive me with his car to another stranger's house, to order through an app, so a stranger would come to deliver to me from a stranger place, for me to buy the food, and I have to trust all these parties in order for me to drive there, live there, sleep there, and eat from someone totally unknown. They would have said that I'm losing my mind. So in the same point of view, in the same direction, I think this is where we are with AI right now, where we're building the rails and the infrastructure of that same type of technology that in 20 years is going to seem seamless and totally accepted by everybody, but right now seems very far-fetched or sci-fi.
Yes, I think it's interesting what Flavio said, and I will pick up this idea about having a personal AI, or companies should have a personal company AI that will do the diligence of all this kind of stuff. And where these AIs we're gonna meet, where this AI we're gonna talk to each other, I think it will be on a blockchain. Because the infrastructure of a blockchain offers that traceability, offers the, let's say, what happens between us as human, recognizable, you are Mr. Spread, I'm Adrian. We know each other. So this kind of identifiable connection can be sustained by blockchain. And I think, and my research in this AI environment, I think the technology is here. what happens is that big companies that holds the social media, because we have to talk about the elephant in the room, social media will not, they are not ready to use this digital invisible stamp that is being used by every AI platform. If they generate a video, if they generate an AI video, an AI image, there's a stamp on every iteration. And a social platform can easily look and just add automatically, AI generated.
So they need consensus for that, global consensus.
They need a global consensus, and they get money by us talking about is this fake or not, is this fake or not. We can, so I think the blockchain can offer a lot to AI and will empower the technology of AI a lot in the future.
So in order for this to happen, you need two things. You need the standards and regulation. Yeah, but more important, you need the big players to push this to the AI market, because right now the whole industry is listening to Anthropic, to OpenAI, to Google, and Meta maybe. So we have these 4 gigantic companies that are dictating where AI is heading and how is it used and so on. So
yeah, but also using your data as training. And because we are talking right now about large language models, but how about large action models, where our actions, let's say traits, everything, they are used by an AI to learn more about us as, let's say, white males, or something like that from a different category. So in a way, AI can predict our behavior. And does our behavior our digital trace can be put on the blockchain?
I think the blockchain can be used as an infrastructure to privately train your models. You know your input, you're the only one, you pass that into a container. It's like a bucket where you put all your information, and then the output is the training of the model, let's call it that way, in a very simplified way. So I think it's the same ethical problem. Who owns our data, right? We end up in the same loop.
Yeah, you know how it is. Nothing's free, okay? So if a product is free, you are the product. We need to acknowledge this. As Flavius was saying, we need legislation for this, because otherwise we can build the infrastructure that fingerprints every type of data that's generated, okay? If you don't convince social media to only pick up fingerprinted data, then, okay, you're solving part of the problem, not all of the problem. Now, them using our data, this is interesting. We were talking about big tech, right? They are using our data. They have been using our data. They haven't actually told us everything that they know about us. That's interesting. But we continue to use their products, right? We're interested in those products. We don't have, let's say, alternatives to this. So it's funny how people look at EU regulations. You know how it is. The EU knows how to regulate, not necessarily know how to build. We are building those rails, but only Europe is listening, actually has to comply with them, right? The rest of the world does not. So in building an infrastructure like this, you do need those rails there, as we were talking. You do need the regulation there. But how do you convince the rest of the world that's no longer digital infrastructure, right? So you have to build something so useful that they have no alternative than to use what you're building. And I think that's a very, very big effort.
Something that everybody will agree upon, like I have another idea, like Google Authenticator or financial system is the SWIFT. So someone that is going to agree globally, like they use the SWIFT. What's your alternative? Maybe there's an alternative from China to the SWIFT, or it was before, but globally when it comes to money transfers, everybody was using it, so.
Yes, and I think this discussion about the future of infrastructure, and we're talking about blockchain, is very important in, let's say, in the same sentence with AI. Because as AI is important right now, is the same importance as blockchain. And it's very important to understand how can blockchain evolve in the same pace with AI. Imagine that a couple of years ago we had proof of work, we have different types of blockchains. Right now, blockchain is evolving due to AI and due to this kind of adaptability to a new environment. How do you think this blockchain will evolve in the future to create a new, let's say, infrastructure?
I think this will naturally speed up just because the AI is a really good tool. It brings up so much utility. Just to give an example, you can now write the whole application in a couple days. You no longer need to wait 1 month. So this enables all the teams, the builders, to iterate really quick. Also, you can use the AI to do great research. Hey, take these research papers, analyze, I want to achieve this. What's the best information I can extract from this without requiring you to read hundreds of pages? So definitely this will go in parallel, and the AI will be the means, the tool, to actually speed up the blockchain development and coming up with new concepts.
Okay, so looking forward, I think what's important is to understand the purpose of each of these technologies and how they connect, right? So when we talk about AI on the blockchain, for the audience, we never mean doing training or inference on the blockchain. I don't think this is a good idea even in the future, because this is not why the blockchain was created, right? So we have things happening off-chain. Where do we want the blockchain to evolve? Is to be able to bring verifiable proofs, like ZKML is happening right now, right? They're at the start, but it's something useful there, because you can bring proofs that model A trained on data B, run on data C, produced an output D. And just having the output and that crypto proof is all I need. I don't need to know the model, I don't need to know the data that it was trained on. So privacy is something that we need to really prepare for. And looking forward, I think federated learning is going to be huge in this space, because it's been around for quite some time, but we're now noticing the need to actually protect all of our data, right? So we need to keep the data sovereign to who it belongs, but still be able to infer upon it without sacrificing privacy. And this is where I think infrastructure needs to evolve on the blockchain a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree. So blockchain is way too slow at the moment, and it's impossible to accommodate use cases like training and inference for AI models due to the technical nature of how these processes work, where they need massive clusters of GPUs with extremely high speed network connections between them, which blockchain cannot offer. Blockchain is decentralized. It's a network that spans the whole world. It's a huge network of computers, but it's a slow network of computers. So it cannot accommodate use cases like training AI models or serving AI models. So we are left to this, let's say, with the side use cases like identities, traceability. It can act as a registry basically for AI.
Mr. Spread, just...
No, I'm not going to add anything else to this.
Okay, and one final thought. I think if the next blockchain for AI it's starting from this room, I will be happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you also.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. What we're going to do now is clear the stage very, very quickly indeed. Get rid of these five chairs, and just as I'm talking, just look at the speed and smoothness of these gentlemen who take the chairs away. They do it so fast and so quick. There we are. It's got they are strategy. That's right. You're the one taking it. Give it to the other guy. One more and 2 tables. There we are. Speed. Wouldn't you just love these guys? There we are. Where did he come from? Wouldn't you just love these guys working for you if you had to move things around in your office at home? You're moving. These are the guys. There they are. These are the guys you need. You guys should actually form a company, a company that moves things around. I think you do very well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to our next session. Now, as you are fully aware of the things that are happening outside, around the world, particularly in the Middle East, and naturally there are many different challenges with people flying from different areas. Unfortunately, the next speaker was meant to be here, standing where I am right now, but obviously due to the flight situation, flying from Hong Kong to come here to Bucharest, yesterday, tried every option possible, but it wasn't possible at all for him to actually be here. However, what he's done in the meantime is he's still going to share the session, still going to share insights for you, but he's done that. He's done that on a video. So we're going to play very, very shortly from Tron. Justin Sun, he's going to pop up on the screen, and again, he's going to share with you his insights, his ideas as well. And it's not live. It's okay. It's not live because he had to record it. That was the only option he could do. So he's recorded that. It's going to be on the screen, and so no questions at the end because it's recorded. It's not live. And let's have a look at exactly what it's all about. There we are. You don't have to clap because you can't hear. But anyway, there we are. There was Justin. Clearly, unfortunately, wasn't able to come here on the stage, but next best thing through the screen to you through a recorded message. Right now, moving on to our next session, preparing the stage for this one right now. This, in fact, is essentially, so we've got two things, education and the fast money hype, right? So those two things there, education versus fast money hype. So we're going to look at look at those two and debate them both. And we've got a great panel. I would say a very good panel indeed to kind of wrap up, almost wrap up our day together here on day number 2. And again, I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear how this is going to unfold as we unpack this on over the next 20 minutes or so. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage our panelists and our moderator as well. First of all, let's welcome Cristian Onețiu, Avi Chichiran, and Andrei Bratucu. That's right, that's you. Come on, come on.
We do English, right? I guess, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here, sharing the stage with two legends, maybe, in the business industry. And we have a panel today, and we want to talk about the difference between social media hype and education in the financial world. Not only the business world, also the financial world and everything in between. Wild times, we live in wild times right now. I'm not going to talk about what's happening in the Middle East or something like that, but overall I think we are all addicts, like for example, Chris is checking his phone. We're all actually using this drug called social media, and it's at some points very useful. It can bring a lot of value, but it can also maybe bring us maybe not on the best roads. And I wanted to ask you both, what changed? Because you've seen a lot. You have a tremendous experience and you've seen a lot of what happened during the last decades. What changed in terms of mindset in the business world from the day you started your journey to what you see today?
Wow, this is a really complex question. My thoughts on this would be the following. I believe that the term social media somehow is a little bit outdated, and taking back to the years, taking back to the history, I believe that media was always there, but not necessarily was sort of social. We had newspapers, and we've been talking live about the issues in the world. Right now, we have AI media, who is recommending us, a super intelligence that is recommending us the new media. So I believe that the impact that we are having right now, and the impact that we see with this kind of super intelligence is changing the paradigm, and I believe that social media will look differently, and the way we consume content change dramatically. If 15 years ago, we've been focused, or 20 years ago, I've been reading all day, and then I've been listening to the podcast all day, then I've been watching YouTube videos all day. Right now, I'm talking with ChatGPT or Gemini for 3 hours every day, which is really crazy. So, and I rewatched the movie Her in order to see that we reached that state, which is really interesting. And this is how we consume. This is how we consume content through a different medium, and not necessarily a different media.
But how do you see?
Sorry, I was planning to answer also to add something. So first of all, thanks for inviting us and make us feel old. So how was 25 years ago? So 25 years ago, it was a different situation. We had a lack of information. Now it's an excess.
We were having fun, and we were having fun.
It's an excess of information. So that's something that is new in 25 years. And regarding the social media, I think social media is amazing if you are using as a tool. I mean, it's the best free university that you can get if you are using as a tool and you are not distracted by the social media. But I think in this event, we should talk also about the impact of social media in the crypto environment, because that's a very tricky combination.
We will get there, but I first want to go step by step and understand the difference in mindset between what business developer or a person wanting to get into the financial markets was thinking 25 years ago, and what was the resources they could access back then versus what we can access right now instantaneously. Like you said, we can ask ChatGPT, hey, is it good if I invest in this? And I wanted to ask you, like, for example, I know probably both of you still have in touch with younger people, with younger generations. And some of them, of course, because maybe of social media, they want to be entrepreneurs, they want to develop businesses, they want to be successful and so on. What do you think is social media teaching them wrong nowadays?
So let me start this. And so back then, 25 years ago, we were trying to build something stable, something sustainable. And we knew that is going to be complicated in terms of getting the right product, identifying a real need, and do whatever it takes in order to build value. Social media is celebrating just the outputs, not the efforts. So that's the first problem that social media has. Social media is very happy when you provide outputs and only in the highlights of your life. But in order to be true, you need to showcase the rest of the struggle that you have. I mean, if you only showcase the revenue or a share screen of an invoice or something,
or your cars, your travels.
But you don't share the cost of revenue, the invisible work, the operating costs, the struggle that you have in order to get a client. You are not building wealth, you are just building, let's say, a bit of money. And so back then, we were more focused on building wealth, not just occasional money.
Okay, Avi?
Well, I believe that one of the most undervalued things that we take for granted is trust. And I believe that in the near future, we are moving also to a new economy of trust. And this kind of also investing or taking the information or taking notes or taking new advices from somebody or another super intelligence would be based on trust. Because at this point, the noise in social media, it's like really, 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 I don't want to use that word, but you understand exactly what I'm referring to. And I believe that who will be more trustful will have more authority and more power. Not necessarily who is like sharing or showing the cars and so on.
But how do you build trust in a social economy like this, where everything is turning into either AI slop or just noise generated for engagement? Like Christy said earlier, everybody is just posting the highlights of their life. They're posting their cars, their travels, their P&Ls in the financial sector. How do you build trust?
If you are looking for engagement or likes, then you are a product of the social media. Social media is a platform where you can identify the right people that can follow you and then build a business opportunity and transform this business opportunity into reality. So if you are just aiming for more likes, you will show more cars and more, I don't know, a new watch or something that the audience will be, in a way, they will engage, but they will respond. And that's the big difference in social media. If you are following people that are asking you to respond, not think, then you are following the wrong people. But also, the other way around, if your following base is just engaged as a emotional engage of what you are telling or what you are showcasing, just responding and not thinking, then you are building a following base that has no value in terms of business.
I totally agree with what you're saying, but the thing is, you can say that with your experience over the years. You have gone through different situations, and you faced different situations, and you can now somehow separate the noise from value. But for example, for an 8-year-old just graduating high school right now, he grew up with TikTok, with brain rot, how we call it nowadays, with different syndromes of attention span problems, and they're just looking for the shiniest things on social media. How can we maybe, and how can society actually evolve into directing these young people into more education and less hype?
Another complex question. Most of the time, I remember myself when I was a youngster. I've done all this kind of crazy stuff in order to attract, in order to gain attention. And in social media, people are staying or posting all kind of crazy stuff in order to get attention. So even those who are posting Ferraris and so on, I don't know if they can afford those cars, but they want attention. They want to be famous. They want to be recognized. And kids at this point are following those trends because it's in the social, it's a social status in quotes. Music creates this kind of collective consciousness because all the trip-hop songs are about money, wealth, and fame. And in the 90s, the music was totally different. It was about having fun. It was about living the life, love. It was completely different. And the music, as you see the music, this is how the society will go, because it influences subconsciously an entire society.
Just to give you a short understanding, in the last 10 years, I've seen audiences that they were trading their attention with people who only want their attention and hoping to transform this attention to a funnel. It never worked. I've seen that back in the last 10 years. So it's more just, they just spend their time in building something that hardly converts into business. But I've seen some consistent brands and people that they selected through their content the right audience that they can build something together. So I think we cannot generalize that this generation, all of them, they are the same. I think they represent also 90% of people are just stupid. That's it. So we have the same thing, but they are stupid on different platforms or stupid on different tools. But it's the same thing.
Okay, it makes sense. It's rough, but it makes sense. It's not politically correct, but it makes sense. I agree.
So Crypto Expo, what is politically correct here?
Yeah, exactly, because we're here at the crypto conference, and probably crypto is one of the main reasons for the past 10 years, maybe, of people actually getting involved into financial markets. At least here in Romania, I know for a fact that most young people first invested in crypto, and then after, maybe they started to actually look into the stock market and so on and so forth. So I think crypto had this wonderful period where it taught people about the financial system, about fiat currencies, about how the world works in terms of money. But then, when mass adoption hit, it just went into the fast hype and super get-rich-quick schemes. Can we actually overturn this in the crypto space and go back to the basic of technology and education, or is it too late?
Well, my opinion. Everything that I'm not generalizing. I'm just telling my opinion. The lack of financial education in Romania is severe. It's very, very bad. Also now I'm seeing ads from some banks that are running commercials of your money for Nvidia, which is, which is, from my perspective, the banks should be the #1 settlers for financial education. And the financial education plus poverty, because we were quite poor. Our country developed only since we've been in the EU in 2008. So we are somehow, we have more money in our society coming only 20 years ago. And we've been raised very, very poor. Like when I'm referring to poor, we cannot imagine how poor we were. I'm just thinking how poor we were when we were kids. We had nothing. And lack of financial education multiplied by poverty, multiplied by shiny things, would lead to disasters, because you are not taking any conscious decisions. And crypto had a huge role in this, because a lot of people, I know a lot of people who lost a lot of money, who risked a lot of things, and this is because of the shiny things and not the risk adversity, that we didn't know what is risk adversity, because we never thought about this.
So if you want to talk about education, let's talk about education. Then in order to invest in a very volatile industry, then you need to learn what does it mean to have a portfolio. 98% of the people who invested in crypto, they had no idea about investing. So it was not an investor mentality. It was just a speculative mentality. They want to get rich fast. And, you know, I mean, we see the reality. If you start with this mentality, the reality is always busy being broke then. So you cannot start a new financial instrument like it's crypto ecosystem without going through the basics of investment and creating a diverse portfolio. So if you want to go back to basic, we already have the books, we already have all the education about how to build a portfolio. But I see people that they never invested in anything, and they have a wallet with 10 coins, and they are investors. And when I address 3 basic questions about investment, they have no answer. So yeah, we can go back to education, but way back before crypto. And then everyone will understand how you can place maybe 10% or 7% of your asset into volatile and high-risk investment in order to compensate what you have. So this is how I see investment. If you want to get rich fast, you can try 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and see the results.
I would like to make another analogy regarding the tokens, because as you noticed, maybe you noticed, 80% of the investors, or maybe 85% of the investors in crypto are male. Why? Because they were playing more than women, and they don't perceive tokens as being money. And with this kind of mentality that you're buying an NFT or you're buying tokens and you're having the tokens, you're not perceiving that those are real money. And you don't have that kind of mentality that to put all your money from the bank on some tokens in a game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I had this happening to me all over the years, where if I was thinking of buying a shirt for like $50, I stood there to actually take into account the decision. But if I wasted $100 on an Ethereum transaction, it was like a normal day. So yeah, there's
the guess for Ethereum, it was 100.
It was at some points, crazy times, yeah. Actually, I want to end this panel with some insight, maybe some alpha from both of you, because again, you have an enormous experience in the business field, and I want to understand, like, if you right now transported yourself to being back into your 20s and looking into an entrepreneurial career and developing something, how would you do things right now if you were young and wanted to build something?
I'm afraid it will sound very boring. I mean, build competences, hard to find competences, like negotiation, financial, management, leadership. It sounds so old in this world, but these are hard to find and hard to build competences. And second, build systems along with ambition. If you have a system with no ambition, it will stagnate. If you only have ambition with no system, it will be chaos. So I think if I would start again, I will build more system faster if I was in 2026. Because now we can build systems faster.
Would you go into AI or just any industry?
80% AI.
Avi?
Well, I believe that who we are today, and I can talk also on Chris's behalf, we were like learners, continuous learners. Since I know Christian, I know him for the past 20-something years. Oh my God. So we know each other for many, many years. We always talk about what we learned. Even now we were discussing what we learned and what we experienced and what we tried and what was going on and so on. And this is a mindset. This is a mindset of the people who are building, because this kind of curiosity never settles. And this is my suggestion to you guys: be curious and learn fast and fail fast. So what you see here, you see the scars of hundreds of fails and 2 or 3 success stories that defines us. But you don't see the scars and the nights that we were like, I couldn't go to sleep because I didn't had a solution for certain problems, or how to raise money and how to solve some really difficult situations and problems that we had. And the thing that made us to overcome these adversities were like curiosity, being able to get back again. And I learned from for Richard Branson, because I've been reading a lot and I loved reading. He said that if you fail, it doesn't mean that you're a failure. So most of the times, people get the process of failing as being a personal failure, which is not true. And I failed many times. I learned from my mistakes. I learned from the crypto, crypto a lot. And yeah, that would be my.
That's a wonderful way to end this panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this panel. My honorable partners on the stage, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you everyone for being here. Hopefully next time we have more time to talk about it, because it was amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Avi, Christian, Andre. Thank you so much. A fantastic conversation here on stage. Always great to hear from these gentlemen here. We're just preparing now the stage for this last session. So in a nutshell, really, over these last 2 days, we've been jumping from idea to insights to perspectives across simply 2 wonderful, resourceful days. And now right at the end here, this is all about really looking ahead, right? Looking ahead to the next steps and really what's going to happen in the near future. future, difficult to predict for some, and then going a little bit beyond to really find out what's happening next. This last session, again, wrapping up our 2 wonderful days together here in Bucharest for the summit. Right, let's now welcome to the stage once again Ilya Pushkash, Ignacio Aguera, Sabino Liu, Pablo Monti, and our moderator who's going to shape this once again here back on stage, Andrei Patuca.
Oh, I'm back. Long time no see. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We actually are closing this event, which is very nice. We have here representatives from the biggest players in the industry, and everybody wants to know that deep alpha that you can provide today. I'm not going to go deep into compliance or all that stuff, because I know that maybe some of you don't want to touch some subjects, but I want to talk about the industry as a whole. And the first question would surely be, where do you think this industry, crypto, is heading right now?
I can start from my perspective. We're going to merge in a way with traditional finance. We're already seeing this working together between the industries, and the price is moving at the same pace in a way. Of course, crypto is still moving a bit more than traditional finance in terms of pricing. Bitcoin went half the price in a few months, of course. But still, it's very similar with movements in traditional finance. And maybe this AI developments will have a lot of implications in the market as well.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like traditional finance, I mean, we are bringing real-world assets to our platforms, right? And traditional finance is trying to do the same, but I think the biggest problem is that the mind shift of them is still like in the TradFi place. So the fact that we're building from scratch in a crypto, let's say, conscience and crypto brain, I think we prepare products that are built like for the next years instead of just trying to build something.
So what you're telling me is that exchanges are going to evolve into this super global all-in-one apps regarding finance. Are we just staying into our niche in crypto, or are we just going to take over the world? Because I was talking the other day with some people and was thinking like how outdated most of the brokers on traditional markets are right now compared to what we have in the crypto industries. Like all of your exchanges right now provide a lot of different features that they cannot even comprehend in the traditional market. Are we going to see more of that, and also maybe banking on different stuff like that into one app?
I think you remember you gave us that question list before the panel, and that first question was, do you think that centralized exchanges are going to be financial institutions or technology platforms or a global super app? And I think probably that is the question that we're trying to answer at the moment. And from my perspective, I have to agree with the first two panelists. I think we are going into become a financial institution, of course. In various shape or forms, and of course with that the technology platform is always there. I think that's our edge, as you just said, compared to a lot of traditional finance player, and that would come with the app as well. So I mean, everyone is doing a bit of everything as of today, but I have to say, to become a global super app, I don't think there's anything as such, in a sense that when you become very big, you are going to be facing localized and local regulation. So from a user experience, you might see a super app, but actually behind the back end is all the compliance, all the localization, and pick and choose about what product is suitable for which market. So I feel that, among the three directions you talked about, I think the super app is probably the front end, but fundamentally, we are becoming financial institutions and technology platforms.
Okay. From my side, I believe that the concept of super app is like excessive, too big. I mean, of course, the platforms are trying to onboard everything that the users need. For example, many have besides crypto, TradeFi, tokenized assets. I mean, they are including everything that the user is needing. That doesn't make it a super app, and I agree with you with everything transforming into more financial enterprise and similar to what bank is today. I don't know the future, but for sure it will be about how easy it is for people to use it, and of course, understanding that the experience should be the best, and people is no longer willing to have 5 different apps, 5 different logins, 5 different KYC processes. I mean, everything goes into that direction.
It makes perfect sense. And right now we're facing this buzzword. Maybe it's not a buzzword, but I think it is called artificial intelligence. It's everywhere, and everywhere you look, you see artificial intelligence. And I know that each of your apps actually integrates AI into different sorts of integrations into your application. And I wanted to ask, what role will AI actually play inside centralized exchanges over time? Is it only going to be like a little assistant telling you how the market reacted to different type of situations? Or are you already researching or going into deeper integrations with AI, and what can we do with it?
From our side, we're going a bit deeper and trying to integrate AI in a way that keeps the users informed about what actions are best for them, including avoiding scams, including education, and building their environment around their financials in general in the app.
Yeah, I mean, today we have an agent, an AI assistant that can help you kind of validate your trades. I mean, technology comes to solve people's problems, right? So I think it's more, if you're not a trader, I think a lot of people are afraid of starting to trade because they have never done it, and they might think they're not going to take the right decision. So the fact that you have some assistance into validating your trades or knowing more about what you're doing, definitely this will bring more users into the platforms and have them do the first step. Because I mean, I think the first time you buy something that you never have experienced, it's a hard step. So the fact that you can facilitate and use it, it's definitely going to improve the user experience. And obviously, in terms of security, it helps you like validate and have more control over things. So all in all, I think we're going to see like a lot of this like running.
Personally, I don't think of AI as replacing humans. I believe in humans making the decisions with the assistance of AI. And in that regard is what we believe in developing a future, an assistant that makes easier and faster the things that take you a lot of time doing, like due diligence, understanding a project, understanding the market situation, and reading the insights, and even the graphics. I mean, now AI gives you that, and you earn a lot of time for you. You make better decisions, more intelligent decisions, and besides that, also, of course, having AI for internal functioning of the platform in risk management and detecting frauds, and many things that you can now automatize with AI, and it's better for everyone, for us as companies and platforms, and for the users in terms of security and reliability.
That's nice. I want to stay a bit on this topic of artificial intelligence because in my personal opinion, I think that crypto and blockchain, although right now not seen as so hype or so great technology at the moment because of the downfall, at some point they will converge, and I think that artificial intelligence actually will play a big role in the next narrative of crypto overall. But I wanted to ask you, how do you see this convergence between artificial intelligence and crypto in the next few years, this fusion or this connection between the two technologies working together and bringing value to each other?
I can start? Sorry. I understand that it's the combination of the two more powerful technologies of the last years, probably, AI and blockchain. And it's a good question. I mean, it's probably the same thing that happens to crypto. How is going to be integrated in normal life? I mean, it's going to be someday, let's say, hidden for people to use it, not in a bad way, for making it easier. I mean, I understand that AI is also going to be behind or under the hood for many things, and people will not even, for example, now you Google something, and people is now looking at the answers that the AI from Google gives you, no longer the results of the search engine. So it's the same for every industry. I mean, if each industry is going to apply AI in a good way, it should be super transparent for people to start using it, even without knowing.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna happen probably what happened with like augmented reality, or these apps that before you had, for example, you come to an event and you had to download an app to see something like in a booth. It made no sense because it was like extra steps. Now, if you use augmented reality, let's say in an app like IKEA, you can see how a furniture is going to look in your living room. That actually has its value. So I think we're going to see an evolution that AI will definitely start doing things that are going to help us find more time to like optimize some other processes, and at the end, it's going to help to increase and have better experiences for their users.
I'm not sure how these two will converge, but from my perspective, the AI should focus on the issues that we have at the moment in crypto. So one of them is lack of education, and the other one is complexity of the products. So if you're able to have an app that is able to adjust with the help of AI to any user needs, let's say you're a beginner, it will detect automatically, connect with other AI agents, AI functionalities across platforms, and make adjustments in your profile on Binance, for example, and create an app that is fit for you at that moment, for your knowledge so far, that would be the super app that we were talking about.
Okay, okay. I also wanted to hear about agents actually using the blockchain and crypto, and I want to know if any of you in the backend have sensed that people are starting to use agents, maybe, I don't know, a huge amount of transaction on maybe one account, and how do you feel like in the future we will trade? Like, are we going to actually trade anymore in the future, or is AI going to trade like between themselves?
Well, I think we're going to keep on. I mean, he just mentioned a really good point. At the end, even if there's AI, there's like a human behind placing the trade. So obviously you can leave it up to AI, but I think the human element will still be there. I mean, one of the biggest problems for people trading sometimes is just being human. The fact that you're a human and you have a heart, you have emotions, and panic selling happens, you know. The moment AI comes in, you start looking at other things that can get better. So if you're like panicking, you can probably ask the AI agent if it would be like a bad idea to sell at a point which maybe it's not optimum. So I think it's going to be definitely like still a human. But obviously, I mean, as technology evolves, you never know. I mean, it's actually scary.
There was this experiment like a few months ago. I don't know if you've seen it. There were some people that actually gave money to different LLMs, and they had a competition between them. And that was interesting because, like you said, they have no emotion. Like 90% of trading is emotion. It's how you handle emotion, how you handle different situations that happen, panic selling or or FOMOing in or stuff like that. And it's actually impressive to me to see how we will actually trade in the next few years. But going from that,
I wanted to add. I mean, yes. I mean, what you described, that scenario of AI agents trading against AI agents, is very, very highly probable in the future. But I have to say, even in traditional finance, you look at the most sophisticated market makers in the world, they are already trading in a very sophisticated way. I mean, I worked for a traditional exchange for a very long time. 20, 30 years ago, we already didn't have a trading floor. I mean, very, very rarely now any, traditional stock exchange has a trading floor and humans shouting at each other. That was way past already. So what you actually see, the reality is that the exchanges will have in the middle of somewhere, very quietly, a huge data center, and then all the computers running on its way, and billions transactions happening there that nobody sees what's inside. I think that's already a reality. It's not a crypto-specific stuff, but I think crypto and blockchains could supercharge that.
Okay, yeah, I agree on that. Don't take this in a weird way, but I wanted to ask you, like, still in the topic of AI, what is going to be, in your opinion, like the biggest threat for the business model of current centralized exchanges? Is it just going to be like decentralized exchanges, or is it going to be something we're seeing developing in the AI world at the moment?
I'll start saying by decentralized exchanges are not going to be a threat to the centralized exchanges from my perspective. They are still too complicated. I think it's not the focus of many developers at the moment. From my perspective, still centralized exchanges will win because they bring the retail. And that's the future of crypto. The retail and this merging with the traditional finance. It's very hard to see how the decentralized aspect would merge with traditional finance that easily, from my perspective. The threat would be actually merging too much with traditional finance, where people will realize maybe ETF is safer than investing in Bitcoin at one point. And basically, crypto assets will start losing market share. Some of them. Who knows?
Okay, interesting point. Anyone else want to tap in? Nothing to add? Okay.
I'm actually thinking the opposite. I don't think AI is sort of the biggest threat to a lot of centralized exchange, but in fact, it's more how centralized exchange merge with traditional finance and the adoption of more traditional players and institutional investors. Because what we are seeing in crypto, we are just still a very, very small amount of trading volume in the whole world compared to all the financial assets. And in terms of market cap and market cap of stablecoin, market cap of crypto, compared to traditional finance of equities and fixed income, it's just a tiny drop in the ocean.
Okay, yeah. Okay, moving on, I want to know a bit about adoption. I want to talk about adoption. I want to talk about the cycle that we just went through and all the institutions. I think the buzzword of the cycle was institutions and big players coming in, and I think you've seen some of that. But I wanted to also ask you, because I know that your platforms are actually also used and adopted in emerging markets where people actually need to use crypto in most of those countries because their currencies are failing at the moment or they have different problems, they cannot use the banking system and so on and so forth. Do you think that right now the bigger part of the adoption is in these institutions coming in, or is it actually on the other side of the spectrum in the emerging markets where people need to actually use crypto?
I start. I see that we've been a lot of time talking about mass adoption, when it's going to arrive, and I always have the counter message that probably everyone in crypto is that going to happen at all? I mean, it's necessary for everyone to use crypto, to be in crypto. That's something that I don't know. I come from Argentina, so it's one of the regions that used crypto and early entering crypto because of need. I mean, it's a country with a lot of inflation, devaluation of the currency, and crypto was like the safe reward, the safe place for them to save their money and keep continuing. So probably the conversation is more like, is crypto going to be somehow the new finance infrastructure? With the stable coins, in payments, in payrolls, in moving money across borders, even in savings in countries that need that option. I believe that's the current, or not the discussion, but the outlook for crypto for the next years. I mean, is it going to be that way? That will be the adoption. Of course, that the institutional is great in terms of reputation, validation, liquidity, and many things, even infrastructure. So it's difficult to say one or another. Probably both.
But is crypto right now still a retail-driven market, or are the institutions already too big in to actually for the retail to count?
I think both. It's coexisting for some time, but that mix is shifting. I think institutional coming in is a big wave already. It's already happening. And when you talk about adoption, right, whether that's adopted by institutions or retail, ultimately you need to think about whether the product actually solve a pain point for them or add extra value and give them benefits of revenue, right? So that's what you're coming about in terms of stablecoin, is solve a pain point. So that's why retail users use it. You look at institutions, right? I think institutional adoption, when I say true sense of institution, because what you see about institutional adoption in crypto, when I say adoption means trading on crypto at the moment, is that it started always with retail. And then when you have retail, you have some institutions, market makers really want to trade against that community and then provide liquidity and also cross exchanges as well. So that's fantastic. But we are talking about sort of proper, asset allocators, long-term money asset managers. These people's allocation in crypto is still very, very tiny at the moment. So again, you talk about institutional adoption. I think it would take some time, but it's crucial. They would need to come for crypto to be sort of going to mainstream. It's number one, the allocators needed to, started to think this is a very valid asset classes for them to invest in more and safely. And I think secondly, blockchain and crypto as a technology for financial infrastructure. So again, a lot of people would think that, blockchain just like internet 20 years ago. And it's just the same thing. We just need to build a new financial infrastructure on the new blockchains, which is true. But I think that it is still need to come to the point you demonstrate value. Either you help the big organization to streamline operation and save operational costs, or you actually help them bring in clients and revenue. I think for these both points, for the traditional finance players, is still at that place that they are experimenting.
Just to summarize a bit, I think for mass adoption, because we were speaking about mass adoption here, first of all, maybe we need to make it impossible not to use it for crypto, both for retail and institutional. And second of all, the benefits should be clearly visible, maybe so visible that people will just say this is the logical way to go.
Okay. That's actually some valuable answers, and I'm not going to go to you, Ignacio, because we actually shared a great conversation yesterday, and I know you've been in marketing for a lot of time. You have a huge experience, and this question was not in the questions I sent you, so if your PR team wants to kill me after this, it's okay. But no, don't worry. I wanted to ask you, how do we change the image of crypto as a whole, as an industry right now? Because I think that if you ask 10 people outside on the street about crypto, 9 of them will tell you that it is a scam, it is used for fraudulent and illicit purposes. How do we, in your experience as a marketer, can change this image of crypto to the whole world?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a great question, and I think we're all building towards this. I think in the past years, all the messaging has been around futures, product tech specs, and things that make no sense. Because if I go to someone and I said, yeah, you can go and you can use this restaping protocol, which is a layer 2, blah, 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 you lost them, Like that narrative is definitely not gonna stick. But the moment that you can create storytelling around it, you can match it towards something that's gonna kind of touch their hearts. Something that they will understand. I had a keynote earlier today, and I compared how the evolution of exchanges with the music. So cassette era, where you had an exchange which only had 1 or 2 tokens. So I compared it to the cassettes. It served a purpose, but it didn't actually. You didn't have everything at hand. Then you have CDs, Napster. It's peer-to-peer, kind of like DeFi, peer-to-peer access. You had more songs, you could build your own CDs. Then you move to the iPod, 1,000 songs in your pocket, which is modern exchanges. So the future is platforms like streaming platforms, everything is in one place. So we build the universal exchange narrative at BitGet because we're trying to bring all the elements into one place. But I think you need to touch their hearts and you need to connect with them sentimentally as a marketing and tell a story, not to just throw out a product. I think the story needs to be there, and I think we're struggling, a lot of the exchanges, we're struggling on how to create this story. But if you put a proper narrative and people can connect with it, I think that's when you start connecting with the rest of the people. And I couldn't agree more. I had a keynote in a university in Spain a couple of months ago, and it was 1,000 students of finance and tech. And when I asked how many knew about crypto, there was 10 or 15. And then when I asked which ones owned, it was only 5. So we live in an echo chamber of crypto because all our crypto is Twitter crypto, Instagram crypto, everything crypto. So the moment we step outside of our circle, you realize that people don't have a clue. So there's still a lot of work to do in terms of education, but with a proper storytelling.
I understand that there are different users of crypto. I mean, you have the trader and you have the people that use crypto for other things like payments and moving money. So in that regard, it's for example, you said if you ask outside the people about crypto, they will say it's a scam. And how many of them invest in any investment. You know, it's like taking a small piece of the population. So in that regard, crypto is for many different users, many different kind of users. And if you have a trader that is investing, that person should be more informed, should understand about what, I mean, everyone should understand what they are about to invest in, but traders do. And for them, it's easier. And if you use crypto, for example, as we talked before with the stable coins on a daily basis, it's different for you to approach. So I understand, I agree with Ignacio with many things regarding, for example, what's the future? I mean, DeFi is going to bring also crypto to the daily life of people, and in that regard is the changes that we are going to see. It's how crypto interacts with everyone on a daily basis.
Okay, so actually giving them something useful out of crypto so they can understand that it's valuable and it can bring actual value to their lives, right? Can
so
we agree?
if the marketing should connect with them and also sort one of their problems at least.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And I think, for example, you asked about emerging markets. Some people who live in remote regions or places where they may not even have a bank, the fact that they want to get a loan, it would be probably impossible. And sometimes you go to a bank and they will look at you and like, and there's still the human element of if they will or not give you the loan. With crypto, you have assets, you can collateralize them, and it's based on data. It's not going to look at you and see if you are white or what color you are. You know, it's actually just democratized, so you can get a loan in a second, and you can keep your assets. I think it brings a lot of value to a lot of people, and it's the usability that's going to bring the adoption, not just like how much we scream about crypto. It's definitely these use cases and value for the people.
Yeah, so going back to the roots of this industry that actually built it in the first years. We have a few more minutes, and I wanted to ask one last question about, let's try to look a bit into the futures. We had a lot of bull markets, bear markets, so on and so forth, cyclical and so on, but always we had narratives. There was going from one narrative to another. Some of them stuck, some of them like DeFi, some of them are actually going to stay with us. Some of them maybe like NFTs didn't actually manage to find that product market fit that we all maybe wanted to. What do you think is the next big narrative for crypto going forward from now on? What is going to actually bring this next billion users into our industry?
I don't know if it's going to be the next narrative. If I would know, I will be in Polymarket doing the betting on that. But what I would like to see is seeing crypto and probably stablecoins as the new finance infrastructure. Something that is happening with DeFi and many other solutions, but to see crypto integrated in daily life of people. That's how I understand. I wouldn't say the only way to get mass adoption, but a good way. I mean, again, not everybody needs to know what is under the hood, but for sure, for many businesses and industries, blockchain and specifically crypto, it's a solution in terms of traceability, security, and reliability, and speed of transactions, and many things that crypto allows that fiat doesn't. And I hope that the next narrative brings us to be on the daily life of people.
I would think from an institutional perspective, I think blockchain as a technology will become gradually more so in their financial infrastructure as infrastructure. So I think that would be sort of the direction of travel. And then I think in general, crypto, instead of treating it as a speculative instrument, it's going to be something of a utility value. Either it's a stable coin or as an investment asset class.
And I think a lot of the people that will come is they're just going to do the same that they do, but with a better value. So what do I mean with this? Just to put an example, if you are buying stocks in a broker that maybe doesn't work on weekends, if you have a tokenized stock and you want to sell it on Saturday night to buy a couple of beers, you can do it. So you're not selling the tokenized stock, sell the value of what it brings to the table, because sometimes like a lot of products were built on hype without any usability or real value. But I think we as an industry, we found out that people actually want something that's going to help and solve a problem that they have. So a lot of people who are not in the space are going to come because of traditional finance with a better experience, and definitely this will help us to bring a lot of people who they're not going to come because of its crypto. They don't care if it's crypto blockchain. They're going to come because the value that we offer to them is absolutely better than the traditional one.
Building on this idea of value, I think that that's what crypto brings a bit further. So it's not just for professionals in finance, but with our tools, we could educate people about basic in finance, and actually we could expand the knowledge in the financial world altogether. But maybe the next helper would be AI, which we spoke about, and the tools that it brings with it, and also the tokenization of assets, but not only stocks tokenized, or maybe big companies will choose to create a token instead of listing on a stock exchange from now on. We'll see.
That's an interesting idea. We also have been hearing for over a few years right now that the real estate market is going to go into this real world assets narrative. Probably the regulation takes a lot longer than we hoped for, and that's how we will actually see it going in the next few years. Thank you everyone for being here on the panel and for your answers to my hopefully good questions. Thank you everyone for attending, and I'll see you for the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together. That's right, hands together for our panelists, our moderator. A fantastic way to wrap up our last session here on stage for day number 2. And as Ignacio leaves the stage, a lot of you didn't see something, but I certainly did, certainly on the screen there, because your socks and feet were at the bottom. You've got some fantastic Bitcoin blue socks, or it might be SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm not quite sure because it's blue and yellow. Are they Bitcoin? Yes, they are. They're wonderful. There we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? That is the end of Crypto Europe Expo 2026 for day number 2. We've been through it a whole day yesterday. We did it all again today. Insights, ideas, perspectives. Again, ideas and perspectives maybe to help you just make a better decisions as you move forward, whatever direction you're going in. So that's it for us right now. One last thing I ask from all of you right now. We need to change this room, transform it into an awards gala as soon as we can. So we ask all of you to leave the room as soon as you can. And wishing you a fantastic evening, and maybe, just maybe, see you again for Crypto Euro Expo 2027. Thank you so much. So take your seats, get comfy, sip your drinks, whatever you're drinking. Get comfy because we're just about to start the Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. Take your seats and we'll begin very, very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. A warm welcome to the Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. Now, here's the thing. We have had two wonderful days just behind us, all about delving into those insights, perspectives, ideas, all about, again, helping everyone, helping you, helping our audiences as well, helping them really make sense of really where we are and where we're moving forward to, certainly in this landscape. But tonight, slightly different. Tonight, already I can see you're in that spirit, in that party mood, the good feel-good mood, already celebrating tonight. And again, this evening really is a celebration of the industry, a celebration of the achievements of many in the room. Many of you can look around right now, look around at the people on your table, because some of those will be winners, some of those will not be winners. But at the end of the day, we all celebrate again all the achievements that everybody has been doing over this past year for this Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. Now, the awards, we have got no less than 41, that's right, 41 awards throughout this evening. We'll be sharing the winners, revealing the winners in bunches of about 9 or 10. So I'll be sharing those 9 or 10 winners, and then we have a short break. Then we move on to the next set of nominees, finalists and winners, and so forth throughout the evening. And all this going on, you don't have to do anything at all but enjoy the evening, enjoy your drinks, enjoy your food, and naturally enjoy the company as well on your table. Right, we have, as I say, 41 categories. We have a set of jury members who have decided between them, naturally, who will walk away a winner of all these categories. So we thank them dearly for their expertise, but most importantly and ultimately for their time. Shall we start with the first category? And again, let me just tell you, if you are nominated, if you are a finalist, please feel free to share with the others, not just on your table, but in this room, how excited you are, because you could walk away a winner of this category. And again, if you win, please feel free, let it all go, because if you can let it all go, now is the night to do it. Let's start with our very first category. So our first category is let's look at our first category on the screen. So, best SEO services provider. The finalists are Bazoom, Crypto SEO, Single Grain, Omniscient, and the winner is Bazoom. Bazoom, you are the winners. Come and join us here on stage right now. Come and join us. Yeah, the winners. You're the winner. That's right. You are the winner. Where do I go? Well, there's only one place to go. It's right here. Well, congratulations. Well done. Well done. That's for you. Give that. That's right. Come in the center here. Come to the center. A quick photograph there. Fantastic. Right. That in your hand right now. I can see you're a bit dazed and dazzled. Not quite sure where you are. Maybe you've been drinking too much wine. I'm not quite sure. Champagne. How are you feeling right now with that in your hand?
I feel great. Appreciate Crypto Expo Europe and everyone who put the event together.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for our winner, Bazoom. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, there we have it. That's how that's the drill. You see how easy it is, and you can see how happy they are. Right, let's move on now to our next category. Best Crypto PR Marketing Agency. And the finalists are let's get them on the screen. If we can, that's right. Right, finalists, here we go. Fin PR, Market Across, Coinbound, Ninja Promo. And the winner is Market Across. You are the winners of this category. Stand up, come and join us here on stage. There we are, that's for you. Stand this side, my friend, there we are. Quick photograph there. Elia, I can see you, happy man, as always, on this stage, helping, sharing a lot of, moderating a lot of panels for us as well. It's been a productive time, certainly, and even more maybe memorable with that in your hands. How are you feeling right now?
Amazing. Bitcoin's at 70,000. Good day for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Market Across. There we are. Wonderful. Right. Let's move on now to our next category. Best Risk Management and Insurance Partner. And the finalists are Elmore, Elliptic, Chain Analysis, and Fireblocks. And the winner is Elmore. Elmore, you are the winners of this category. Please come and join us here on stage right now. Where are you? Is it you? It's not you. Or you're just going to the bathroom. It's not you. Where are you? Elmore, come and join us here on stage. Wonderful. Congratulations. There we are. That's for you. Just stand there, my friend. A quick photograph. Wonderful. Right. That in your hand. Hold on. How are you feeling right now with that in your hand? A few words.
Very happy, very proud, and go Elmore.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Elmore. Well done. Right, let's move on now to our next category in waiting. We can see it on the screen right now. Our next category is Crypto Adoption Excellence Award. The Crypto Adoption Excellence Award, and the finalists are Starbucks, Revolut, Premier Capital, Ignatics, and the winner is Premier Capital. You are the winners of this category. Please come and join us here on stage right now. It's you, I think it's you, it should be you, and it's you as well from another table. There we are, come and join us. Congratulations, my friend, wonderful. Congratulations, well done, well done. A quick photograph in the center. Wonderful. Before you go, just a few words. How you feeling?
We're feeling great. Basically, now we cannot say too much about the situation in Dubai, but I have to say something. The missiles are passing, but your 50% taxes won't, so keep buying.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Premier Capital. Well done, the winners of this category. Let's swiftly now move on to the next category. On to the next category right now. Best Crypto Traffic Network. Best Crypto Traffic Network. And the finalists are Bit Media, Coin Traffic, Coinzilla, and Blockchain Ads. Who's going to walk away a winner? Let's find out very shortly. The winner is... Coinzilla! Coinzilla, you are the winners. Come and join us here on stage to collect your award. Coinzilla, where are you? Coinzilla. Coinzilla's not. Are you here? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. That's okay. Wherever you are, Coinzilla, what we will do, we will send that award packing straight to your door wherever you are. But you are the winner of this award. Let's move on now to our next category. Best Crypto Tax and Fiscal Consultancy. Let's have a look at who the finalists are. Let's have a look. Yassil, Blockbits, Coin Tracking, TaxBits, and the winner of the Best Crypto Tax and Fiscal Consultancy Award 2026 is... Who do you think it's going to be? The winner is Yassil. Yassil, you are the winners. Come and join us here on stage to collect your awards. Where are you? There you are. Wonderful. Come and join us. Yassil, you're the winner. How are you feeling right now?
Amazing. Honestly, it's been a splendid day, and I'm very thankful for this, me and my team.
There we are, a splendid day, wonderful. Again, round of applause for our winner, Yassil. Well done. Right, a splendid day for Yassil. Is it a splendid night for you? As the night unfolds, we'll find out. Maybe a splendid night for our next winner. We'll see right now. On to our next category. Our next category is Best Legal Advisory Firm in Cryptocurrency and Blockchain. The finalists are Perkins Co., VD Law Group, Latham Watkins, Ropes and Gray. And the winner is... Who do you think it should be? If you think you should win, let us hear it. Who's going to win this one? Who do you think? The winner is... Screaming in the corner there. Right, the winner is VD Law Group. You are the winners. That man screaming, come up. Is it you who was screaming for yourself? I don't know. Come up. Where are you, VD Law Group? There he is. Was it you screaming? No, it was from that side. Right, okay, congratulations. Well done, my friend. There we are, VD Law Group. Before you go, how does it feel Is it a splendid night for you?
Yes, obviously it's a very splendid night. I want to thank you for organizing this beautiful event, and for us to be a part of this conversation on tech is an honor for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for VD Law Group. Well done, congratulations. Wonderful. Right. Okay, let's move on now to our next category. Here we go, our next category on the screen right now. Best FinTech and Crypto Integration Platform. Let's find out who the finalists are. BitPay, Netopia Payments, Revolut, and the last one that I can't see. Anyway, doesn't matter. Right, it may matter. It may matter. We'll find out. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Revolut. You are the winners of this category. Come and join us here on stage to collect your award. Revolut, please come and join us. Are you here? Or are you hanging out with Coinzilla? Coinzilla and Revolut, they're somewhere in Bucharest, not here. Where are you? Are you here? Revolut. Would anybody like to... It's you? No, you stand up and sat down. It's not you. Never mind. Revolut, I feel Revolut is not here, which is all okay. What we'll do, we'll send that again through the post and deliver it to Revolut's door. Let's move on now to our next category. Best crypto payment solution. And the finalists are BitPay, OpenNode, Coinbase, Now Payments. And the winner is BitPay. BitPay, you are the winners of this category. One round of applause for our winners. Please come and join us if you are here. Or maybe you are here. Yes, you are here. You're not hanging out with Coinzilla or Revolut. You're here. Right, fantastic. Wonderful. Wonderful, feeling good. It's a splendid night. We wonder, how are you going to celebrate your win tonight? Well, not maybe celebrating tonight, but generally, how are you going to celebrate?
I just made a promise that I will go to the Binance party.
Fantastic. Right, there we are. Congratulations. Right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a little break of just under 10 minutes or so, which gives you a chance to have a little bit of a breather and also enjoy that food and drink on your table as well. But in the meantime, again, remember, this evening would not be possible without the help and the support of our award sponsors. So I'm going to leave the stage and leave you watch on the screen here, again, a video about one of our sponsors, XT.com, in fact, giving you a little flavor of what they do and of some of their services as well. So I'll join you back here on this stage for more Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. reveal another set of winners. So there's going to be another 10, 11 of you right now. There's going to walk away a winner of, that's for me, that's right. Can you put that just over there? That's right. No, over there, because I can't, over there. Right, let's move on now to our next set of awards, starting with our next category. And the category is on the screen. Best Multi-Platform Payment Solution. And the finalists are PayU, Transac, MoonPay, Trust Payments. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this category is Trust Payments. Trust Payments, you are the winners of this category. I can hear the screams and shouts from over there. It is you screaming, that's right. Come and join us here on stage. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for the Multi-Platform Payment Solution Award. We appreciate it.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Trust Payments, the winner of this category. We now move on to our next category. Here we go. This is it on the screen. Best Romanian Digital Payments Provider. Best Romanian Digital Payments Provider. And the finalists are PayU Romania, Netopia Payments, Mobile Pay, EU Platesc.ro. And the winner is the winner is of this category, very simply, short and sweet. Netopia Payments, you are the winners of this category. Please come and join us here on stage. Come and join us. There were people clapping and screaming. Is it not you? It's not you. Maybe it is. Maybe not. Are they here? No, they're not. Hanging out with Coinzilla, I'm sure. Revolut, they've got their own thing. It is you. Are you? Who are you then? Come on. You're a friend. They were with you in the lift. What do we trust this man with an award? I don't know. Shall we? Yeah. They're going to think it's you who won. There we are. As a friend, being a good friend for our winners. We hope it's a friend. It could be anybody. Well, I have no idea. There we are. Right. Let's move on now to our next category. And the next category is Best Blockchain Builders Community. Best Blockchain Builders Community. Let's have a look right now at the finalists of this category. There we are. So we have BuildSpace, ETH Bucharest, Comets of Web3, and Encode Club. And the winner is of this category. The winner is Comets of Web3. You are the winners. Please come and join us here on stage. Hopefully it's you, not a friend. I'm not sure. It's you. It is you. Wonderful. Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Such a nice surprise for this evening. I was not even aware that there is this category. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Once again, hands together for our winner there of this category. Let's move on now swiftly to our next category here on the screen. Best Romanian Crypto KOL. Let's find out who the finalists are. Daniel Nitza, Mr. Spreads, Vlad Stoica, and Adrian ESDT. Who out of these four is going to come up here and walk away a winner of this category? Let's find out. So the winner is... Are you shouting for yourself? I'm not quite sure. Maybe you are. The winner is... Daniel Nitza! You are the winner of this category.
Thank you for the award. Bitcoin's going up. The food is great. This conference was amazing. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
There we are once again. Hands together for Mr. Daniel Nitza. That's right. Who was cheering for himself a little bit earlier on. Right, let's move on now to our next category. There we are. Best Blockchain Education Initiative. Let's find out who the finalists are. We'll get those on the screen right now. There we are. The Burb Nest, OpenDesi, Crypto Hub, Binance Academy. And the winner is of the Best Blockchain Education Initiative 2026. What do you think? What do you think? Tell them. Let's hear it. What do you think? What do you think? The winner is... the winner... What was that? Okay. That's a crazy scream in the corner there. But anyway, the winner is... Binance Academy. You are the winners of this category.
Thank you so much. Amazing event. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks, Roxana. Let's hope the market recovers much more than it is now. And let's keep learning. Good luck, everyone.
Ilya Pushkash, well done. Binance Academy. Right, we move steadily on now to our next category. There we are on the screen. Our next category is the Best Business Education Event. The Best Business Education Event. And the finalists are Brand Minds, Web Summit, Money 2020, How to Web. And the winner is of the Best Business Education Event 2026. Brand Minds, you are the winners of this category. Representatives, please come and join us here on stage to walk away a winner. Decide who is going to be. Whoever you want, it doesn't matter, just come on up. Right, come on up now. Are you here? You're not here, are you here? Maybe you are. You are here, finally, there we are. But it's not you. Who are you? A friend? Are you a friend? Do we believe this man? Do we believe him? I'm not sure. Yeah, we do. There we are, Brand Minds. Again, a good friend doing what a good friend should be doing, taking the award, and you do have to tell them they are the winners, right? Not keeping the award yourself. Right, we move on now to our next category. Best Multi-Chain Web3 Infrastructure. Best Multi-Chain Web3 Infrastructure. Let's have a look now at who the finalists are. Chainlink, Layer 0, Li-Fi, Wormhole, And the winner is of the best multi-chain Web3 infrastructure. Leafy, it's actually Leafy. You are the winners. You are the winners of this category. Please come and join us on the stage to take away your. There's a round of applause for this man. Popular man. Here he comes with a popular jacket of the night. There we are. It's the swag as he comes up here. There we are. That's yours.
Thank you so much for this award. This event has been great. Thank you for hosting, everyone. Thank you.
There we are, Leafy, walking away a winner. Maybe even the best jacket of the night. If there was an award for the best jacket, maybe, just maybe, you would walk away a winner of that category. Let's move on now to our next category. We can see it on the screen there. Best Web3 Metaverse Platform. Best Web3 Metaverse Platform. And the finalists are... Other side. Decentraland. The Sandbox. Spatio. And the winner is of the Best Web3 Metaverse Platform 2026. The Sandbox. The Sandbox, you are the winner of this category. Please come and join us here on stage. Here he is, Sébastien Bourget. Welcome. Congratulations. That's for you.
Well, on behalf of the Sandbox team and the whole community, thank you for this award. The creators are amazing. This award goes to them. Thank you.
There we are. Thank you so much, Sébastien Bourget, walking away with the Sandbox as a winner of this category. Shall we move on to the next category? Yes, we will. Let's see exactly what it is. There we are. Best Advanced Blockchain Architecture. Best Advanced Blockchain Architecture. And the finalists are... Ava Labs, Nia, Polkadot, Cosmos. And the winner is of the Best Advanced Blockchain Architecture 2026, Ava Labs. Ava Labs, you are the winners of this category. A round of applause for our winner right now. Here they come. I can see them coming up right now. Straight through the middle. Does not care. That's right.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor to be here. Really great people, and yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Walking away a winner there of that category. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Already we're going through these very, very swiftly indeed. We are just less than halfway through our awards night in terms of revealing who the finalists and naturally the winners are of this awards ceremony. What we're going to do right now, once again, I'm going to leave the stage, giving you a little bit more time to have more conversations, eat a little bit more, drink a little bit more as well. And in the meantime, again, one of our award sponsors will be seen on the screen right now. A little bit of a flavor of what they're doing and their services as well. So this is all about ByDefi FinTech. ByDefi FinTech on the screen right now, and I'll join you back here for more Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026 in about 10 minutes time. More categories to get through, and naturally more winners, revealing more winners of you, literally you sitting here will walk away with, not everybody, some of you yes, some of you no, but all here to celebrate those wins as well. Shall we continue? Yes, we will. Right, on to our next category right now. Best real world digital asset integration. Best real world digital asset integration. And the finalists are Socios, Chiliz, Dapper Labs, VChain. And the winner is of the Best Real World Digital Asset Integration 2026. The winner is Chiliz. Chiliz, you are the winners of this category. Please come and join me here on stage to collect your award. Are you here? Maybe not. Are you here? No, maybe not. Maybe hanging out. Revolut, Coinzilla, they're somewhere else. I'm not sure where they are, but it's okay. It's all good, because what we do, that's right, we take it away, we put it in a box, and we send it over, and we deliver it straight to their door. There we are, winners of that category. Moving on to the next category. Best European Blockchain Platform. And the finalists are Concordium, Tezos, IOTA, and Multiverse X. And so the winner of the Best European Blockchain Platform 2026 is Multiverse X. You are the winners of this category. Congratulations. Round of applause for our winners. Please come and join us here to collect your award here on stage directly. He's coming, that's right. That's right, a dominant walk to the stage. Very happy indeed. There we are, quick photo.
Thank you very much for selecting us. We are also a project, and we will deliver this to the Multiverse X team. Thank you.
Once again, hands together for Multiverse X, winner of this category. Let's now steadily move on now to our next category. So on to Best Decentralized Ecosystem. Best Decentralized Ecosystem. And the finalists are Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, Cardano. And the winner is Solana. Solana, you are the winners of this category. Round of applause. Well done. Please come and join us here on stage to collect your award. You are the winners of this category. Is it you, my friend? No, it's not. You're just walking around. There we are. Are you here, Solana? Is a friend of Solana here? A customer or client of Solana? Okay, it's all good. Solana, well done. You are the winners of this category. We will take that away, put it in a box, and send it around the world twice until it arrives at your door, Solana's door, wherever that may be. We move on now to our next category of the Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. This is the Best Blockchain Ecosystem Services. Best Blockchain Ecosystem Services. And the finalists are BitSensor, BitSensor, AI Oz, Mosaic Galaxy, and Ort. And so the winner is of the Best Blockchain Ecosystem Services category for 2026. Mosaic Galaxy, you are the winners of this category. I can hear screams, shouts at the back. Is it you? Come on up. That's right. That's right, looking good, feeling good. There we are, that's for you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate for the organizing of the event and for the award, and really from the whole Mosaic team, we are saying to Bucharest, hello and we love you.
Hello and we love you. There we are. Wonderful. Goodbye and congratulations. There we are, winner of this category, Mosaic Gallery. Let's move on now swiftly to our next category. What is it? We'll see it there on the screen. Best blockchain development platform. Best blockchain development platform. The finalists of this category are Alchemy, Infura, QuickNode, Moralis. And the winner is of the Best Blockchain Development Platform category 2026. Alchemy. Alchemy, you are the winners of this category. A round of applause for our winners. Well done. Congratulations. Let's invite them to the, that's right, is it you? Or you, is it you? It is you, okay.
Thank you for the award. Really great being here. Awesome day. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, short and sweet from Alchemy. Well done. Winner of this category. Let's move on now to our next category. Let's see on the screen. There we are. Blockchain Project of the Year. Blockchain Project of the Year. Let's look at our finalists of this category. There we are. Avalanche, Cardano Foundation, Polygon, Tron. Who's going to walk away a winner? We'll find out in just a few moments. So the winner is of the Blockchain Project of the Year 2026. Tron, congratulations. You are the winners of this category. I've got a feeling, that's right, round of applause for our winner there, Tron. I've got a feeling, oh, you are, oh, fantastic. You are fantastic. Come and join us here. Wonderful.
Obviously I'm not Justin Sun, and thank you so much for giving this wonderful reward. And I will safely hand it over to Justin. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations once again to Tron, and again, you'll remember today, Justin was scheduled to be with us from Hong Kong here in Bucharest, but obviously because of the flight situation, he wasn't able to catch a flight at all, so he created a video recording of his session today. Let's move on now to our next category, Best Stock Market Exchange. Best Stock Market Exchange. The finalists are eToro, New York Stock Exchange, Farm XYZ, and NASDAQ. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Best Stock Market Exchange 2026 is eToro. eToro, you are the winners of this category, please. That's right, round of applause for our winners. Please come and join us here on stage to collect your award. And there's people coming. Oh, there we are. Are you all together? Fantastic. Congratulations. Well done.
very much for the prize, and thank you very much for a very successful Crypto Expo Europe in these very challenging times.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hands together for Itoro. Well done. Congratulations on winning the award. Wonderful. Right. Let's move on. Let's move on now to our next category. As you can see it there on the screen, our next category of the Crypto Expo Awards 2026, Best All-in-One Crypto Trading Platform. Best All-in-One Crypto Trading Platform. And the finalists are Bitmart, Femex, Mex, and BuyDefi. So ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Best All-in-One Crypto Trading Platform 2026 is BuyDefi. BuyDefi, you are the winners of this category. Please come and join us here on stage. BuyDefi, please come and join us. BuyDefi, I've got a feeling you're not here, which is all okay, all good. That's not a problem at all. Again, we will take that away, keep it safe, pop it in a box and send it straight to your door. Let's move on, shall we? Yes, we will. On to our next category in waiting. There we are, Best Crypto Exchange Support. Best Crypto Exchange Support. Let's look at our finalists. There they are on the screen right now. So we have Gemini, BitGet, BingX, and Binance. And the winner is of the Best Crypto Exchange Support. BitGet. BitGet, you are the winners of this category. Well done. Congratulations. A round of applause for our winners. Please come and join us here on stage. Come and join us here on smoothly, charmingly, nonchalantly to the stage. Well done. The slowest walker with the most charming, and I have to say, we'll take a picture first. I'll tell them in a second. Now, here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. If there was an award, we have all 41 categories. Maybe we should have had 42 for the best jacket earlier on, or maybe even 43 for the best pair of socks of the awards. I don't know whether we can get the camera down on those lovely socks? Can we get them? Can we get them? You get them? There we are with the B. When I first saw them, I thought it was SpongeBob SquarePants, but no, I was wrong. I was wrong because they're Bitcoin. That's right. How are you feeling right now?
All good. Thanks to Bob's SpongeBob SquarePants and to the event. Thank you.
Well done, congratulations, there we are. And again, if there was an award for the best socks, certainly you would win that as well. Let's move on, shall we? Yes, we will, to our next category of the Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. No, we won't. We won't do that at all. We'll do that. We'll do that in 10 minutes, shall we? Yes, we will. So we're going to have another break again, a more chance to have more conversations on your table, more food, more drink, perhaps. And again, in about 10 minutes' time, I'll come back to you with more, revealing more winners of Crypto Expo Europe Awards 2026. Gentlemen, I stand on this stage and all I can see, I think, is that dessert coming round now? Is that dessert? It looks tasty. I can't quite see from here with all the lights, but I can see waiters, waitresses moving around delivering some, it looks like it's delicious food indeed. Right, shall we continue? Absolutely. So we're on the home run now, the last section of this awards ceremony with about 13, I think it's 13 categories, 13 winners walking away from this stage. Let's move on now to our next category. Best crypto wallet. Let's look at our finalists. These are our finalists on the screen. So we have OKX wallets, Binance, Crypto.com, and Coinbase. And the winner is OKK Wallets. Please come and join us here on stage. Congratulations. You are the winners of this category. Please come and join us. Hopefully you're here. Are you here? Do you think they're here? Are they here? They're with Coinzella, Revolut. Are they here? Not here? A friend of them, perhaps. Do the right thing. If you're a friend of them, come up and take the award for them on their behalf. No good friends. Fine, that's all good. Again, it's okay. We'll pop that in a box and send it straight off to you first thing in the morning. Right, let's move on now to our next category. Next category is Best Emerging Crypto Exchange. Best Emerging Crypto Exchange. Our finalists are BiFi, CoinX, BingX, and XT. Who do you think should walk away? Who do you think is going to be a winner of this category? Let's hear. Who do you think? Who do you think? Right, the winner is the Best Emerging Crypto Exchange. XT, you are the winners of this category. Please come and join us here on stage to collect your award. Well done. Congratulations. Here she comes. Fantastic.
It's great evening, great event, and let's trade on XT.
There we are, XT. A round of applause for our winner there of that category. Let's move on now to our next category of the Crypto Expo Awards 2026. There we are, Best European Crypto Exchange. Best European Crypto Exchange. And our finalists are Bitpanda, Kraken, Bybit EU, Bitstamp. And our winner is of the Best European Crypto Exchange 2026. Walking away a winner right now is Bitpanda. Bitpanda, you are the winner of this category. Please come and join us here on stage. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Are you here or are you not? Are they here or are they not? It seems they're not, which is all okay. It's all fine. We will take that away safely in a box and send it over to them again with the other boxes of those winners who are certainly not here either. Right, let's move on now to our next category. Here we go. Next category is Best Crypto Security and Compliance Platform. Our finalists are Coinbase, OKX, Kraken, Crypto.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this category is Kraken. Kraken, you are the winners of this category. Well done, congratulations. I can see you there at the back. Come forward, come to the stage and collect your award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much to the organizers and continue to use Kraken.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. There we are for Kraken essentially walking away a winner. Let's move on and now to our next category. Fastest growing exchange of the year. Fastest growing exchange of the year. Let's see our finalists on the screen. There we are. BingX, BitGet, Gates, QCon. And the winner is BingX. BingX, congratulations. You are a winner. You're walking to the stage. You're going to walk away a winner. Congratulations, my friend.
So it is the horse year, it is the Ferrari year, it is the BingX year. So imagine to become the fastest exchange and sit up your belts because it will be really fast this year.
Congratulations once again. BingX, right. Let's steadily move on now to our next category. Best crypto payment card, the best crypto payment card. Let's have a look right now at who the finalists are. Crypto.com, Bybit, Binance, Wirex. Who's going to walk away a winner? Who do you think? Let's find out in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Best Crypto Payment Card Award is Bybit! Bybit, you are the winners of this category. Come and join us here on stage. What is happening here? The family, everybody, congratulations. There we are. If there was an award for the most excited winners, you would get that. Right. What's going here? What?
As I mentioned today, Bybit card is my favorite product, and I think I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Thank you very much. We keep on improving, pushing this product. Thank you very much for this award.
Once again, hands together for Bybit. There they go. Not just the winners of this category, but the most excited winners category. They will get it. Right, we move on to our next category, shall we? Yes, we will. Best Regional Crypto Exchange. Best Regional Crypto Exchange. Let's have a look at who the finalists are. Bit2Me, Whitebit, Bitpanda, Tokoro. And the winner of the Best Regional Crypto Exchange 2026 is Tokoro. You are the winners of this category. Well done. Congratulations. Please come and join us here on stage. If you are here, we're hoping you're here. We hope you're here. And Andrea hopes you're here because she just keeps coming up and down and not giving this award away. Are you here? They're not here. They're not here, Andrea, but that's okay. Never mind. Andrea will pop that in a box and we'll send that over to our winners as soon as we can. Let's move on now to our next category. Here we are. Best Marketing Campaign. The Best Marketing Campaign. Let's find out who the finalists are. BitGets, Bybit, OKK, Crypto.com. And the winner is... BitGets! BitGet, you are the winners of this category. Congratulations, well done. Please come and join us here on stage. If you're here, there he is. It's SpongeBob SquarePants socks. There we are. Fantastic. There we are. Another win, another award for. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Let's enjoy. Let's just spread the love and have some fun. Cheers.
Congratulations once again. Right, let's move on now swiftly to our next category. Crypto Exchange Excellence Award. The Crypto Exchange Excellence Award. Let's have a look at our finalists. OKX, Binance, Kraken, QCon, and the winner is QCon. QCon, you are the winners of this category. Congratulations, well done. Well done on winning this category. There we are. Here she comes. Come and join us here on stage. A round of applause for our winner right now. Congratulations.
I didn't expect this. Thank you so much. My first time in Romania through this conference, and this brought me here. I really enjoy all my conversations and meeting with every one of you. I think the excellence is to all of us here and to the organizers of this event. Thank you so much. And I just want to say something quickly. Like, in fact, in February, I just went to Dubai to join a conference, which is with the Nobel laureates. And on average, they're 60 years old when they need to get a Nobel Prize. And I think that we are pretty young here to get an Excellence Award. So I think it's just a start. And hopefully, you know, we will be in this journey together and make the crypto industry better and better in Europe. Thank you.
Round of applause for our winner there. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Let's move on to our next category. There we are. Next category on the screen right now. Global market leader in crypto trading. Global market leader in crypto trading. Let's have a look at our finalists. So these are our finalists. Here we are. Bybit, OKX, Coinbase, or Binance. And the winner is Binance. Binance, you are the winners. Congratulations. Well done once again. Mr. Pushkash comes to the stage. There we are. That's for you there. Quick photo.
Thanks everyone for your trust. Keep trading.
There we are. We love it when it's short and sweet. There we are from Binance. Mr. Pushkash sharing how he's feeling, walking away once again as a winner. Let's move on now to our next category of the evening. Cryptocurrency Exchange of the Year. Cryptocurrency Exchange of the Year. Let's have a look at our finalists. Bybit, QCon EU, Binance, and Kraken. And the winner is of the Cryptocurrency Exchange of the Year 2026. Bybit. Bybit, congratulations. Well done. Are you coming? Are you all coming back? I've got a feeling you are. That's right. The whole team, the whole family, the neighbours, everybody back to the stage. There we are. Fantastic. There we are. Wasn't there more last time?
I would like to thank the organizer of this event. It's the best crypto event in Romania and this region of Europe. And I would like to thank to our team and also to the ones working which are not here with us, like Sandra, Max, and all the other guys staying in the office, working till very, very late for us to be getting this prize. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to Bybit. Well done. Fantastic. There we are. Right. Shall we move on? Yes, we will. Next category on the screen right now, Business Representative of the Year. This is an individual award for an individual professional who will walk away winner of this category. Let's have a look at the finalists. Julian Boya, Ionuț Vilceniu, Ilya Pushkash, Pablo Mondi. Who on earth is it going to be? Who could it? It could only one of these four. Who's it going to be? The winner of the Business Representative of the Year is Mr. Pablo Mondi. Pablo Mondi. Pablo Mondi. Nobody saw it coming. There we are. Pablo Mondi. Well done.
I didn't expect this. That's why I didn't wear my suit tonight. So thank you, everyone. It's been a lovely 2 days. Honestly, thank you to everyone shouting at the back. I hope you enjoy the rest of the night. Don't drink that much and enjoy good, safe return home, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mr. the one, the only Mr. Pablo Mondi. There we are. Who, if he had known, he would have worn a suit. Right, let's move on to that. He says that, but hey, right, we move on to. I've seen you at many other award shows with t-shirts and shorts. Anyway, let's move on now to our next category, and our next category is Business Woman of the Year 2026. Let's have a look at our finalists. Alisa Komarova, Teona Aptsauri, Vivian Ling, Sabrina Liu. And the winner is of the Businesswoman of the Year category 2026. Sabrina Liu. Sabrina Liu, you are the winner, the Businesswoman of the Year. Please come and join us here on stage, Sabrina. 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 Is that you? That's Sabrina Liu. I shouted out her name, didn't recognize it. I'll shout it out again. Sabrina Liu. There we are. That's you. Yeah, is that your name? That's you. Come and join us. Right, so this category is the Businesswoman of the Year. You were nominated as one of them, and you're actually the winner. Fantastic. There we are. Right.
appreciate it. What an honor. And I hope this month is March, International Women's Day, International Women's Month. And of course, next year when I come to the event, I hope to see more women in the room and in the crypto industry. Thank you.
There we are, hands together for the Businesswoman of the Year, Sabrina Liu. Wonderful. Again, just at the beginning there, she was deep in conversation, so clearly didn't hear her name shouted out. Right, and ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Believe it or not, we are now on to the very last category of this awards ceremony. 41 already. 41 categories, 41st right now. Let's have a look at this category, which can only be the Businessman of the Year 2026. Businessman of the Year 2026. Let's have a look at who the nominations are. Justin Sun, Georg Hauder, Sergiu Vasilescu, Sébastien Bourget. Who's it going to be? Who is going to walk away winner of the Businessman of the Year category 2026? The winner is Mr. Justin Sun. Justin Sun, you are the winner, and I have a representative from
Although he couldn't come here in person today, but this award is so meaningful for us. Thank you again. Thanks a lot for CE Expo, for hoster Mia. Thank you for founder of CE Expo. Thanks so much.
Congratulations once again. Justin Sun walks away the winner, Businessman of the Year 2026. Fantastic. Listen, I think you'll agree with me. We've had a lot of awards, 41 different awards, all those teams, again, working very, very hard throughout the year, celebrating highs and lows, I'm sure, as well. But again, tonight, it's all about that celebration of the achievements you've had as well, together with a feel-good evening as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we finish up, just a few things to share with you right now. Before I leave, I just wanted to share with you something very, very special indeed. And instead of saying it to you over the microphone, we're going to share with you a short video that's going to give you a kind of an idea and a flavor of exactly what it's all about. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. So, as many of you know, there we are, adding to the family that we have of events. So, adding to AI Expo, together with here Crypto Expo Europe as well. We also have another fantastic event all about the future of finance as it is right now, but also the future of finance as well, Money TBA. So, essentially, what we're asking you to do is, again, register for this, for the updates of everything that's going to be unfolding throughout the year leading up to this fantastic event as well. So three fantastic events, all here in Bucharest, all here in Romania. Right, ladies and gentlemen, before I leave the stage again, You've heard, you've had the awards, we've had all our winners. You know about this fantastic extra event that we're putting on in our family of events. But before I go, there's just one very special, very important person that needs to come to the stage and just share with you just a few more words before we finish. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the person responsible for absolutely everything that you see tonight and our other events as well, Ruxandra.
Good evening. That's not quite right. I'm not the only one responsible. I have an entire team, and they are responsible for each piece of this event and the other ones that we host. So first of all, I want you guys to grant a round of applause for this entire team, because they put a lot of effort for you to have this amazing organization. So please grant them a round of applause, because they deserve it. And then I want to first thank to our sponsors. Of course, without you, this event could never be possible. This is our 4th edition. We've been to all type of seasons in the market, and I trust this event, and I trust into the crypto market that we will come bigger and better every year. So I want to thank to the sponsors that trusted us and continue to support us. And second, I want to thank to all the speakers and the moderators that came, shared their knowledge, and they support our event. And I know that are a few of you that tomorrow they cannot go back home. And for that, please reach out to us if you need any type of help. I'm sorry that this situation happens in the world, but we are a strong community, and I'm sure that we will feel, or we will make sure that you guys feel at least a bit like home. So I want also to round applause for them, and to share our support with anything that they need. And now, let's also be happy. We can celebrate tonight at the Binance Academy party. And thank you all. Hope to see you next year. Thank you.